Chapter 28:55. As the sect master of the Gate of Providence, Sect Master Heavenswell was famous for his defense, even though he wasn't very good at attacking. To put it in a more unpleasant way, he was known as the tortoise style. It was a completely unbreakable tortoise shell. Even supremacies of the same cultivation realm wouldn't be willing to fight with such an enemy. It was too boring, and you would feel like you didn't know where to start. It was extremely difficult to defeat the other party. Unless you were 5 times stronger than the other party and used your absolute strength to suppress the other party, then you would have a chance of winning. I didn't expect Sect Master Heavenswell to make a move. His Earth sect is indeed powerful. This defense is indeed perfect. In the void, a supremacy's clone laughed. Who can break such a move? In fact, this old man is very curious as to who has come. The person hasn't even appeared yet, but he was able to frighten that many hardships High Lord into fleeing. I really want to see such a High Lord powerhouse. An old High Lord avatar said with interest. In the past 50,000 years, there have been many supremacies of the younger generation in our Saint Spirit domain. Who knows if it's that young supremacy? When Sect Master Heavenswell made a move, everyone widened their eyes in fear of missing out on this exciting scene. Who exactly was it? Aotian, it won't be so easy for you to kill me. A black forest appeared behind him, and the escaping the Lord of Adversity couldn't help but slow down. He knew how powerful Sect Master Heavenswell was. Sect Master Heavenswell was better at defense than him, and Sect Master Heavenswell was from the Earth sect. Actually, all of this happened in an extremely short period of time. Sect Master Heavenswell couldn't help but reveal a trace of pride. His strength wasn't very strong, but he was good at defensive moves. At his peak, he fought against 3 powerful supremacies and didn't lose. His name spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. He didn't believe that Aotian could break his defensive move. That black long rod actually expanded infinitely in an instant. In an instant, it became like a huge pillar that supported the heavens. With a loud bang, the black long rod whizzed down. Boom, boom, boom. The black forest completely collapsed and vanished into thin air in an instant. Sect Master Heavenswell's pupils shrank, and his mouth opened wide. This move wasn't very powerful, but it was still a Saint Spirit Domain level 9 defensive move. Yet, it couldn't even block a single strike from his opponent. How hard is it? Run! Heavenly Heart Supremacy cursed in his heart. With a wave of his hand, patches of black forest appeared. The towering trees grew rapidly, turning the area outside the Gate of Providence into a huge cage. Layers upon layers of protection. The Lord of Adversity's face stiffened. He ran for his life, not daring to hesitate anymore. That was the Sect Master's Saint Spirit defensive technique. But now, it was broken with a single strike. The Lord of Adversity ran madly, but the long black rod was even faster. Its power never stopped, whistling all the way, and all that was left in his ears was the loud rumbling sound. Soon, soon. They were about to reach the Gate of Providence. Once they entered the protective array of the Gate of Providence, no matter how powerful the Aotian Lord was, he would have to give up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Lord of Adversity's speed had reached its limit when he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind behind him. He instinctively turned his head to look. The long black rod followed and smashed down heavily. The Lord of Adversity's entire body was blown up. The violent forces tore each other apart, and the long black rod smashed down. Sect Master. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The long black rod smashed onto the body of the Lord of Adversity, smashing him into pieces. He fell heavily on the ground outside the Gate of Providence, and the huge force rushed forward. The huge array automatically formed a layer of defense. Layer by layer, it was broken dozens of times before it was able to withstand the aftermath of the force. Outside the Gate of Providence, there was a huge bottomless pit. The Lord of Adversity had long disappeared. There was no longer any aura at the scene. This is too scary. Our protective array of the gate actually broke dozens of times. Lord of Adversity. Who did it? The heavenly gods within the gate of providence were used to being arrogant, but now, they were trembling in fear. The previous scene was still fresh in their minds, and they would not be able to forget it for a long time. The Lord's supremacy within the gate was smashed to death by the other party with a rod in front of them, and they had seen it clearly. It was too terrifying. They had never seen a supremacy being smashed to death with a rod in their entire lives. Today, they had witnessed it, and it gave them a huge visual impact. The two supremacies standing behind the Heaven Heart sect master were also sweating profusely. This is too, the two of them looked at each other and did not know what to say. The defensive move of the Heaven Heart sect master had been broken by the other party, and it was unable to buy any more time for the Lord of Adversity. Even the array of the Gate of Providence had suffered a huge impact. This was the first time they had seen such a violent force. Sect master. Their voices were trembling, and they were secretly glad that they did not go forward. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the other party. Heaven Heart sect master was expressionless, but the muscles on his face were twitching slightly. Fool, the number one fool in the world. You knew that the other party was so powerful, but you still didn't run away. He really wanted to slap the Lord of Adversity a few times. It was a pity that the other party was dead. There was no longer any aura at the scene. In the face of such violent force, even the Heaven Heart sect master felt immense pressure. His hair stood on end, and he had never been slapped in the face like this. Although the defense of the Earth sect could not be compared to the 10 great sects, it was still one of the best. For a supremacy to kill a supremacy from the Earth sect, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. All along, Heaven Heart sect master was very confident in his own strength. Among all the supremacies, his ability to survive was top-notch. But now, he began to doubt himself. If he encountered a supremacy of this level, would he be able to withstand it? Could it be that the Aotian Lord had stepped into the great supremacy realm? Since when could the strength of a supremacy be so dense? Crushing all along the way. The heaven god experts and the supremacy clones who were watching all collectively gasped. The power of the rod was like the light in the dark night, becoming extremely dazzling. This is the great supremacy here. Too explosive. I realize that my legs have turned to jelly, and this is from such a distance. What did I see? A supremacy was killed by a rod. Since when did the Saint Spirit domain have such an expert? If not for the array at the Gate of Providence, I'm afraid half of the Gate of Providence would have been affected. No wonder the people at the Gate of Providence did not dare to come out. I'm afraid this person is willing. What do you think? In the void. Strong, ridiculously strong. The two supremacy clones were also shocked. Unstoppable. This was what the two of them felt the most. In the face of absolute power, even a supremacy expert could not withstand it. Chapter 28:56. Whether it was the Gate of Providence or the powerhouses outside who wanted to join in the fun, none of them could remain calm. Run. You still want to run? If you provoke me, proud heaven, you will die even if you run to the ends of the earth. In the void, a black figure appeared. This person carried a long black stick on his shoulder. He appeared in front of everyone without even looking at Long Yu the Great. He swaggered to the Gate of Providence. I think I heard proud heaven's name. Wait. This name sounds familiar. It can't be, why don't I remember? Among the people present, there were always a few who had heard of proud heaven's name. Soon. Someone remembered. I know who he is. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. That person was excited. Someone immediately asked. Everyone couldn't wait to find out who this person was. When did such a powerful martial artist appear in the Saint Spirit domain? How hard was it to kill the supremacy with one blow? He was too violent and too savage. I also remember this person's identity. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Hurry up and say it. Who is that person? He's so unfamiliar. I don't remember him at all. I've only heard the word proud heaven. I remember there was a Long Outyan in the dragon sect. Could it be that person? Those who knew the truth snorted. This Outyan is not that Long Outyan. I still remember that tens of thousands of years ago, a powerful pseudo-supremacy appeared in the Tianhe kingdom. He suppressed supremacy Zhao Wuji, and his name spread throughout the Saint Spirit realm. That person was called Heaven God Outyan. Most people had heard of what happened in the Tianhe kingdom. If they didn't say it, it would be really difficult for them to connect this proud heaven. After all, there were many such names in the Saint Spirit realm. It was too common to have the same name. There was an uproar. It can't be, this person is that God-proud heaven? Oh my God, how did he improve his strength? Even a high lord couldn't take a blow from him. Didn't they say that physical training has no future? This is too fast. No one could calm down. Everyone's eyes fell on the black figure. How did the Gate of Providence offend this cruel lord? Someone was puzzled. Back in the day, Empyrean God Proud Heaven had been extremely violent. He had dared to attack Exalt Zhao Wuji even though he wasn't at the Exalt level. And now, he was acting in an unbelievably savage manner. Whoever offended Ao Tian probably wouldn't have a good ending. Your proud heaven. Even through the formation, Empyrean heart could still feel the berserk energy pulsating from the other party's body. It was like a peerless ferocious beast that no one could resist. Hee, tens of thousands of years have passed. I didn't expect that someone would still remember my name. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei laughed. His expression changed, revealing a ferocious look. Heavens will sect leader, you are really daring. You clearly know who I am, yet you still dare to attack me. You don't know that the Lord of Adversity of the Gate of Providence has offended me. Lin Fei let out a cold snort, his vicious aura soaring to the sky. A murderous aura rose in the surroundings. Heavenly Heart Supreme realized that this Ao Tian Lord was harder to deal with than he had imagined. His own people were killed, yet the other party still dared to question him. This was too much. Empyrean Heart Supreme's chest started to beat violently. Proud heaven, you killed my people, yet you still dare to bully the Gate of Providence. Do you really think that there is no one in the Gate of Providence? Empyrean Heart Supreme shouted, this Saint Spirit domain doesn't belong to you alone. Great, you still dare to talk back. The Gate of Providence has been living too leisurely. I have always been the one offending people. No one has ever dared to offend me. Just a mere Gate of Providence, and you want to fly to the sky? Lin Fei was enraged. He raised his sky-splitting staff and smashed it across the sky. Watch me destroy your gate protecting array and slaughter everyone in your Gate of Providence. Boom! A shadow attacked and landed on the formation with a loud bang. In an instant, the entire Gate of Providence shook. Many people couldn't stand steadily. Countless ripples appeared on the huge formation. It kept shattering, and the massive amount of Saint Spirit crystals was instantly depleted. Not bad, it's quite sturdy. Today, I'm going to waste it on the Gate of Providence. Another staff smashed down. A domineering force came crashing down. Before everyone could hear clearly, the Ao Tian Lord made his move. A black divine weapon appeared in his hand. It was filled with berserk power as it smashed down continuously on the mountain protecting formation. This power is too brutal. He really attacked without a word. The Gate of Providence's array won't be able to hold on. Once the depletion can't keep up, the Gate of Providence's array will be destroyed. The people with bright eyes all sucked in a cold breath. This Ao Tian Lord was still the same as before. He was going against the Gate of Providence all by himself. Putting on airs? He would still beat him up. This was a true supremacy. He didn't care about the Gate of Providence at all. Attack him. We can't let him continue to attack. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was on the verge of cursing. He originally wanted to suppress the other party to not be too presumptuous in front of the Gate of Providence. It was already very embarrassing for a supremacy to be beaten to death in front of the Gate of Providence. If this continued, the reputation of the Gate of Providence would be ruined. However, the moment he said that, the other party started to fight. The gate-protecting array that they were so proud of had met its first opponent. Heavenly Heart's supremacy, who controlled the array, could feel the changes in the array. The depletion was too fast. Even if the Gate of Providence had accumulated enough, it wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. The other party was too powerful. Earth shackles. Earth puncture. Outside the Gate of Providence, the power of the earth was mobilized. Heavenly Heart's supremacy was the first to make a move. The two supremacies behind him also made their moves. Although their power would be affected by the array, they could still threaten a supremacy. How dare you resist? A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Golden dragons whizzed out and circled around him. Every time they circled, they would shatter the incoming attacks. The experts at the Gate of Providence continued to attack. For the first time, their attacks were blocked by a freak. The golden dragons swam about, shattering all of their attacks. The attacks of the Gate of Providence couldn't land on the other party. On the other hand, the speed of their array was starting to slow down. The power of the cudgels seemed to be smashing into their hearts, causing them to feel uneasy. If this continued for too long, the gate-protecting array would definitely be broken. At that time, Heavenly Heart's supremacy didn't dare to imagine. Right, find a friend. All this while, Heavenly Heart's supremacy had never asked for a friend. Those who could become friends were all supremacies. If he called for 3 or 4 people with powerful backgrounds, the other party would definitely be fearful. Now, he had no choice but to do so. Brother Wang, I'm Heavenly Heart from the Gate of Providence. Something happened here. Can you come over? Brotherly, it's me, Heavenly Heart. One message after another was sent out. Chapter 28:57. Heavenly Heart had to admit that the other party was very strong. Even the Gate of Providence's huge array formation was easily shaken. As long as the supremacies of the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon's sect arrived, Heavenly Heart had the confidence to chase the other party away. Especially the supremacies of the Dragon's sect, all of them cultivated a powerful divine body, the Divine Dragon Body. A cultivation technique comparable to a real dragon body. Outyan, give me 2 hours if you have the guts. Heavenly Heart had an idea. What he needed to do now was to delay. The array formation consumed a lot of energy. If it continued, it would not last long. The array formation would definitely collapse, and Heavenly Heart did not have the confidence to face such a ferocious person. The golden dragon circled around Lin Fei, constantly destroying the attacks. The sky-splitting staff kept smashing down, shaking the entire Gate of Providence's protective array formation. He smiled coldly. You have no right to bargain with me now. Since you dared to stop me from killing, you must pay the price. Lin Fei was here to cause trouble, so he would definitely expose Ao Tian Lord's identity to everyone in the Saint Spirit domain. How could he stop just because of a few words? Goading him? It was useless against Lin Fei. The staff shadows continued to smash against the protective array formation. The ground beneath the Gate of Providence kept shaking, and traces of power began to affect the Gate of Providence. He's destroying one gate by himself. This is too domineering. The Gate of Providence's array formation is about to collapse. I really don't know how this Outyan cultivates. A terrifying existence has also emerged from the physique tempering sect. The onlookers were completely shocked. Boom. 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 Another series of attacks landed on the Gate of Providence's protective array formation. More and more ripples appeared on the protective array formation, faster and faster, followed by cracking sounds. Everyone at the Gate of Providence, including the higher-ups, had darkened expressions. Oh no, the array formation is about to collapse. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The array formation is collapsing. On the territory of the Gate of Providence, the locations where the spell formations had been set up began to emit loud noises. The spell formation's eye was instantly shattered, and it completely lost its ability to protect. The huge Heavens Will sect presented itself in front of Lin Fei, and it was the kind that did not have any defenses. A gust of wind blew past the upper echelons of the Gate of Providence, sending chills down their spines. Even the Supreme Lords felt powerless. Without the protection of the array, the supremacy powerhouses lost their confidence. Go! The heavenly god at the Gate of Providence turned around and ran. If he didn't run now, when would he? Who would be able to withstand such a blow from the staff? With a whoosh, the heavenly god expert standing behind Heavenly Heart Supremacy ran away without a care for the consequences. He was extremely lacking in confidence. Skyward strike. Lin Fei rushed forward and smashed down with his staff. Dense shadows of the staff covered more than half of the Gate of Providence. A terrifying power spread out in an instant. The first to bear the brunt was Heavenly Heart Supremacy. His eyes narrowed as a surge of power surged toward him, causing his hair to stand on end. Not daring to hesitate, he quickly took out a defensive treasure and donned a set of battle armor. The moment he donned the armor, a massive surge of power surged toward him and sent him flying. The violent power continued to tear at his body relentlessly. The other two supremacies weren't that lucky. Before Heavenly Heart Supremacy's eyes, they were torn to shreds by that power. As for those heavenly deities who were fleeing, they were all turned into ashes in a single exchange. They couldn't be any more dead. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Heart Supremacy couldn't help but vomit blood. My Gate of Providence. With a single move, the Gate of Providence suffered heavy casualties and suffered great losses. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. You ruined everything for me. Lin Fei arrived and swept the sky splitter staff in his hand. For offending me, I don't care who you are. I'll beat you up all the same. The sky splitter staff swept across Heavenly Heart Supremacy's battle armor, causing a resplendent light to erupt. However, it could only last for a short moment before it landed on Heavenly Heart Supremacy's body. Arg! Heavenly Heart Supremacy exploded from the blow. Lin Fei had held back with this strike. However, it had also depleted a large amount of Heavenly Heart Supremacy's life force. At most, he would only need one more strike to be finished. This brutal move caused the onlookers to suck in a breath of cold air. The Gate of Providence was completely destroyed. From this day onwards, no supremacy would dare to offend this Aotian Lord unless they could withstand the immense power of that staff. Heavenly Heart Supremacy had layers of protection, but he still couldn't withstand the power of that staff. Heavenly Heart Supremacy, who had just escaped death, was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have obediently handed over the Lord of Adversity. Why did he have to offend such a strong enemy? You'd better not move. If you move, I don't mind giving you another strike. I believe you should have experienced the power just now. The sky splitter staff in Lin Fei's hand lengthened, turning into a black stream of light that wrapped around Heavenly Heart Supremacy's body. Senior Aotian, please show mercy. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was completely terrified. In that instant, the enormous power was truly crushing him. Moreover, it was an absolute power that crushed him. He did not have any ability to resist. In front of this move, unless he had an absolute power to counterattack, the one who would be defeated would always be him. This was all done by the Lord of Adversity behind the Gate of Providence. As the gate leader, I really didn't know. Heavenly Heart Supremacy couldn't care so much anymore. Now that his life was in the hands of the other party, Heavenly Heart Supremacy didn't dare to put on airs anymore. Now that you know, you regret it. Lin Fei sneered, you've become so obedient all of a sudden. I haven't even gotten used to it yet. Anyway, you still have a clone. Are you trying to stall for time? Whoosh. The black staff pierced through the void again, reaching the depths of the ground, into a miniature space. There were a total of 3 clones in this place. At this moment, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. As the black staff rushed in, their expressions changed and turned pale. Run! In an instant, the 3 clones were entangled by the black shadow. With a forceful twist, boundless life energy was instantly plundered. The Sky Splitter staff was refined using Essence Force God Sand and inherited a portion of the plundering ability. When no one could see it, the plundering of life energy was transferred to Lin Fei's body without anyone noticing. Ah, you killed them and destroyed my doppelganger. Heavenly Heart's supremacy was truly afraid. However, he also wanted to stall for time. When the experts from the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon's sect arrived, he might still have a chance of survival. If he could protect his main body, that would be the best-case scenario. As the Sky Splitter staff killed, the supremacies from the Gate of Providence were almost all wiped out. Only Heavenly Heart's supremacy was left. Heavenly Heart's supremacy's face turned ashen. He stared at the staff with incomparable hatred. Chapter 28:58. The Gate of Providence was almost destroyed in a day. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone underestimated the strength of this Aotian Lord. Almost all the higher-ups of the Gate of Providence were dead, and the remaining heavenly gods were of no use. The Saint Spirit domain would no longer have the Gate of Providence. The heavenly gods who were originally watching the show shrunk their necks. They were all glad that they did not offend this Aotian Lord. Compared to those geniuses, this Aotian Lord was not inferior at all. The moment he appeared, he killed 3 supremacies. No, he was about to kill 4 supremacies. At the same time, he destroyed the Gate of Providence. One person destroyed an entire sect. Such an achievement, how many supremacies could do it? After the Gate of Providence's supremacy became a captive, the disciples of the Gate of Providence fled. The power of that attack affected a portion of the Gate of Providence, and those who survived still had lingering fears. Thank you, Senior Aotian, for helping me take revenge. Long Yu the Great pretended to be a stranger and thanked this Aotian Lord. Without Senior's help, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for me to kill the Lord of Adversity. You are my benefactor. In the future, with just a word from Senior, I will go through fire and water. I will not hesitate. Lin Fei lazily said, you and I are quite fated. In the future, if you have any matters, you can look for me. For example, killing people. I love it the most. I heard that in the 100,000 years that I was not around, many experts appeared out of nowhere. After settling this matter, I can go and meet them. Long Yu the Great respectfully took a communication token. It was unknown how many people were envious of him. To be able to reach such a position in the body training school, he must have an amazing background. If one could know such a person, it would be equivalent to having a powerful ally. One person representing an entire sect. The Gate of Providence had 4 supremacies. Among them was Supremacy Heavenly Heart, a veteran peak supremacy. Yet, they still could not withstand the power of a staff. One could imagine how tyrannical his strength was. No one could guarantee that the other party didn't hold back. When they saw Long Yu the Great, everyone wanted to snatch the keepsake. Of course, they only dared to think about it and didn't dare to do it. Who could afford to offend such a ferocious person? After today, everyone in the Saint Spirit domain would know of such a ferocious supremacy. More importantly, he was a supremacy of the body-tempering sect. Long Yu the Great left at ease. This was naturally Lin Fei's plan. Today, if the Gate of Providence was destroyed and the token was given to Long Yu the Great, who would dare to avenge the High Lord of the Gate of Providence? In that case, he would have to carefully consider whether or not he could offend him. Lin Fei wanted to make sure that everyone knew who Proud Heaven was, and that everyone would flee at the mention of his name. This was what Lin Fei wanted to see the most. The Gate of Providence could only be an unlucky one. Proud Heaven, you will definitely die a horrible death. You, a supremacy, broke the rules. The other supremacies will definitely not let you off. After Heavenly Heart lost contact with his clone, his face had been pale. Hee, whether I die or not is not up to you. However, I can decide whether you live or die. Lin Fei said indifferently, do you know why I didn't kill you? It's because I waited for your friends to come. Since I have already offended them, there's no difference between offending 1 or 2. What do you think? Heavenly Heart really didn't know who he had met. The Gate of Providence, the Divine Martial Building, and the Dragon sect had always been allies. This time, he had been schemed against. This was also what Heavenly Heart realized after calming down. It was obvious that his two allies were here to use him as a guinea pig to test the strength of this Aotian Lord. If he won, there would be no more trouble. If he lost, he could also test the limits of the other party's strength. In any case, he wouldn't lose anything. Two supremacies from the Divine Martial Building and the Dragon sect had come, making a total of 4 supremacies. This was a rather large lineup. A single supremacy could flatten a second-rate force. Even a first-rate force would have to treat 4 supremacies with extreme caution, not daring to show any neglect. Brother Heavenly Heart, you're really timid. You're a dignified sect leader, yet you still need our help. The Divine Martial Building supremacy sneered. The Dragon sect supremacies were naturally tall and burly, and they exuded a valiant aura. You can't say that. He's the sect master, and we've always been allies. Previously, we've watched from the sidelines for several decades. Now that Brother Qianxin is in trouble, we naturally have to go. This is to prevent others from speaking ill of us and causing a negative impact. Who would dare to form an alliance in the future? The other 2 supremacies nodded. These words were true. The Divine Martial Building and the Dragon sect didn't wish for their reputation to be affected. After all, they weren't like those demonic sects in the demonic motherland who killed cultivators all the time. They had a notorious reputation. They needed a good reputation. When they were halfway there, they received a piece of news. When the 4 supremacies saw it, their expressions changed and they looked at each other. From the looks of it, you're not normal anymore. Do you think this is true? The news was about the Gate of Providence. It was said that the Gate of Providence had suffered heavy losses. 3 out of the 4 supremacies had died. The sect leader of the Heavens sect was half dead and had become a captive in the hands of the Aotian Lord. The Gate of Providence was crippled. It must be fake. A supremacy of the physique tempering school can't be so powerful. The Dragon sect supremacy shook his head in disbelief. Brother Heavenly Heart, he's from the Earth sect. He's an expert in defense. Even if I were to fight him, I wouldn't be able to defeat him. At most, it would be a draw. Why don't we wait a little longer? All right. The news came one after another. The 4 supremacies were completely unnatural. Do you think we still have to go? Everyone felt uneasy. News of the Gate of Providence had started to spread in their circle of friends. Since that was the case, it couldn't be fake. Even Brother Heavenly Heart couldn't defeat him. I'm afraid the 4 of us won't be a match for him either. That's right, that's right. Why don't we return? That fellow destroyed the Gate of Providence. Who knows if he will come for revenge? I think we have to prepare in advance. That's right. The 4 supremacies immediately made a decision. They chose to return and not go to the Gate of Providence. The few supremacies who were on the way to the Gate of Providence also received the news. They also received the news. The sect leader of the Heavens sect is cheating us. Will we still be alive if we go? We're not going. We'll be doomed if we go. What? The Gate of Providence is crippled? Brother Heavenly Heart has become a captive as well? Then why are we still going? When the supremacies who came to help saw the news, they all cursed and turned to leave. They didn't dare to do such a thing. If they made a mistake, they might bring trouble upon themselves. The pitiful supremacy of the Heavens sect had been waiting. The supremacies who were usually on good terms with all disappeared one by one. During this period of time, 2 or 3 supremacies came. When they saw the captive supremacy Heavenly Heart from afar, they turned and ran without hesitation. Sigh, it seems like you don't have a good relationship with others. No one came to help. My hands are still itching, and I haven't even finished warming up. It seems like I can only beat you to death. Lin Fei shook his head and said with a disappointed expression. No, I remember now. The divine martial tower's supremacy Ziyang and supremacy Haoya are both friends of the Lord of Adversity. They were the ones who instigated him to deal with you. No matter how much supremacy Heavenly Heart hated Lin Fan, he still wanted to struggle at death's door. If you guys don't want to watch, then don't even think about getting any benefits. Chapter 28:59. Heavenly Heart's supremacy was counting on those people to help. However, his good friends retreated without any warning. Seeing that they didn't recognize him, Heavenly Heart's supremacy's heart sank to the bottom. A body-tempering supremacy easily broke into the Gate of Providence and slaughtered almost all the upper echelons. Who could afford to offend such a ruthless supremacy? At the moment of life and death, Heavenly Heart's supremacy couldn't care less. If the supremacies of the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon Sect hadn't besieged Long Yu the Great and disturbed the Ao Tian Lord's peaceful cultivation, they wouldn't have come knocking on his door. The Lord of Adversity had explained this matter clearly. They instigated it? Lin Fei frowned and laughed in his heart. Regardless of whether it was the Divine Martial Tower or the Dragon Sect, he would go knocking on their doors one by one. He had left Heavenly Heart's supremacy behind to have an excuse. He had a good reason to attack. Lin Fei wanted everyone to think that the Divine Martial Tower, the Gate of Providence, and the Dragon Sect had offended Ao Tian in the 10,000 Halls maze, which led to the subsequent troubles. No one would have thought that Lin Fei and Long Yu the Great were brothers. No one would have thought that Lin Fei, who came from the lower realm, would be related to the treasure in the Aquamoon Heavenly Grotto. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and swept through everything in the treasury of the Gate of Providence. If he didn't want these things, they would be given to outsiders. After all, the Gate of Providence didn't have a supremacy holding down the fort. Everything would become a fat piece of meat that anyone would want to take a bite out of. Lin Fei simply took everything. As for the supremacy's clones outside, he didn't care about them at all. The power of that staff was deliberately displayed by Lin Fei to tell everyone that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The Gate of Providence was the best proof. Lin Fei did not leave after looting. Instead, he stayed at the Gate of Providence for the night. Heavenly Heart's supremacy stood guard outside for the entire night. Even though he wasn't restrained, he didn't dare to leave. As long as the other party struck once, he would definitely die. Competing in speed with a body-tempering master? Heavenly Heart's Supreme Lord was even less confident. After losing a clone, his life and death were in the hands of this person. Even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Even if he had to struggle at death's door, he would still be alive. You're quite honest. I thought you would run away. Lin Fei came out lazily. Senior Proud Heaven, you must be joking. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. Heaven's Heart's supremacy really wanted to say, if not for the fact that my vitality is severely injured, I would have definitely run away. Who in the world would stand at the entrance stupidly? But, it's a pity that I don't have the guts to do so. It's good that you know. Lin Fei said indifferently, now, lead the way to the Divine Martial Tower. In the Divine Martial Tower, the array formation was activated, and everyone was on guard. Yesterday, outside the Gate of Providence, Heaven's Heart's Supreme Lord's words couldn't be hidden from the people present. Moreover, there was no lack of spies among the crowd, including those from the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon Sect. Heaven's Heart's supremacy really deserves to die. Even when he's about to die, he still dragged us into this. The 5 supremacies of the Divine Martial Tower sat together with gloomy expressions. The atmosphere was very stifling. They had all heard about what happened at the Gate of Providence. Including the sect master, 3 of the 4 supremacies were already dead. Only Heaven's Heart's Supreme Lord was left with half his life now. His life and death were all in the hands of the other party. If Heaven's Heart's Supreme Lord died, they didn't feel that it was a pity. But now that the powerful Ao Tian Lord was involved, the situation was completely different. The scene was sent back. Everyone watched it countless times, but there was nothing they could do. Ziyang, Haoya, I feel that you have to personally handle this matter. A supremacy looked at the 2 of them and said, this matter was caused by the 2 of you. Ever since something happened at the Gate of Providence, Supremacy Ziyang and Supremacy Haoye were the most uneasy. Last time, their avatars were killed, and now they had to fight their way here. They felt extremely sullen, and they hated Heaven's Heart's Supreme Lord even more. This was a scam. Even before death, he still wanted to scam them. This was the most shameless thing. You can't blame us for this. Supremacy Ziyang snorted coldly. We also wanted to eliminate the root of the problem. A potential enemy of the Supremacies has hatred for us. If we don't kill him now, when will we? Tower Master, what do you think? As the Tower Master, Supremacy Feng Wanli also had a headache. The current situation. This was definitely not something he wanted to see. I was the one who ordered them to hunt down the remnants of the heavenly water moon deity. The only thing I didn't expect was to encounter Ao Tian. In less than 100,000 years, he became a supremacy, and his strength isn't any weaker than a peak supremacy. He might even be stronger. This is something that no one expected. The moment Feng Wanli spoke, everyone stopped. The only thing we can do now is to find someone to make peace with. The other four supremacies sighed. There was no other way. The Gate of Providence had one less supremacy than them, and they had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of that Ao Tian Lord. Supremacy Heavenly Heart had even become his captive, hanging by a thread between life and death. We need to find the Dragon Sect. Behind them is the Massacre God Court. Supremacy Ziyang said, if the Dragon Sect doesn't care about this, there's no need for us to continue our alliance. Yes, we need to contact the Dragon Sect immediately. They have the Massacre God Court behind them. No matter how daring that Ao Tian is, he will still be afraid. Supremacy Haoye said solemnly. Feng Wanli shook his head. We need to contact the Dragon Sect, but we can't place all our hopes on them. We need to find someone else. Tower Master, are you planning to find someone from the Temporal Temple? Yes, they are the only ones who can suppress that Ao Tian. Feng Wanli nodded. They have always hoped for us to become a subsidiary power of the Temporal Temple. I believe they won't reject us. Even the Tower Master had spoken. They wouldn't have any objections. Divine Martial Tower Supremacy Ziyang, Supremacy Haoye, get out here. A loud rumbling sound reverberated in the sky above the Divine Martial Tower. The loud sound seemed to drill into their eardrums, reverberating non-stop. Not good, he is here. When Supremacy Ziyang and Supremacy Haoye heard the sound, their expressions changed, and a wave of fear instantly spread from the bottom of their hearts. This person was an invincible existence in the depths of their memories. Tower Master, quickly contact someone. His strength is too tyrannical. If we really fight, our array might not be able to stop him. The Gate of Providence is a good example. The supremacies were panicking. This ferocious person's strength was unfathomable, and he could sweep across supremacies of the same level. With the protection of the array, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Feng Wanli's expression was exceptionally ugly. Why did he really come? Why didn't he go to the Dragon Sect? He really thinks that our Divine Martial Tower is easy to bully. The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt. It seemed that the Divine Martial Tower was really easy to bully. Chapter 2860. Lin Fei and Heavenly Heart had already swaggered out of the Divine Martial Tower. All the heavenly gods in the Divine Martial Tower were shocked. He's really here. He's the Ao Tian Lord who single-handedly destroyed the Gate of Providence. He's so fierce. Does he really dare to come in? Is the Tower Lord here? The news of the Sect of Heavens had already spread here. Everyone knew how powerful the Ao Tian Lord was. He single-handedly destroyed the upper echelons of the Gate of Providence. All the heavenly gods felt uneasy. They could only hope that the Tower Lord would come and scare the other party away. They didn't have the guts to fight with this ferocious guy. Senior Ao Tian, Supreme Lord Ziyang and Supreme Lord Hao Lai are inside. They are counting on our Gate of Providence to make things difficult for you. They are strong, and our Gate of Providence is weak. We have no choice but to listen to them. Heavenly Heart couldn't care less. He might as well throw everything onto the divine martial tower. He didn't bother to conceal his voice, and it resounded in everyone's ears. The divine martial tower's experts wanted to curse. Shameless. Too shameless. Making things up out of nothing, this is completely slander. Lin Fei nodded. I already said that your gate of providence doesn't have the courage. Yes, yes. No matter how bold our gate of providence is, we wouldn't dare to go against Senior. How could we dare to become enemies with Senior? Heavenly Heart's supremacy nodded repeatedly. It was the divine martial tower that forced us to do so. The more Heavenly Heart's supremacy said this, the happier Lin Fei felt. No one would associate him with the Long Yu the Great. Divine Martial Tower, listen up. I'll give you 30 minutes to hand over Supreme Lord Ziyang and Supreme Lord Hao Lai. Once the time is up, I will personally destroy your Divine Martial Tower. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, and his voice was like a great bell. The Divine Martial Tower was uneasy. It's over, it's over. This ferocious guy wants to destroy the Divine Martial Tower. Too scary. If the Gate of Providence couldn't stop this monster, then the Divine Martial Tower probably won't be able to either. Heavenly Heart's supremacy also revealed a gloating expression. Bad luck for me. You should also prepare to be unlucky. He was ready to risk it all. As long as the Ao Tian Lord doesn't kill me, anything can be discussed. Slander? This was what he was best at. Even if it was white, he could turn it black. Feng Wanli, back then you wanted me to make things difficult for him. Why aren't you coming out now? Are you feeling uneasy? Back then, I was really blind to have allied with your Divine Martial Tower. In the end, you guys took all the good things, and I took all the bad things. You guys are too heartless. Heavenly Heart's supremacy kept on cursing. A supremacy's voice spread out without limit under deliberate circumstances. Those who didn't know already knew. He had heard what he didn't want to hear. Everyone's eyes widened. This news was too explosive. Leader, they're going too far. The High Lord of the Divine Martial Tower couldn't take it anymore. They did it on purpose. Heavenly Heart's supremacy is too shameless. Who gave him the guts to slander our Divine Martial Tower? Leader, let me go out and confront Heavenly Heart's supremacy. Supremacy Ziyang couldn't take it anymore. His face turned ashen. When did he mention this to Heavenly Heart's supremacy? Feng Wanli's mood fluctuated. Heavenly Heart's supremacy, you're really ruthless. If he didn't explain himself today, he believed that this explosive news would spread very quickly. At that time, the Divine Martial Tower would have to bear the blame. It can't be. Even the Ao Tian Lord can't take it anymore. Given how long Feng Wanli had known Heavenly Heart's supremacy, he was clear about his character. For him to scold Heavenly Heart's supremacy in public, there was an 80% to 90% chance that it was intentional. He wanted to smear the Divine Martial Tower. The more Heavenly Heart's supremacy scolded, the more fervent he became. All the grievances in his heart were vented on the Divine Martial Tower. In the entire heaven and earth, only Heavenly Heart's supremacy's voice remained. When he saw the Ao Tian Lord's praise, Heavenly Heart's supremacy's heart stirred. He was full of energy and started scolding again. He was like a shrew on the streets, without any dignity of a supremacy. Scold. Continue scolding. Senior Outyan, they are here. The leader is Tower Lord Feng Wanli. He is at the same cultivation realm as me. Heavenly Heart's supremacy immediately said. Brother Heavenly Heart, what do you mean by this? Feng Wanli brought a few higher-ups over. The moment they came over, they glared at Heavenly Heart's supremacy. They even had the thought of killing him. Heavenly Heart's supremacy was so shameless. I'm just stating a fact. Your Divine Martial Tower isn't fair. Ziyang, Haoya, this is what you asked us to do back then. Are you not going to admit it now? Heavenly Heart did not feel guilty at all as he spoke with a face full of resentment. You're slandering us. How could we ask you to do something that was difficult? Ziyang and Hao Lai retorted. Heavenly Heart's supremacy couldn't slander them. As supremacies, they still wanted their reputation. They didn't want to have a bad reputation. If that happened, they would be alone in the Saint Spirit domain. Anyway, you did it. I can only say that I've misjudged you. Heavenly Heart's supremacy said coldly. Stop pretending. I can see your faces clearly now. The two of you, stop talking. Feng Wanli stopped the two of them from continuing. No matter what, Heavenly Heart's supremacy was the sect master of the Gate of Providence. Ziyang and Hao Lai were weaker in terms of strength and influence. They would give people a preconceived impression. This should be the Ao Tian Lord. Feng Wanli cupped his hands towards Heavenly Heart's supremacy. I'm Feng Wanli from the Divine Martial Tower. Lin Fei chuckled and said, You heard what I said just now, right? Hand over Ziyang and Hao Lai, and your Divine Martial Tower will be fine. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Feng Wanli frowned slightly. He could tell that Heavenly Heart's supremacy was imposing. It was a tone that couldn't be rejected. To an expert who had always been in a high position, such a tone made him very uncomfortable. Ao Tian Lord, I feel that there must be some misunderstanding here. Ziyang and Hao Lai have unintentionally offended you. As the Tower Master, I'm willing to compensate you. As long as we can satisfy you, our Divine Martial Tower will do it immediately. Let's pretend that this matter is over. How about that? With the precedent of the Gate of Providence, Feng Wanli didn't dare to offend Heavenly Heart's supremacy. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows, and a vicious aura surfaced. What a good compensation. To think that you can even say such a thing. It has always been me who offends people. Who dares to offend me? However, all those who offend me end up being annihilated in the end. You can only hand over the two of them, and your Divine Martial Tower can still exist. Everything else is off the table. You only have 5 minutes. Supremacy Ziyang couldn't help but glare angrily at Heavenly Heart's supremacy. Your Excellency, aren't you being too overbearing? Back then, my clone died in your hands, and all the treasures belonged to you. Now, you're going too far. You should know that the Divine Martial Tower also has allies. Do you really think that you can dominate the world by yourself? The experts of the Saint Spirit domain aren't as simple as you think. Supremacy Hao Lai also came forward. It's his own business to offend you. It was indeed wrong of us to make a move against you, but we lost 2 clones. What else do you want? Lin Fei raised his eyelids. Who allowed you to speak to me like this? Whoosh. Chapter 2861. This strike was as fast as lightning, like a shadow following the body. It landed heavily on the Divine Martial Tower's formation, causing a huge ripple. Even though they were separated by the formation, the heavenly gods and supremacies of the Divine Martial Tower could feel the terrifying power of this strike. When did a supremacy of the body tempering school become so powerful? The heavenly gods who were in disbelief earlier were now staring with their eyes wide open. Everything was real. Not good, it's coming again. Another strike came, this time with true power. Everyone's hearts trembled. It was as if this rod had landed on their bodies, causing their hearts to palpitate with fear. Feng Wanli, a supremacy and the Divine Martial Tower's Tower Master, checked the array formation's consumption and took a deep breath. Just 2 attacks had consumed a large amount of energy. It was equivalent to more than 10 attacks from an ordinary supremacy. I can't let this go on. Once the formation's consumption couldn't keep up, it would definitely be broken by the opponent. At that time, the Divine Martial Tower would definitely suffer a great loss. Why aren't the people from the Temporal Temple here yet? Feng Wanli could only count on them now. Once the people from the Temporal Temple arrived, no matter how powerful this Ao Tian Lord was, they would definitely not dare to not give him face. But how could they persevere now? Suddenly, Feng Wanli's expression changed as he received a message. The people from the dragon sect had arrived. Great! The people from the dragon sect were backed by the massacre court. The three top forces should be able to suppress this Ao Tian Lord. This Ao Tian Lord, please wait. Do you know the consequences of offending the divine martial tower? When Lin Fei was about to attack for the third time, a loud voice came from afar. A red flame appeared, and a blazing aura rushed over. Boom! Another strike with the rod. Everyone's heart trembled again. The person who came was very fast, riding a red flame, and arrived at a place not far away. I am the elder of the dragon sect, Long Tianyu. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He was very burly, and his body was filled with an explosive aura. He wore a simple leather armor, revealing his sturdy muscles. It was a shocking sight to behold. Great, the elder of the dragon sect is here. No matter how bold he is, he might not dare to offend an elder of the dragon sect. I heard that all the elders with the surname Long in the dragon sect have inherited a portion of the divine dragon's bloodline without exception. They are exceptionally powerful. Now I can rest assured. The dragon sect's current reputation was average, but it was once a top force in the past. The experts surnamed Long all had the noble divine venerate's bloodline. It was rumored that once their descendants awakened the power of their bloodline, their strength would skyrocket, and it would be easy for them to enter the great venerate realm. Rumors were just rumors, but no one would look down on them. The disciples of the dragon sect were practically all violent people, and they were very protective of their own people. Are you here to stop the fight? Lin Fei asked lazily. Long Tianyu was a supremacy, and he was even more powerful than ordinary supremacies. He was most proficient in close combat, and he had unparalleled might. In the dragon sect, he was a warmonger. No, I'm just here to remind you that there's a limit to everything. Long Tianyu said condescendingly. The powerful energy around him tore through the void. The divine martial tower is an ally of our dragon sect. Do you think that's enough? Sky Heart's supremacy was a little scared. The people of the dragon sect were all lunatics, and none of them were to be trifled with. Long Tianyu was one of them. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. You're very arrogant. Many people gathered outside the divine martial tower to watch the show. In everyone's opinion, who would dare to be presumptuous when the divine martial tower's ally was here? Although the Ao Tian Lord was a physique tempering supremacy, he might not be able to defeat the dragon sect's physique tempering experts. He would most likely choose to retreat. However, his unexpected words completely shocked everyone. You're very arrogant. Did this guy not know how powerful Long Tianyu was? Feng Wanli, who was in the divine martial tower, revealed a smile. A youngster is indeed a youngster. He really thinks that his heavenly god body can suppress all the other heavenly god bodies. The dragon sect's dragon divine body is the scariest. The divine martial tower's strength was far inferior to the dragon sect's. The most terrifying thing was that the ancestor of the dragon sect had an ultimate god expert who dominated an era. In that era, that ultimate god expert was invincible and suppressed everything with his strength. Even now, the legend of that ultimate god expert was still passed down. No matter who it was, no one dared to look down on the dragon sect. Daring to speak like this to a supremacy of the dragon sect was an act of courting death. Impudent. High Lord Long Tianyu frowned and shouted. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of forces attacked, bringing with them a sharp whistling sound. The shock made everyone dizzy and bleed from their 7 orifices. This is a physique tempering secret killer move of the dragon sect. Feng Wanli recognized it at a glance. The dragon sect's elder Long is indeed not simple. Each of them is more powerful than the other. This kind of saint spirit secret skill can be easily learned. It is rumored that this kind of power can only be displayed with extreme strength. Lin Fei laughed and said, I've long heard that the dragon sect's physique tempering secret killer moves are unparalleled in the world. What I'm most proficient in is strength. It's a good opportunity to see who is stronger in your dragon sect. He swung his sky-splitting rod horizontally and drew a circle, setting off a huge whirlpool. Lin Fei's entire body charged forward. Whoosh! 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 The whirlpool was filled with a huge tearing force, twisting and forming a circular passageway. Dozens of sound beams were instantly shredded into pieces by the whirlpool. Rod to the sky. Lin Fei withdrew the whirlpool and smashed it toward the sky. Shadow follower. You want to compete with our dragon sect's divine body? How arrogant and ignorant. Long Tianyu was also angry. The trace of dragon blood in his body was extremely irritable. A junior dared to attack him. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Whoosh! Long Tianyu also took out a black iron rod. It looked ordinary and ordinary. He grabbed it with both hands and stood in the air. Bang! A violent sound shook the air. Metal and iron collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Long Tianyu blocked the opponent's rod. The qi and blood in his body churned. You really have some strength. No wonder you dare to fight your way up to the divine martial tower. Long Tianyu forcibly suppressed everything. Cracks appeared on his hands, which were rarely seen. The huge force had torn the web between his thumb and index finger. But this is still not enough. Long Tianyu shouted. His aura soared, and the void shattered. He swung the black iron rod in his hand, and a huge force was attached to the front of the iron rod. He smashed it toward the guy in front of him. The force was not inferior to his opponent's attack, and it was like a mountain pressing down on him. Lin Fei also wanted to test Long Tianyu's strength. He pointed the sky-splitting rod forward and collided with the opponent's black iron rod. The force followed the momentum and came one after the other. Humph, you dare to take my attack head-on? This is the dragon sect's 9-layered waves. The power is constantly overlapping, and it kills without leaving a trace. Chapter 2862. The dragon sect once had a physique-tempering ultimate god who dominated an era. Other ultimate gods of the same level were no match for him in a one-on-one fight. Even though that ultimate god was no longer around. The dragon sect still had its own heritage that ordinary people would not be able to use. For example, the physique-tempering saint spirit's secret technique. It was extremely difficult for outsiders to get their hands on it, but those were the most common in the dragon sect. Therefore, many physique-tempering experts in the saint spirit domain liked to join the dragon sect. If they could be given the surname Long, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. One move, 9-fold waves, was enough to make people feel a great threat. Wave after wave of energy invaded Lin Fei's body. It was his first time seeing the dragon sect's heritage. Long Tianyu did not stop. He closed in and spun the black iron rod in his hand, forming a huge whirlpool. He did not give Lin Fei any chance to catch his breath. The older, the wiser. Feng Wanli smiled. Ao Tian Lord is too young. His heritage is too far away from the dragon sect. Long Tianyu continued to attack his opponent. The black iron rod in his hand was like a black poisonous snake, giving everyone a great deal of pressure every time he swung it. A casual attack from him was unbearable. Ao Tian Lord, who seemed to be at a disadvantage, was actually able to withstand the attacks. It was beyond everyone's imagination. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had withstood an attack from a dragon sect expert. In everyone's opinion, his opponent would not be able to withstand Long Tianyu's full strength. They did not believe that a greenhorn could have any heritage. After all, the dragon sect had inherited the heritage of an ultimate god. In this aspect, who could compare to him? That was a top-notch figure who dominated an era. Good Lord, I've underestimated you. Long Tianyu was surprised for the first time. It was rare for someone to be able to withstand his attacks until now. Ordinary people would have been dead by now. Looks like I have to use my killer move. Long Tianyu felt that he had seen through his opponent. His divine body was not bad, but his strength had reached its limit. He was no match for him. Die. Long Tianyu's black iron rod left his hand. Black meteor. The black iron rod transformed into a black shadow. Like a black lightning bolt, it pierced through the space between the opponent's eyebrows. In the dragon sect, there was a powerful body refinement Holy Spirit killer move. Long Tianyu's figure also faded and became blurry, disappearing from everyone's sight. Ha ha ha, he's dead meat. Feng Wanli laughed. This move, Black Meteor Kill, could be considered a double killing move. Once this move was used, the opponent would definitely die. There was no other outcome. Well done. You destroyed the Gate of Providence. You deserve this. Supreme Lord Heavenheart also laughed sinisterly. This move was very famous in the Saint Spirit domain. It was a top-notch killing move among the 9th stage Saint Spirit domain, and it could kill 2 people with one move. Lin Fei's brows twitched. The energy field in front of him was torn apart. It was as if something had barged in. That black light directly appeared between his brows and kept drilling in. It was ferocious and domineering. You shouldn't have offended our dragon sect. A person walked in front of Lin Fei and said faintly. He then slammed his palm onto Lin Fei's chest. Crash. The black light pierced through Lin Fei's brows. Lin Fei also retreated. Long Tianyu used a double killing move like Black Meteor Kill, which could be considered as giving his opponent enough face. The terrifying power of this move would consume the opponent's boundless vitality. For a body refinement cultivator, the more vitality was consumed, the greater the reduction in strength. Looks like he's injured. The experts of the dragon sect have always been powerful. They live up to their reputation. That move just now was too fast. It seems to contain a trace of space. It's not easy to block. Facing that move, many people shook their heads. In fact, some Supreme Lords even felt helpless. They couldn't find a way to resist this move. This move was completely an offensive killing move, and it couldn't be blocked. Aotian, I can see that you're quite strong. If you're willing to become my servant, I can spare your life. Long Tianyu rushed forward again, and the shadow of the rod descended. Lin Fei seemed to be injured. In fact, the injury was very light, and he didn't consume much vitality. If that was your strongest move just now, then you've disappointed me. Lin Fei suddenly laughed out loud. You're quite strong. If you don't want to die, then you'll be able to kill me. If you don't want to die, I can accept you as my servant. Lin Fei had seen Long Tianyu's strength. The other party was indeed very strong. He was at least 3 to 5 times stronger than the reckless savage Supreme Lord, but compared to Lin Fei, there was still a huge gap. Arrogant. Long Tianyu was so angry that he laughed. Black Meteor Kill. Once again, he used a powerful killing move to consume the other party's vitality. But this time, the legendary Long Tianyu's brows suddenly shook, and a black shadow suddenly appeared. It was actually a long black rod. It was indeed like a spear, and it pierced through his brows. I wanted to try it the last time, so I let you hit me. Do you really think I'm a fool to use the same move again? The sky splitter rod twisted, and a flood of power surged over. His body exploded on the spot. You know Black Meteor Kill, but I know it too. After reconstructing his body, Long Tianyu had a bad feeling. When he used the Saint Spirit's secret technique, his body was actually shuttling back and forth, and it also contained a trace of spatial means, making it difficult for outsiders to detect any traces. But under such circumstances, he was stabbed by the other party's rod. Before he could figure it out, the other party actually used the Black Meteor Kill move. A black stream of light attacked. Long Tianyu didn't have time to think. He held the black iron rod in his hand and waved it around. Just as he started waving it, the black stream of light pierced through his brows, and that person appeared. A palm hit his chest, and with a boom, his body shattered. How was it? How was my move? Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. From afar, Long Tianyou's face was a little pale. Where did you learn that the black meteor kill? Lin Fei said lazily, you taught me personally. Do you think I can learn such a powerful secret technique? I really have to thank you. What powerful moves do you have? Use them to your heart's content. I taught you, how is that possible? Long Tianyu was about to go crazy. How did he learn it in such a short time? This isn't normal. Nothing is impossible. The sky splitter rod swept over, and a black shadow flashed by. Long Tianyu was smashed. This is my strength, what do you think? Long Tianyou's body was smashed by the rod. Just now, it was a complete suppression of strength. At this moment, he completely panicked and turned to run. That's impossible. Our divine dragon body is the strongest. Chapter 2863. Lin Fei did not give chase. Go back and tell that Long Outian of your dragon sect that I don't like people with the same name as me. If he dares to have this name again, I'll personally pay him a visit. Long Tianyu didn't dare to stay any longer. Run. 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 It could be said that he was running for his life. There was no longer a trace of arrogance on his face. His opponent's strength was completely above his. Long Tianyu knew that he had become a big joke. What trump card? What high-level Holy Spirit secret technique of the dragon sect? They were all a joke. Elder Long. The smile on Feng Wanli's face froze. He looked at the back of Long Tianyu, who was running away. The words Elder Long were stuck in his throat. He felt bitter and powerless. How could this be? A sense of powerlessness filled Feng Wanli's body. That was Feng Wanli's hope. The dragon sect was an ally of the divine martial tower, so it was only natural that it had something important to it. However, such an ally was actually unable to defeat that Ao Tian, and had even turned around and fled. Is the divine martial tower really finished? No, there's still the temporal temple. This was Feng Wanli's only hope. Boom! An enormous black shadow attacked, and after a loud noise, the divine martial tower's heavenly deity powerhouses heard cracking sounds, and they quickly discovered that the eye of the formation had been damaged. No, Feng Wanli screamed in panic. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several black shadows followed closely behind. Crack 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 crack. The crisp cracking sound was extremely ear-piercing. The formation is broken. The divine martial tower's array formation couldn't withstand such an overbearing attack and couldn't keep up with the energy replenishment. The divine martial tower's array formation collapsed in front of everyone. Now that your ally Long Tianyu has run away, let's see who can help you now. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold as he stared at Supremacy Ziyang and Supremacy Hao Lai. Do you really think that the divine martial tower can stop me? A strike to the sky. Lin Fei rushed forward. The sky-splitting rod, this elemental energy weapon, exploded with a corresponding power. It directly exploded in Feng Wanli's position, setting off a huge energy storm. In just a moment, the entire region seemed to shatter. The exalts and heavenly gods were instantly annihilated. When Feng Wanli and the other reverends recovered, their faces were abnormally pale. It was unstoppable. Only when they truly encountered it did they know what it felt like to be powerless. Run! Those heavenly deity powerhouses lost their lives with a single strike of the rod. Their vigorous vitality didn't even have time to recover before they were completely annihilated. Only the supremacies could withstand this wave of attack. Supreme Lord Ziyang and Supreme Lord Hao Lai ran in different directions. If he didn't run now, he would be dead. That crushing blow was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. It was simply too powerful, and it was terrifyingly powerful. It was on a completely different level. His combat prowess was no less than that of a great sovereign lord. The 5 supremacies of the divine martial tower didn't have the confidence to fight. The battle collapsed. The sky splitter rod in Lin Fei's hand transformed into a black stream of light that swept toward Supremacy Ziyang. Supremacy Ziyang was fast, but the elemental energy divine weapon was even faster. It appeared from the void and wrapped itself around Supremacy Ziyang. Master, save me. Supreme Lord Ziyang had no way of resisting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The elemental energy divine weapons were wildly plundering the life essence. After a round trip, Supreme Lord Ziyang came out. His aura was extremely weak, and it was no different from being on the verge of death. You devil! Supreme Lord Ziyang became extremely terrified. He looked at Lin Fei with fear in his eyes, and his body was trembling. Lin Fei coldly snorted and slapped down with his palm. Supreme Lord Ziyang would be annihilated. Senior, I am blocking Supreme Lord Hao Lai. In the distance, Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart acted like a lackey as he restrained Supreme Lord Hao Lai shamelessly. Lin Fei's lips curled up as he chased after Supreme Lord Hao Lai. Outyan, don't even think of dealing with Supreme Lord Hao Lai. Feng Wanli attacked from behind. The other two supremacies also tried to restrain him. Lin Fei turned around and swung his rod, sending them flying. Don't kill me, I am willing to give up everything. Supreme Lord Hao Lai looked at him and struggled even more intensely. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart was slightly stronger, and he was suppressing Supreme Lord Hao Lai. He was unable to shake off Supreme Lord Hao Lai and could only watch as Supreme Lord Hao Lai caught up. Not bad, you still have some use. Lin Fei caught up and looked at Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart indifferently. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart's back was drenched in sweat as he squeezed out an ugly smile. This is what I should do. Then I will spare your life first. A Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart could be killed or not. It was all up to Lin Fei. Many thanks, Senior. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart finally felt relieved. Unknowingly, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Facing such a strong enemy, he would not dare to act recklessly even if he was given 100 guts. I will fight it out with you. Supreme Lord Hao Lai gave up on struggling. He turned around and used a suicidal move, choosing to commit suicide. Boom! A horrifying energy swept out. A Supreme Lord chose to commit suicide. How horrifying was that? Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all life auras were swept away. Hao Lai. Feng Wanli had the Emperor's intent protecting him, but he also suffered a certain impact. He could only watch as everything happened. In the blink of an eye, two Supreme Lords had fallen. Right now, his only disappointment was that Supreme Lord Hao Lai had died in the self-detonation. This was also something that Feng Wanli was happy about. If this person didn't die, he would be a nightmare for the Divine Martial Tower. The horrifying aura started to dissipate. The three Supreme Lords of the Divine Martial Tower stared at it. He must die. The three of them thought silently. The faraway region turned into ashes. In such a place, a black-clothed man stood in the sky, holding a person in his hand. He didn't look like he was in a bad state. He didn't die. That person was Ao Tian Lord. Lin Fei looked back with cold eyes. Your Divine Martial Tower is not bad. You even used self-detonation. Unfortunately, you still can't kill me. Swish. Lin Fei passed through the void and arrived at the Divine Martial Tower. Come out. With a big hand, he reached into a building of the Divine Martial Tower. After a loud rumble, a large part of the building was turned into ruins. Two figures came out from below. Tower Lord, save us. We admit defeat. Don't kill us. I am willing to be your servant. Both of them were clones. Lin Fei smiled coldly. You even dared to self-detonate. Why are you afraid of death? Your old friends are already dead. What's the point of you continuing to live? With a thought, the big hand exerted force and crushed the two. At this point, another two Supreme Lords had died. The Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower had lost 5 Supreme Lords in succession. The entire Divine Martial Tower was wailing. Feng Wanli's body almost went limp. He watched as the two Supreme Lords' clones were killed in front of him. Other than anger, there was helplessness. A casual blow from the other party could make him, the Tower Lord, unable to break through the other party's blockade. The difference was like heaven and earth. Feng Wanli would never forget this scene. What had been a small matter back then had turned into this. It was completely beyond Feng Wanli's expectations. This person was a madman. 5 Supreme Lords. From now on, in the Saint Spirit world, which Supreme Lord would dare to offend this Ao Tian Lord? Lin Fei stood still. Chapter 2864. Supremacy. Tianxin stood at the side uneasily. He felt a little proud of his quick thinking. Otherwise, he would have become a lifeless corpse. Everything was in the past. What supremacy? What supremacy? What heavens will sect leader? Fortunately, he did the right thing at the crucial moment. Feng Wanli, I welcome you to take revenge. Remember, bring more people. It's best if you bring 8 to 10 people. Otherwise, it will be very boring. Lin Fei did not attack again. The number of supremacies in the Saint Spirit domain was limited. He believed that if he continued killing like this, he might step on a certain line. After killing Supremacy Ziyang and Supremacy Haoye, he would have completed his mission. The rest could be discussed later. I don't dare. Feng Wanli suppressed the anger in his heart. He could not afford to offend this person. 5 supremacies could not stop him. 8 to 10 might not succeed. They only have themselves to blame for offending you, Your Excellency. Feng Wanli only hoped that this ruthless person would not attack the Divine Martial Tower anymore. If things went wrong, the Divine Martial Tower might really be removed from the Divine Martial Tower. He had no choice but to lower his head. After killing 5 supremacies, the reputation that Lin Fei needed would definitely spread in the Saint Spirit domain. The factions that knew would definitely not provoke him again. There was no hurry to leave the Divine Martial Tower. Lin Fei left, leaving behind a silhouette. Senior Outyan, wait for me. Once Lin Fei left, Feng Wanli looked at Heavenly Heart Supremacy with murderous intent. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was so frightened that he hurriedly chased after him. Feng Wanli, you better behave yourself. Don't have any ideas. Otherwise, the Divine Martial Tower will regret it. Master, the High Lord's life force is very strong. You killed 5 of them in a row, and your efficiency is much higher. If you were to kill another 100 or 200 of them, your proud celestial body 8th layer can reach the peak. The little devil urged. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Oh my God. Do you want me to become the public enemy of the Saint Spirit domain? Even the devil of the demonic empire would not dare to kill so many supremacies. Didn't you see them hiding? No matter how much courage Lin Fei had, he wouldn't dare. More than 100 supremacies. What a joke. Senior Proud Heaven, wait for me. I'm willing to be at your beck and call. Supremacy Heavens will caught up and said with a fawning look. What a joke. If he didn't suck up to him now, when would he get the chance? Just by looking at the people from the Divine Martial Tower, Heavenly Heart Supremacy believed that the Divine Martial Tower must hate him to death. In addition, the Heavens will Sect's vitality had been greatly damaged. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was a rotten tree that couldn't support itself. He wouldn't even know when he would be plotted against. Even if the Ao Tian Lord had killed the Lord of Adversity, Supreme Lord Tianxin would not feel any hatred towards him. If he had not made the right choice at the crucial moment and was willing to offend the Divine Martial Tower, he would have been dead by now. Heavenly Heart's Supreme Lord wouldn't have been able to withstand the wave of self-destruction just now. At the crucial moment, it was Ao Tian Lord who pulled him back and forcefully withstood the self-destruction. Heavenly Heart Supremacy didn't even dare to imagine that he could withstand the explosion so easily. Lin Fei glanced at Empyrean Heart, you are quite smart. It seems like saving your life wasn't in vain. Senior Outyan, my life is yours. I am very happy to do things for you. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart had placed himself in a very low position. He had never seen a supremacy of the body tempering school that could be so tyrannical. He even suspected that this supremacy had the combat power of a great supremacy. Not bad. You are very suitable to be a lackey. Lin Fei laughed. Yes, yes. I am a lackey. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart nodded repeatedly. Senior Aotian, what do you need to do? Feel free to instruct me. I will do it immediately. Make a trip to the dragon sect and tell them to send reckless savage supremacy here. Also, remind Long Aotian to change his name so that I won't be in a bad mood and kill him. Lin Fei said, once this is done, you will be my lackey. Tell them to consider it in 3 days. Dragon sect? Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart's scalp went numb. That place was filled with a bunch of lunatics. Why? Are you not willing? Lin Fei frowned. I will go. I will go immediately. Supreme Lord Heavenly Heart did not dare to stay any longer. He headed straight for the dragon sect. Even if that group of lunatics were to offend such a ruthless person for reckless savage supremacy. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Long Aotian will be the last. Long Tianyo's strength is equivalent to 3 supremacies. The dragon sect will definitely not hand over a supremacy with the surname Long. Reckless savage supremacy is much simpler. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to deal with the last Long Aotian. After Lin Fei left the divine martial tower, news about Ao Tian Lord spread like wildfire, especially in the circle of supremacies. Almost all of them were talking about Ao Tian Lord. The battle scene recorded at the scene was also spread. Anyone who saw this scene sucked in a breath. This supremacy of the body tempering school was ridiculously strong. Is he a great supremacy? It can't be. Even a self-detonation couldn't hurt that Ao Tian Lord. This is crazy. The Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower are really unlucky. They actually offended such a ruthless person. I heard that someone from the Dragon sect also offended the Ao Tian Lord. I wonder if he will go. That place is filled with a bunch of lunatics. All kinds of news spread like wildfire. Ao Tian Lord's name immediately became the headline of the Saint Spirit world. He suppressed all the other supremacies and immediately became an influential figure. In a short time, he killed 5 supremacies. Even a self-detonation couldn't kill him. Such a body-tempering school supremacy's combat strength was almost equivalent to a great supremacy's. If it wasn't the combat strength of a great supremacy, who else would have such powerful strength? But was it possible for such a young great supremacy? However, everyone knew that in a one-on-one fight, there were really not many supremacies who could beat him. Perhaps only a few heaven-defying geniuses could. Divine Martial Tower. A pile of ruins. Feng Wanli arranged for people to clean up the Divine Martial Tower. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I'm late. In the void, 3 figures came out. One of them looked at the Divine Martial Tower and said apologetically with his hands cupped. Brother Ding, I'm sorry. Feng Wanli didn't dare to put on airs. I just hate that person for being too arrogant and not being able to properly welcome the 3 of you. Only the people of the Temporal Temple could make Feng Wanli put down his airs. This person really deserves to die. Ding Yun said sternly. He heard that the Divine Martial Tower had sent a message from Feng Wanli. He came immediately after revealing that he was relying on the Temporal Temple, but he was still a step too late. Ding Yun could see the unconcealable anger on Feng Wanli's face. Brother Ding, the Divine Martial Tower is willing to rely on the Temporal Temple. I only hope that you can help me vent my anger and take revenge for Ziyang, Hao Lai, and those innocent sky gods. Feng Wanli said in a low voice. This was a grievance that Feng Wanli couldn't swallow. As a member of the Temporal Temple, Ding Yun had always been interested in the Divine Martial Tower. Now that he had taken the initiative to come to them, although his strength would be damaged, he still had 3 supremacies. It would be better if he could rope them in. Chapter 2865. The Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower had suffered great losses. 5 supremacies had fallen, and their bodies and clones had been destroyed. News of his brutal method spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. Countless people were curious about this Aotian lord. Which faction did he belong to? His cultivation speed was too fast. The most unfathomable thing about him was the celestial god physique that he cultivated. This was a heaven god body that Jianghu had never seen before. It was not inferior to the top-notch heaven god body that was circulated in the Saint Spirit domain. Even the self-destruction of a High Lord wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Everyone was clear about one thing, and that was that there was a very powerful person with great potential in the body refinement world. If things went well, he might even have the qualifications to fight against the Temporal Temple's Exalt Kongwen. Dragon Sect. This was a sect with a strong foundation. A guest had arrived. Supreme Lord Tianxin of the Gate of Providence. The news of Heavenly Heart's supremacy shamelessly relying on others had also spread throughout the circle of supremacies. He had become the lackey of Aotian Lord. Tianxin Supreme Lord, you still have the guts to come to our dragon sect? Aren't you afraid that the disciples of our dragon sect will tear you apart? Although Empyrean Heart entered, he subconsciously shivered when he saw those sinister gazes. Everyone knew that the heavenly deities of the dragon sect were all madmen, a bunch of unreasonable fellows. However, when he thought of the Aotian Lord behind him, Heavenly Heart's Supreme Lord felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. Everyone, I'm just an errand boy. I know that your dragon sect is powerful, and I'm not afraid of you tearing me apart. In any case, if I die, someone will be angry, and at that time, the unlucky ones will definitely be you. Exalted Lord Heavenly Heart said indifferently. I believe that Elder Long Tianyu should be the one who understands this the most. Am I right? Elder Long Tianyu was there as well. When he heard that, his face turned ashen. This was something that he could not forget the most. As an elder of the dragon sect, he was actually suppressed by a junior. Even now, he still had a lingering fear of the might of that staff strike. If he could, he would rather die than fight with Yi Futian. There were a total of 8 elders with the surname Long, and all of them were supremacies. A sect with 8 supremacies. How powerful was that? They looked down on Empyrean Heart Supreme Lord's betrayal, but they couldn't resist the person behind him. After Long Tianyu returned, he recounted the entire process in detail. The Dragon Sect Supreme Lord's expression didn't look too good. He was truly provoked. A dignified elder was injured by a single strike? You don't want to admit it. But the injuries on Long Tianyu's body proved this point. When Heavenly Heart's supremacy came knocking on their door, they actually wanted to rip him apart. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have been in so much trouble. Tian Xian, if the person behind you really doesn't have anything to worry about, he would have already killed his way here. Why would he let you come here? Does he really think that our dragon sect is easy to bully? An arrogant middle-aged man sitting in the lower seat said. This person was Long Outyan, a very domineering name. Yeah, our dragon sect is not afraid of that Aotian Lord. You're quite capable. Let them come. The supremacies of the dragon sect were all cultivation maniacs. Even if Long Tianyu was injured, they still believed that they could fight. Although Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord's heart was trembling, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to control themselves and attack. He tried his best to act calm and smiled coldly. Your dragon sect is indeed very powerful, but what about the others? They aren't as strong as you, and it's the same for you. Do you think that the 2 of you can defeat my master? I'm afraid that the 8 of you will have to work together. But can you guarantee that you can kill my master? You can't possibly be together every day. If there's any carelessness, I feel that the 8 of you will die. Long Tianyu should know that. Long Tianyu nodded slightly. Are you threatening us? Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord said solemnly, I'm not threatening you. I'm just reminding you not to make the wrong choice. The supremacies of the dragon sect were very angry. They couldn't wait to kill Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord. But when they thought of that Aotian Lord behind them, even though they knew that he was using his connections to intimidate others, they didn't dare to make a move. Just like what they said, they weren't confident that they could stop that Aotian Lord. It might be possible if the 8 of them worked together, but could they guarantee that they could kill him? Even they couldn't guarantee that they could really kill him. You're right, but does that Aotian lord dare to make a move? Long Wuhan, who hadn't spoken all this while, smiled. Our dragon sect isn't as glorious as it was in the past, but he can't fight against us alone. Moreover, we still have the massacre court. Has your master made his decision? Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord spread his hands. That means that we can't talk anymore. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. As for what my master will do, I don't know. But I have to remind everyone that my master is still young. Back then, he dared to go to the massacre court alone to kill people. Now that he's strong enough, what do you think he will do? I'm also the one who took the initiative to talk to everyone. Do you think that it's worth it for reckless savage lord? As he spoke, Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord stood up and pretended to leave. Long Wuhan indeed thought that the Aotian Lord wouldn't dare to make a move. Not to mention the dragon sect's strength, just the massacre court alone was enough to make him hesitate. Once he made a move, he would offend both the dragon sect and the massacre court. No matter how arrogant the other party was, he wouldn't dare to make a move. But Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord's last sentence moved Long Wuhan. That Aotian Lord was still young. A young man, full of mettle. Moreover, the other party's strength was limitless. After all, he was a great supremacy. Whether it was real or fake, he couldn't afford to be careless. Tens of thousands of years ago, if he wasn't a supremacy, he dared to go to the massacre court to kill people and even challenged a supremacy. It was enough to show that he was a decisive person. Brother Heavenly Heart, since you're here, why leave? Let's talk. Long Wuhan hurriedly stood up. All of you can leave first. Once the family head spoke, the other supremacies left reluctantly. Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord sat down again. There's no one else here. If you have something to say, just say it. Long Wuhan went straight to the point. Long Wuhan wasn't willing to have a big battle with the Aotian Lord. The dragon sect couldn't afford such a loss. In their generation, there was almost no one who had activated their bloodline, so their strength increased very slowly. This was also the reason why they relied on the massacre court. There were still many forces eyeing them covetously, so they had to be careful. Long Wuhan really wasn't willing to fight with the Aotian Lord for the sake of a reckless savage supremacy. It didn't matter if they lost a supremacy. But if they lost an elder with the surname Long, it would really hurt their vitality. Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord was secretly pleased. In the past, when the Gate of Providence was at its peak, Long Wuhan also looked down on him. Among the 3 alliances, the Gate of Providence was the weakest. Chapter 2866. This was the first time Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord felt so good. Even though he had the strength of a Supreme Lord, in such a huge Saint Spirit world, with his little strength, if he met some powerful Supreme Lords, he wouldn't even know how he died. Long Wuhan was also at the Supreme Lord realm, but he was far from what Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord could contend against. This was the first time Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord was able to speak like this. All of this was brought about by the Aotian Lord. Reckless Savage Lord is indeed at fault in this matter. If we hand him over like this, where will our dragon sect put its face? Long Wuhan frowned. My master said that as long as we see him, everything can be discussed. Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord said, as for whether he's dead or alive, it means a lot, don't you think so? Even though he didn't like Heavenly Heart Supreme Lord now, he had to say that what he said made sense. We have to discuss this matter properly. No problem. Long Wuhan finally agreed. Long Wuhan didn't dare to risk the entire dragon sect for reckless savage lord. This matter was caused by him. Moreover, he was just a consecrator, not as important as an elder. It didn't matter if he gave up on one. Long Wuhan didn't dare to take the risk. That Aotian Lord was young and full of youthful vigor. Once he felt that the dragon sect didn't give him face, it would be normal for him to kill them. The Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower's array formation couldn't stop him, and their dragon sect's array formation might not be able to either. You can never underestimate the terror of a body-tempering school supreme lord. Handing over reckless savage lord in front of them was definitely not possible. They had to use some tricks. For example, making reckless savage lord leave. At that time, no matter what happened, everything would be fine. Even the dragon sect could even put on a show for everyone to see. At that time. Good, I'll be good, everyone will be good. On a dark and windy night, reckless savage lord left the dragon sect, escorted by 2 dragon sect supreme lords. In name, they were sending him to the massacre court. When he reached there, even if the Aotian lord had 100 guts, he might not dare to make a move. In a no-fly zone, the dragon sect's 2 high lords made a move and injured the reckless savage high lord. The other party didn't expect that the dragon sect's high lords would make a move. The reckless barbaric supremacy was extremely furious. He kept on fleeing. In the end, he encountered Lin Fei, who had been waiting for a long time and was beaten to death. The remaining avatars naturally didn't have a good ending. As soon as one side died, the other side immediately took action. This matter. Go back and tell your sect leader, Long Wuhan, that it's best if he changes his name. If I find out about it again, I'll pay him a visit personally. Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, said lightly. The 2 elders of the dragon sect felt great pressure. This person was very strong. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. The 2 of them left with sullen expressions. No matter how uncomfortable they felt in their hearts, they could only suppress it. Reckless savage sovereign had been blown apart in just a few moves. He couldn't be any more dead. All right, you can go now. Heavenly Heart Supremacy was considered one of them. If he really left, who knew what the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon Sect would do after they found out about the truth? Will he come to take revenge on me? This point. He couldn't guarantee it. Master, I'm begging you. Take me with you. Heavenly Heart Supremacy couldn't care so much anymore and shouted shamelessly. You're quite eloquent. Lin Fei said lightly, when did I become your master? Heavenly Heart Supremacy shivered, Master, I'm really willing to be your servant. A person like you definitely needs someone to order around. I think I'm up to the task. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and released his aura. Aren't you worried that I'll kill you? You should know that killing a supremacy like you is as easy as flipping my hand. If Master wanted to kill me, I would have died long ago. I'm willing to serve Master like a dog. Heavenly Heart Supremacy knelt down. Lin Fei didn't expect Heavenly Heart Supremacy to be so shameless. A supremacy's servant was not bad. I still have things to do. Go back and wait at the Gate of Providence. I'll contact you if anything happens. Lin Fei asked for the contact signal. If someone comes to find trouble with you, you can tell them my name. Thank you, Master. I'll definitely wait at the Gate of Providence. Heavenly Heart Supremacy completely relaxed when he heard what he wanted the most. He finally had a strong backer. After killing Supremacy Man Lin Fei's mission to avenge his master was 2/3 completed. Only Long Outyen was left. He could definitely kill his way to the Dragon Sect now, but he would have to face the Dragon Sect's all-out counterattack. They might already be prepared. There was a chance, but it would be troublesome. Lin Fei decided to wait a little longer. This matter couldn't be rushed. The name Ao Tian Lord had spread in the Saint Spirit domain. He would have an identity and wouldn't be too conspicuous. Whoosh! 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 He traversed through the void. Without any warning, the void started to distort, and a powerful force surged over. Lin Fei immediately took out his sky-splitting rod and swung it in front of him. The surrounding void started to change. A moment later, he found himself in a desert. The surroundings were quiet. People of the Temporal Temple, come out. Lin Fei said calmly to the desert. Pa pa pa. Amazing. You actually know that we did it. Ding Yun came out of the void with 2 people beside him. They all looked at the black-clothed man. It was the Aotian Lord who had caused an uproar in the Saint Spirit domain. Lin Fei laughed and said, "To be able to bring me to another place uncontrollably, this involves the aspect of space. In the entire Saint Spirit world, only your temporal temple has the ability to control time and space. Who else could it be? Let's get straight to the point." Ding Yun admired Paragon Lord Ao Tian's calmness. After all, if an ordinary person knew that the temporal temple had come knocking on their door, who would be able to sit still? "You're calmer than I thought. No wonder you dared to attack the Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Tower," Ding Yun said. "I'm here on behalf of the temporal temple. I feel that it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why don't you let me be the middleman? How about you shake hands with Feng Wanli? After all, it would be such a pity if a body-tempering supremacy like you were to fall. The Divine Martial Tower surrendered to you. Are you here to stand up for them?" Lin Fei heard the crux of the matter. "That's right. Feng Wanli surrendered to our temporal temple," Ding Yun admitted. "You slapped the Divine Martial Tower's face. Our temporal temple is obligated to stand up for them. I see that it's not easy for you to cultivate. You should know how to give up. Therefore, I'll give you a chance. Join our temporal temple. It's a good thing for you." Chapter 2867. Ding Yun was rather interested in the Ao Tian Lord who had appeared recently. As one of the top 3 forces in the Saint Spirit world, the temporal temple had many experts, but they also needed various supremacies. The better the potential, the more they liked them. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Ao Tian first appeared, the temporal temple had already noticed him. Afterwards, someone commented that Ao Tian would definitely become a supremacy in 100,000 years, and his combat power should be at the 2nd stage of the supremacy rank, or even close to the 1st stage. This was also a small classification among the supremacies. Ordinary supremacies were at the 3rd stage, and the more powerful ones were at the 2nd stage. A person at the 2nd stage could fight 3 to 4 supremacies without being defeated, and a person at the 1st stage was even stronger. However, they underestimated Ao Tian. In less than 100,000 years, when he appeared again, he did something spectacular, suppressing the Gate of Providence and the Divine Martial Building, and slaughtering 5 supremacies. His main yuan was completely destroyed. This was incredible. Reaching the supremacy realm in less than 100,000 years, the temporal temple did some research and came to a shocking conclusion. This Ao Tian Lord must have cultivated a top-notch heavenly god physique cultivation technique. Even though he was only at the supremacy realm, he was already comparable to those peak supremacies. The conclusions drawn by the temporal temple usually wouldn't be too far off. Such a supremacy had to be roped in. Once he reached the great supremacy realm in a few 100,000 years, he would be comparable to at least 3 to 4 great supremacies, or even 5 to 6. Ding Yun didn't hesitate to come personally. Hearing this, he naturally thought that Lin Fei was afraid of the temporal temple. Ding Yun was secretly delighted. Ao Tian, you are a talent, a top-notch talent. The temporal temple welcomes people like you to join us. After this, be it the Gate of Providence, the Divine Martial Building, or even the Dragon Sect, they wouldn't dare to say anything, let alone have any thoughts of revenge. To Ding Yun, the death of 5 supremacies wasn't a big deal. If Ao Tian Lord were to join the temporal temple, it would be equivalent to having a first-rate close combat expert. At the very least, he would be able to suppress 7 to 8 ordinary reverends. I appreciate the temporal temple's kind intentions, but I don't like to be restricted. I've always been a free person, so don't mention anything about recruiting me. If I want to join a force in the future, I'll definitely contact you immediately. Lin Fei said indifferently, tactfully declining the offer. For the current Lin Fei, the 3 major powers still had a certain amount of pressure, unless Heaven-proud Heaven stepped into the 9th level. He had actually rejected the temporal temple's recruitment. Ding Yun wondered if he had heard wrongly. He had personally come to recruit him. The gazes of the 2 people behind him also became strange. There was really someone who could reject the temporal temple's invitation. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, there were so many formidable martial artists who wanted to join the temporal temple. Now, a junior had rejected it without even thinking? This was a huge blow to Ding Yun, who had always thought that the Aotian Lord would readily join the temporal temple as soon as he appeared. Outrageous. This was too outrageous. How could he reject them? Sir Aotian, I hope you can think about it carefully. After all, the temporal temple is not an ordinary force, and there are many people who can't join. Ding Yun said while suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart. Lin Fei's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a vicious aura surged from his body. It was as if a ferocious beast had appeared. Can I take it that this is a threat? Ding Yun and the other two instantly felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they were being stared at by a terrifying ferocious beast. It seemed like if they gave a bad answer, this person would make a move. What a terrifying killing intent. Ding Yun was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. This was truly a fella who would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Ding Yun squeezed out a smile. Our temporal temple is a peak power, so we naturally wouldn't do such things. If it was an ordinary person, Ding Yun would have already made a move. However, this was a body tempering style supremacy who could become a great supremacy. Ding Yun didn't dare to be careless. If he failed to recruit him, the other party would bear a grudge, which would be a huge threat to the temporal temple. Lin Fei smiled. I thought that your temporal temple wanted to use your power to threaten me. If that's the case, I don't mind exterminating you on the spot. In any case, I'm just a single person. I can wander to the ends of the earth without fear of being killed by you. Ding Yun didn't doubt the other party's words. He was really capable of doing it. Since Sir Aotian isn't willing, we will meet again in the future. Ding Yun was straightforward. He brought the two of them and left. Lin Fei looked at their disappearing figures. This person really knows how to endure. I thought he would make a move. It would be nice to see how powerful the temporal temple is. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Since the temporal temple failed to recruit him, they will probably make a move in the dark. Hee, I wonder how many experts they will lose. Lin Fei drilled into the void. Deacon Ding, why did you let him go? One of the middle-aged supremacies asked after they had gone far away. Ding Yun coldly said, Bastard, didn't you see it clearly? If we make a move, we will die immediately. Do you think you are Aotian's opponent? Or do you think he doesn't dare to kill you? The three of them were all deacons. In the temporal temple, their status wasn't low. The other two deacons were extremely dissatisfied with Ding Yun's actions. There had never been anyone who dared to reject the temporal temple's recruitment. They didn't even need to show themselves. With just a message, they would come over eagerly. This was the first time they had suffered a setback. A body-tempering supremacy actually dared to reject their invitation. He wasn't putting the temporal temple in his eyes. He wasn't giving them, the deacons, any face at all. Would he dare to make a move? As they said this, the two of them recalled the scene just now, and their confidence waned. Why wouldn't he dare? Ding Yun looked at them like an idiot. His strength is more than enough to easily kill you. Can you guarantee that what we saw was his true strength? Then what should we do now? Ding Yun's expression sank. This person's origin is mysterious. Our temporal temple is a power that specializes in collecting information. Even until now, we have yet to find out Aotian's origin. From this, we can see that this person isn't simple. Unless we know his identity, no one would dare to make a move. Let's observe first. I believe that once the Massacre God Court finds out about this person, they will definitely make a move. It would be best if both sides start fighting. Who knows, we might still have a chance. A mysterious expert with unknown origins. Ding Yun was also worried. What he was most afraid of was that Aotian Lord came from that mysterious black domain. Ding Yun's idea was good, but he had underestimated Lin Fei's concealment ability. The moment this person disappeared, there was actually no trace of him. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find any trace of him. This completely ruined their plans of finding out the origin of Aotian Lord. Chapter 2868. Cloud Sea Nation. Lin Fei quietly returned to Cloud Sea Nation. Along the way, he concealed his aura and disrupted the space around him. Even if the Temporal Temple wanted to investigate him, it wouldn't be that easy. The people from the Temporal Temple are probably vomiting blood. It won't be that easy to follow me and investigate me. Lin Fei lay on a rocking chair and lazily read the news sent by Heavenly Heart Supremacy. Does the Divine Martial Tower really think that they can deal with me just because they have the Temporal Temple? Also, this dragon sect actually contacted the Massacre Court. Truly impressive. It really isn't easy to get all sorts of dirty water thrown at me. After he attacked the Heavens Will sect, the Divine Martial Tower, and the Dragon sect, the Divine Martial Tower and the Dragon sect issued a bounty, especially the Divine Martial Tower, who publicly announced that they would join the Temporal Temple. The Massacre God Court behind the Dragon sect also sent a special envoy to place a bounty on Aotion Paragon's head. The price was extremely high, attracting countless people and forces to search for Aotion Paragon's tracks. Lin Fei didn't want to care about them now. There was no need for that now. Be it the Temporal Temple or the Massacre Court, Lin Fei wasn't too worried. As long as the three of them didn't act against him, he still had the ability to protect himself. Senior brother, you can just cultivate here in the future. 20 years after Lin Fei returned to Cloud Sea Nation, his fifth senior brother Long Yu came. I'll have to trouble junior brother. Long Yu said with a sigh, the Massacre Court and the Temporal Temple are really ruthless. I don't even dare to go out now because I'm afraid of meeting those fellows. Lin Fei laughed. Senior brother has become a punching bag. Since they can't find me, they naturally have to find someone else to vent their anger on. Since senior brother participated in this matter, he will definitely find trouble with you. They are really despicable. In Cloud Sea Nation, neither the Massacre Court nor the Temporal Temple dared to act recklessly, especially the place where Lin Fei cultivated. Even the Cloud Sea Nation king had to kneel and lick it. Lin Fei was currently the #1 expert in Cloud Sea Nation. Although he had not fought for tens of thousands of years, no one dared to underestimate Lin Fei's true strength. Junior brother, now that you've broken through to the Supremacy Realm, what do you plan to do next? Long Yu asked curiously. Lin Fei grinned. With the Dark Shadow Palace as my backing, I have to get some benefits for myself no matter what. After holding back for so many years, it's time for me to perform well. Otherwise, I'll be forgotten by them. Ha ha ha, well said. Long Yu agreed with him. The foundation of the Dark Shadow Palace is unimaginable. If junior brother can soar to the sky, you will definitely receive even greater benefits, and your status will also be higher. Right now, many forces are looking for junior brother, coveting the body tempering technique that junior brother is cultivating. This step must be taken. In the past 20 years, Long Yu had heard a lot of news, most of which was about his junior brother, Lin Fei. For example, the body tempering technique. Many people could see that this body refinement technique was absolutely top-notch. It was able to withstand the self-destruction of a supremacy. Even with the protection of the heavenly deity armor, it might not have been so easy. It was definitely because of the heavenly deity physique. It's time to take action. Lin Fei smiled and said, I plan to break through after another 10,000 years. By then, it will have been 100,000 years, and no one will suspect me. 10,000 years. Lin Fei had been cultivating in the Cloud Sea Nation, and he was also paying attention to the movements in the Saint Spirit domain. The news about the Aotion Lord had been spreading for 300 years, but it gradually faded and was replaced by many influential figures. Very few people would pay attention to this matter. The Massacre Court and the Temporal Temple also seemed to have given up on the search. Ever since he disappeared, there were no more traces of the Aotion Lord. He had completely disappeared from the Saint Spirit domain. They did not hesitate to use their secret techniques, but they still returned empty-handed. 6,000 years ago, the Blood Fiend Nation recovered its strength, and they rebuilt the Blood Fiend sect. They sent out a group of elite heavenly gods to start small-scale wars at the border. The Cloud Sea mountain range became the focus of competition again. The war affected a lot of people. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation and the ruler of the Blood Fiend Nation personally took action. They fought several times on the Cloud Sea mountain range, but there was no clear victor. The war entered a stalemate. This lasted for 500 years. In 500 years, the ruler of the Blood Fiend Nation invited the expert under Venerable One Sword, Heavenly God Quicksand. This person was the Heavenly God Quicksand, who was defeated by Lin Fei back then. Now, he was Venerable Quicksand. Even though he used a secret technique, he was still a venerable lord. Once Venerable Quicksand arrived, he slaughtered his way through, and occupied the Cloud Sea mountain range. Lin Fei, I have become a venerable lord. What about you? Venerable Quicksand came to provoke him. Venerable Quicksand had never forgotten that he had died in Lin Fei's hands. This time, he came back for revenge. He wanted to destroy Lin Fei's main body, so that he would never have the chance to step into the 8th Order Heavenly God realm. In these 100,000 years, Venerable Quicksand had been paying attention to the situation. Physique tempering was notoriously hard to cultivate. Every time Lin Fei went out, Venerable Quicksand would arrange for people to keep an eye on him. Seeing that Lin Fei's cultivation had not broken through, he felt even more relieved. Let's see how long you can endure. Heavenly God Quicksand charged in. Even a heavenly god was defeated by him. The ruler of the Sea Cloud Nation was forced to retreat again and again. Venerable Quicksand was powerful, forcing the ruler of the Sea Cloud Nation to hide in the capital and activate the formation. Lin Fei, if you don't come out, I'll destroy the capital. Venerable Quicksand's voice was loud and clear. Weren't you very powerful in the past? What? You don't dare to come out now? Is it because you don't have the courage to take that step? Inside the palace, the ruler of the Sea Cloud Nation was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I can only wait for the Venerable Lord to come down. All these years, Lin Fei had been in seclusion. The ruler of the Sea Cloud Nation could roughly guess. This personal disciple of Lin Fei didn't seem to have much influence in the Dark Shadow Palace. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the personal disciple of Great Paragon Han Tian, almost no one would know about him. Venerable Quicksand was outside the capital and wasn't in a hurry to attack. He was like a cat toying with a mouse. Every day passed. The heavenly god experts in the capital felt even more pressured. There was nothing more humiliating than being blocked by a venerable lord in the capital. The Sea Cloud Nation is right in front. Under the guidance of a middle-aged man, 2 youths passed through many nations and entered a new nation. Deaconly, I can't believe that Exalt Quicksand, who ascended with medicinal pills, actually asked us to take action. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's disciple, Lin Fei's personal disciple, is so weak. A young man with a proud face said with contempt and disdain. Hee, that goes without saying. I heard that among the people who came with Lin Fei, he is the worst off. Look at senior brother Dugui Jin. He has made a name for himself. There is also senior brother Xing Tianzi and the others. Which one of them isn't famous in the Saint Spirit domain? The leader, Deacon Li, coughed lightly. Alright, don't talk nonsense. No matter what, that person is the personal disciple of Great Paragon Han Tian. You should know that he's very protective. Deacon Li was a veteran, so he knew what to say and what not to say. Our mission this time is to chase away that venerable Quicksand. The 2 young heavenly gods stopped talking. They looked down on Lin Fei even more. When they entered the Sea Cloud Nation, the first thing they saw was Venerable Quicksand, who was blocking the capital of the Sea Cloud Nation. A mere pseudo-venerable lord dares to be so impudent here. The 2 youths were about to attack. At this time, a sharp voice came from the sky above the Sea Cloud Nation. You died once, and you still dare to come again. 1 month after Venerable Quicksand attacked the capital, Lin Fei attacked from afar. Sealing Soul Severing Palm. This was the power of the 2nd stage of the Saint Spirit's 9th stage secret technique. Chapter 2869. The 2 young heavenly gods from the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters were startled by the sudden scene. This seems to be the Sealing Soul Breaking Palm, a killing move of the body tempering school. Did Lin Fei make a move? It seems to be quite powerful. I heard that Lin Fei is the only one who knows this move. The two were in a daze for a while before they reacted. High Lord Quicksand had been killed. Wasn't he the one they had dealt with? The internal competition in the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters was fierce. When they heard that a small-scale war had broken out in the Cloud Nation and that the monarch had asked for help, but Lin Fei was useless, some young people from the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters came up with a plan. This was their chance to perform. If Xiao Qun could get rid of a pseudo-supremacy like Quicksand, he would have made a great contribution. The people above would also remember him. Compared to Lin Fei's personal disciple, it would be clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Therefore, they came in a hurry under Deacon Li's lead, intending to perform well and let that personal disciple, Lin Fei, know that there was a huge gap between them and him. However, the scene in front of them shattered all their fantasies. Deacon Li was also quite surprised. The ceiling's soul-breaking palm. Deacon Li had heard of Lin Fei's name before. He was the only one who had become the disciple of great monarch Heaven Shaker. Now, 100,000 years had passed. Compared to the others, Lin Fei's performance was too embarrassing. The power doesn't seem right. Since when was the first level of power able to kill a High Lord? Even though High Lord Quicksand's strength was only at the level of an ordinary High Lord, could it be that Lin Fei has become a High Lord? Lin Fei's performance had disrupted Deacon Li's plan. Deacon Li's original plan was to teach Lin Fei, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's direct disciple, a lesson he would teach Grand Monarch Lin Fei a lesson. It would be a great disgrace for a useless personal disciple to need people from the headquarters to deal with this matter. Now that Master Quicksand had destroyed him with one move, their efforts had been in vain. He's attacking again. With the death of Supremacy Quicksand, the experts who had been using his connections to intimidate others immediately dispersed. For example, the ruler of the Blood Fiend country was so frightened that he turned around and ran. He cursed at Lin Fei for being so shameless. To think that he could hide until now. He was too black-hearted. It was as if they had become clowns. It was not that Lin Fei was afraid of them, but that he could not be bothered with them. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. The giant hand reached out again. Bang bang bang. Wherever the large hand passed, space would collapse. Regardless of whether it was heavenly deities or country lords, wherever the power spread, everything would be destroyed, truly dying without a complete corpse. Outside the Yunhai nation, everything returned to silence. After a short period of time, the capital erupted into cheers. Everyone became excited, and their gazes all turned toward the mountain peak with reverence. Deacon Li, what should we do now? The two people behind him asked. Now that he was dead, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Deacon Li's expression darkened. He is dead, but Lin Fei was incompetent. This crime cannot be erased. The higher-ups have ordered us to bring him back and punish him severely. Let's go and meet that Lin Fei now. Even though he had lost a chance to show off, Deacon Li still had to complete another mission. Bring Lin Fei back. Yes, we must bring Lin Fei back. His personal disciple was in charge of the Yunhai nation, and yet such a thing happened. He completely disregarded the matter. What a scandal. The two people hurriedly agreed. However, the joy of the Yunhai nation's ruler had not ended yet. Deacon Li had brought people over. The Yunhai nation's ruler went up to welcome him warmly and respectfully. Hello, Deacon Li, hello. To be able to hold the position of a deacon in the Dark Shadow Palace meant that he was quite capable. He had a faction behind him, and the Yunhai nation's ruler could not afford to offend him. Where's that Lin Fei? Deacon Li asked indifferently with a stern expression. He's still up there. The Yunhai nation's ruler looked at Deacon Li and knew that he did not come with good intentions. He sighed for Lin Fei in his heart. The rumors seemed to be true. Bring us over. Since Supreme Lord Quicksand was already dead, Deacon Li could not be bothered to waste any more time. He decided to bring Lin Fei back directly. A mere ruler would not dare to stop them. All right, all right. The Yunhai nation's ruler did not have the confidence to do so. He could only bring Deacon Li up the mountain. Lord Lin Fei, I am the Yunhai nation's ruler. Someone from the headquarters wants to meet you. The Yunhai nation's ruler stood outside the door and said. This courtyard was very ordinary, but the Yunhai nation's ruler did not dare to barge in. What arrogance! Deacon Li came personally, but he did not come out to welcome him. Deacon Li frowned slightly, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. Even a personal disciple would have to give a deacon some face at times. Moreover, Lin Fei was just a personal disciple with no potential. If he was a smart person, he would have come out to welcome him instead of putting on airs here. The Yunhai nation's ruler shrank his neck. The atmosphere became oppressive and cold, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He secretly hated that this young man did not know how to speak. Wasn't he clearly here to cause trouble? The courtyard was very quiet. Lin Fei did not come out. Deacon Li's expression became more and more unsightly. He was here on behalf of the Dark Shadow Palace, but that Lin Fei actually did not come out. This was like a slap to their faces. This was simply outrageous. Lin Fei, why are you still not coming out? Are you going to let Deacon Li wait forever? Deacon Li came from above. Why are you still not coming out? If Lin Fei did not come out, the ones who were the happiest were the two young men. Today, they had offended Deacon Li. Even if they became a disciple of a supreme, they would still have to suffer. Another long while passed. Deacon Li's expression was extremely unsightly. Creak. The courtyard's gate opened. Lin Fei's lazy aura came out. What kind of people are these? Don't they know that disturbing others is a very immoral thing to do? When the Yunhai nation's ruler heard this, he knew that he was in trouble. Lord Lin Fei, this is Deacon Li from above. He is specially here to deal with supremacy quicksands matters. At this moment, Deacon Li could no longer conceal his anger. How dare you speak like this? The young man behind Deacon Li said. Quickly apologize to Deacon Li. That's right, Deacon Li is here for your matter. It's fine that you didn't come out to welcome him, but you still dare to speak to him like this. Lin Fei raised his eyelids and his gaze turned cold. Shut up. His cold gaze swept across the two young men. The two young men instantly felt as though they had fallen into a terrifying hell. Their bodies turned cold and they subconsciously trembled. Lin Fei, what are you doing? Deacon Li shouted. Lin Fei could sense intense hostility from the three of them. Chapter 2870. You dare. Apologize right now. Who do you think you are to put on airs before us? The two people Deacon Li brought with him both had powerful backgrounds. With a High Lord as their backing, they could do whatever they wanted in the Dark Shadow Palace as long as they didn't offend some powerful people. Who dared to not give a High Lord face? More importantly, their talent was outstanding, reaching peak 7th Order Heavenly God realm at such a young age, and they had mastered the Holy Spirit body tempering secret art. If they joined hands, they could even fight a High Lord. If it was another great sovereign's personal disciple, they would have to be careful. After all, the Dark Shadow Palace had a total of 5 great sovereigns. Their importance was obvious, and their personal disciples had always been outstanding. Great Sovereign Huntian's personal disciples were an exception. It was very difficult to become a High Lord on the body tempering path, unlike the Emperor Intent path, where there were some shortcuts. Lin Fei had been Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's last legacy disciple 100,000 years ago. However, he didn't seem to have much potential. All of his other legacy disciples had gone far ahead of him, except for Lin Fei. He had almost been forgotten by the Dark Shadow Palace. This was also the reason they looked down on Lin Fei. Now that they were provoked, they were displeased. A body-tempering cultivator with no potential dared to put on airs in front of them? What the hell was this? Deacon Li did not stop them. No one had ever dared to not give him face. Who didn't know he had a High Lord behind him? A High Lord with considerable influence at that. Both of them glared at each other. If Lin Fei didn't apologize, they would definitely teach him a lesson today. As for the scene of quicksand supremacy getting killed, the two of them did not think too much about it. A fellow who used a medicinal pill to ascend could not be that powerful. No matter how arrogant Lin Fei was, he was no match for the two of them. Deacon Li, I really want to know, I'm a great sovereign's personal disciple, what right do they have to put on airs in front of me, and even want me to apologize? Do you think that's possible? Lin Fei asked. I don't remember there being such a rule in the Dark Shadow Palace. The identity of Great Sovereign Huntian's personal disciple was more prestigious than any other personal disciple, as it represented Great Sovereign Huntian's face. Deacon Li's dislike of Lin Fei grew. Not sensible at all. Did I? I don't think I saw it. Deacon Li said indifferently, you, on the other hand, consider everyone beneath you. You can't even manage a country of clouds properly. Isn't that too outrageous? Now, come with us. Lin Fei paid little attention to the matters of the Dark Shadow Palace. He had no idea what was going on inside the Dark Shadow Palace. Are you going to take me back and charge me with incompetence? That will damage the reputation of the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei knew that he was involved in something. He had never heard of anyone from above escorting a direct disciple who did not perform well. It seemed like he was enjoying such treatment now. Deacon Li snorted, it's good that you know. Don't make things difficult for us. From Deacon Li's point of view, as long as he brought him back, no matter how courageous Lin Fei was, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. He would definitely go with him. As long as he brought him back, it wouldn't be Lin Fei's turn to speak. It's not that I can't go back with you. Lin Fei said, but I have to ask senior brother, since when did direct disciples enjoy such treatment? Deacon Li became anxious when he heard this. If he informed the disciples of Great Venerable Shaker Sky, it would be impossible to bring Lin Fei back, let alone complete the task given to him. How dare you resist? Deacon Li said angrily, arrest him. King Yunhai said cautiously, Deacon Li, is there a misunderstanding here? King Yunhai, don't interfere in this matter. Deacon Li warned King Yunhai and gave a look to the two people behind him. Go. One of the youths took out a treasure, and it flew out like a golden beam of light. With a whoosh, it wrapped around Lin Fei's body in circles, binding him tightly. This is a treasure that we specially prepared for you. It's specially used to confine your physical body. Once your physical body is sealed, your strength will also be sealed. Now you can obediently come with us. Deacon Li knew how powerful a heavenly god of the body tempering school was. They were best at prolonged battles, which was also the weakness of a heavenly god of the Emperor Will school. Therefore, special treasures were needed to deal with a heavenly god of the body tempering school. Lin Fei looked at the golden rope on his body. Is this what you're relying on? You're too naive. Lin Fei, don't offend anyone, but that doesn't mean that I'll let anyone bully me. Now I suspect that you're pretending to be from the Dark Shadow Palace. In fact, you're spies of the Massacre Court. Spies of the Massacre Court? Deacon Li and the other two people couldn't help but laugh. They looked at Lin Fei as if he was an idiot. Ha ha ha, Lin Fei, oh Lin Fei, you really know how to talk. You actually suspect that we're spies of the Massacre Court. Even if we're spies of the Massacre Court, what can you do to us? The young man said proudly, you're our prisoner now, and you still want to bite us. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Then you're out of luck. Boom. Lin Fei, whose aura was originally sealed, gently stomped his foot and pushed himself up. The golden rope treasure wrapped around him gave off cracking sounds and broke into several pieces without any warning. Lin Fei regained his freedom. Spies of the Massacre Court, you deserve to die. A huge palm whipped toward the three people. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A gale blew. Deacon Li and the other two reacted quickly. They didn't have time to think, and barriers appeared one after another. The palm didn't look big, but it carried a terrifying force. It first whipped Deacon Li, and cracking sounds could be heard. The protective Emperor Will was shattered, and the power did not stop there. The protective emperor will of the two people beside him was also shattered, and the three of them were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. How dare you pretend to be Deacon Li? I'll whip you to death. Lin Fei moved horizontally, arriving in front of Deacon Li. He reached out and grabbed Deacon Li's neck. In an instant, Deacon Li's strength was sealed, and his other hand slapped Deacon Li's face. Paw paw. After 2 slaps, Deacon Li's lower body kept collapsing. Bastard. I'm going to kill you. Let go of me. Deacon Li's eyes were scarlet, and his killing intent was overwhelming. I'm a deacon of the Dark Shadow Palace. You offended me, and I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Fei smiled coldly, and slapped him again. Bang! Deacon Li's body collapsed. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed again. Deacon Li wanted to run, but his neck was grabbed again, and his strength was sealed. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to wipe out your entire family. Come on. Come on. Chapter 2871. On the mountain peak, outside the courtyard. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you. You're dead. Deacon Li roared again and again, but his body exploded again and again. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. Yunhai Country King was completely stunned. That was Deacon Li. Just a moment ago, he was still acting arrogantly. Now, his body exploded more than 20 times. Each time was more vicious than the last. It was a tragic sight. If this happens a few more times, Deacon Li is dead. King Yun mourned for Deacon Li and praised himself for being quick-witted. Fortunately, he did not offend Lin Fei. The feeling of slaps after slaps was really unpleasant. At the start, Deacon Li had a backer behind him. He did not have to be afraid of making things difficult for Lin Fei. Moreover, he was just an errand boy. Who would have thought that Lin Fei was so strong? His body exploded time and time again, and each time he recovered, he used up a large amount of his life force. After more than 20 times, Deacon Li could not hold on any longer. He was getting weaker and weaker. No matter how strong his life force was, it could not withstand such consumption. Stop, I admit defeat. Deacon Li returned to his original form and begged for mercy. Lin Fei's hand didn't stop moving. Another palm came down. Didn't you want to kill me? You want to kill my entire family? Why should I stop? Deacon Li's face was pale. Despair and fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Lord Lin Fei, please stop. I can't hold on any longer. I did not come to make things difficult for you on purpose. Someone wants to deal with you, and I'm just an errand boy. Who wants to deal with me? Deacon Li could not care less. He was afraid that if this continued, he would be beaten to death. It's the Elysian son who wants to deal with you. Lin Fei frowned. Why do they want to deal with me? There must be a reason. Don't tell me you don't know. I don't mind giving you another slap. In the past 100,000 years, he would not go to the headquarters of the Dark Shadow Palace unless it was necessary. He had been keeping a low profile all these years. It was really incomprehensible that someone would target him. Deacon Li was completely terrified. The other party's palm strikes did not contain any emotion at all. It would be strange if he did not feel fear. I heard it's for a spot in the Dark Shadow Palace. Deacon Li quickly said, I think it's about the Shadow Throne. Yes, it's about the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei was confused. Shadow Throne. Xiao Qin had been in the Dark Shadow Palace for almost 100,000 years, but he did not pay much attention to the affairs of the Dark Shadow Palace. Now that Deacon Li mentioned it, he really did not know much about the Dark Shadow Throne. Check the Shadow Throne for me. Lin Fei immediately contacted Little Devil to look through the information. A moment later, the information on the Shadow Throne appeared. After checking, Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. So that's how it is. They really dared to make a move. Deacon Li saw that Lin Fei was deep in thought and felt uneasy. He did not know what Lin Fei was thinking. He regretted coming to the Cloud Nation. Lin Fei, who was not valued by others, seemed to have extremely powerful strength. At the very least, he could easily kill pseudo-supremacies. Back then, when he was in the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei had collected all sorts of ancient books and secrets. Many of them had not been read by Lin Fei and had been stored in the system. He could read them at any time. Just now, Lin Fei realized that his 100,000 years of low profile seemed to have become a form of inaction in everyone's eyes. Elysian son, you really have a good plan. You actually want to fight for the position of my personal disciple. You are courting death. Killing intent surged in Lin Fei's heart, and his gaze became cold. Under this gaze, Deacon Li's hair stood on end, and he felt like he was suffocating. How can he be so terrifying? Alright, you can scram now. Lin Fei did not have any thoughts of killing Deacon Li. The Dark Shadow Palace would not allow this kind of thing to happen. Once it happened, the punishment would be severe. Throughout the years, no one had dared to do such a thing. Lin Fei was no fool. He would never challenge the Dark Shadow Palace's iron rules, unless his strength reached a level where he could affect a 10th order Heavenly God Realm Master. I'll scram right now. Deacon Li dared not utter a single word, turning around and running away. Lord Lin Fei, I really didn't know they were here to cause trouble for you. Yunhai ruler said in a low voice, afraid that he would blame him. It's fine, this matter isn't your fault. You can leave now, you need to deal with the aftermath. I'll do it right away. Yunhai ruler turned around and left. Dark Shadow Throne. On a stone bench in the courtyard. Lin Fei was silently flipping through the information in his hand, a slight frown on his forehead. I really didn't expect there to be such a place inside the Dark Shadow Palace that only opens once every 500,000 years. Only venerable lords are allowed to enter, and there's even a great sovereign's personal disciple. As a great sovereign's personal disciple, I really have an advantage. No wonder the Elysian Heavenly Prince wanted to cause trouble for me. The Dark Shadow Throne was the Dark Shadow Palace's holy land. The two words Holy Land showed how important the Dark Shadow Throne was. Inside this holy land, there were many opportunities, and it was the place that venerable lords yearned for the most. Divine weapons, Saint Spirit Realm cultivation techniques, heavenly deity battle armors, and so on. In truth, Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this kind of holy land. The only thing that piqued Lin Fei's interest was the large amount of life force and divine essence sand. Now that the Elysian Heavenly Prince had sent people to cause trouble for him, even though Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the Holy Land, the Elysian Heavenly Prince's actions displeased him. I originally planned to make a trip to the Dark Shadow Palace after some time, but it seems like I really have to make a trip there. Otherwise, anyone will jump out at me. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold. Hua hua hua. Suddenly, the space above the courtyard fluctuated. Junior brother, are you alright? A person came out of the void. It was the fourth senior brother, Wenren Zhengong. He looked rather anxious, but he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Fei was safe and sound. Lin Fei hadn't seen his fourth senior brother for a long time. Thank you for your concern, fourth senior brother. Look at me. What could possibly happen to me? Wenren Zhengong heaved a sigh of relief. It's good to see that you're alright. By the way, is Attendant Li here? Under normal circumstances, he should be here by now. Could it be that he was delayed? Are you talking about Attendant Li? He brought people back. Lin Fei chuckled. He went back? How is that possible? Wenren Zhengong knew Attendant Li's strength. With the three of them working together and the treasures of the Dark Shadow Palace, this junior brother of his was really not easy to deal with. Is there a mistake? Attendant Li isn't that easy to negotiate with. He really went back. Lin Fei said. I gave him more than 20 slaps and then went back. That can't be, right? More than 20 slaps? Wenren Zhengong still didn't quite believe it. Ever since he knew that Attendant Li had come to the Yunhai nation, he had come as soon as he could, afraid that his junior brother, Lin Fei, would be at a disadvantage. Of course. Lin Fei smiled and released his aura. The aura of the 8th tier of the sacred cloud dragon traversal body was unleashed. Chapter 2872. Wenren Jingong came for Lin Fei. The Dark Shadow Palace looked peaceful from the outside, but the internal competition was fierce. After all, the distribution of resources was very important for a top force. Everyone wanted more resources. With resources, they would be able to cultivate better. Everyone attached great importance to resources, using all kinds of methods. That hierarch Dark Shadow did not place too many restrictions on the lower ranks, as long as they did not cross the bottom line. Fighting for resources was also a kind of cultivation method. When eldest senior apprentice brother Chongyang heard that someone wanted to make a move against Lin Fei, he immediately sent Wenren Jingong over. No one dared to disrespect him. The only unexpected thing was that junior apprentice brother Lin Fei had quietly advanced to 8th order heavenly god realm, becoming a venerable lord of the body tempering school. Wenren Jingong was ecstatic. This is great, master will be very happy if he finds out. Wenren Jingong had been stuck at the venerable lord realm for a long time. He knew how difficult it was to break through, thus he had been worried about his junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. I just advanced some time ago. At that time, the blood fiend ruler brought people to cause trouble. I was at a critical moment, so I didn't make a move. I didn't expect them to really seize the opportunity. Lin Fei came up with an excuse. Then you should have informed us. Wenren Jingong grumbled, if any of us had come, they wouldn't have dared to act presumptuously even if you gave them 100 guts. You really, Lin Fei smiled wryly, I thought breaking through was easy, so, you It was the first time Wenren Jingong had heard such an excuse. He looked disappointed. Luckily, you have leveled up. What I have been worrying about the most won't happen. Otherwise, you will be punished by our master to face the wall for 10,000 years. Warmth rose in Lin Fei's heart. Thank you, senior apprentice brother, it won't happen again. This was the first time Wenren Jingong saw his junior apprentice brother's guts. Since you've broken through to 8th order heavenly god realm, it's time to return to the Dark Shadow Palace. Becoming a venerable lord in 100,000 years is not bad. Lin Fei nodded. Actually, I have the same thought. Now that my cultivation is successful, it's time to show others, lest they think I'm easy to bully. Lin Fei didn't need to make any arrangements to go to the Dark Shadow Palace's headquarters. Before he left, he informed senior brother Long Yu that there was no need to worry about the matters in the Cloud Sea Nation. The two of them headed to the headquarters of the Dark Shadow Palace together. Wenren Jingong couldn't stop praising his junior, Lin Fei's strength. They were both body tempering school supremacies, especially close combat experts, and both had martial arts fanatics in their hearts. On that very day, they sparred with each other, and the scene was extremely exciting. Unfortunately, only the two of them could see it. You must participate in the Shadow Throne this time. Wenren Jingong seriously said on the way. Originally, I wasn't interested in this, but since they didn't want me to go and wanted to pull me down, then I must go once to broaden my horizons. Now, Lin Fei's interest was piqued. Wenren Jingong smiled and said, the Shadow Throne is our Dark Shadow Palace's sacred land. It's said that our supreme divinity obtained this place from a certain place. It's very mysterious, and it opens once every 500,000 years. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, only the Massacre Court and the Spacetime Temple have such a sacred land. Lin Fei asked curiously, senior brother, have you been there? Yes, I have. That place is very mysterious, but unfortunately, I didn't gain anything from it. But I've broadened my horizons. Wenren Jingong said with a hint of regret, if you want to go a second time, you have to accumulate contribution points. If you don't gain anything from it, it's good to broaden your horizons. For example, there are demons from the demonic nation suppressed by the supreme divinity. Each of them is at the level of a great supremacy. That place is truly demonic. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. It can't be. There are really great demons there? Aren't they afraid of causing destruction in there? Wenren Jingong said mysteriously, there aren't any. Those great devils are all confined to a certain area to be used as training. It is said that whoever can kill a great devil will be able to obtain some good stuff. Lin Fei's heart was moved. Deacon Li's clone immediately went to report the situation. In a huge mansion in the Dark Shadow Palace, the Elysian Son of Heaven sat high up in his seat. 100,000 years had passed. The sacred son of the past had become the new supremacy of the Dark Shadow Palace and had great influence in the Dark Shadow Palace. In that case, the mission has failed. The Holy Son of Heaven was dressed in white and was filled with a holy aura. Behind him was a great Buddha. It was faintly discernible, as if it did not belong to the mortal world. Her soft words were spoken in an irresistible tone. Deacon Li knelt on the ground. I didn't expect it either. That Lin Fei's strength doesn't match the information. The Elysian Son of Heaven had a pure and holy look on his face, which was very different from before. Get up, you can't be blamed for this. Xingtian raised his left hand and a white spiritual bead condensed. Your clone used up your life force. This is your compensation. Thank you, High Lord. Deacon Li retreated from the hall. Brother Xingtian, it seems like your people are lacking awe. After Deacon Li left, a middle-aged man exuding a strong Buddhist aura walked out from the side hall. I heard that Lin Fei has been Great Venerable Hantian's personal disciple for 100,000 years, but he has yet to break through to 8th Order Heavenly God realm. He is the weakest disciple of Brother Xingtian's generation. Logically speaking, Deacon Li and the other two shouldn't have failed awe. Elysian Son of Heaven's expression was calm, without the slightest hint of anger. I will definitely get the qualification that belongs to you. Elysian Son of Heavenly God said, among Great Venerable Hantian's personal disciples, he is the only one who hasn't broken through to the High Lord realm. Since the first time isn't enough, let's try again. Dark Shadow Palace headquarters, in another manner. Elysian Son of Heaven's people failed? Could it be that Lin Fei's senior brother went to help? Dugu Yijian was clad in a black robe, standing by the lake. His entire person resembled a sharp longsword, his sword intent tearing the surrounding void, forming a black hole. His eyes were filled with sword intent. No one dared to look him in the eye. No, it's Lin Fei who defeated Deacon Li has the strength of a pseudo-venerable lord. One of Dugu Yijian's confidants said. Dugu Yijian was as cold as ever, his strength has increased, but he's still trash. What can he do even if he enters a great venerable lord's tutelage? Our people sent news that Lin Fei and Wenren Jingong are heading to the headquarters. Dugu Yijian's eyes narrowed. Interesting. In the Dark Shadow Palace headquarters, some higher-ups' affairs. It was a secret to the people below. It wasn't a secret to the higher-ups. The Elysian Heavenly Prince had arranged for people to deal with Lin Fei in secret. At this time, there were naturally many people watching. When Deacon Li and the others met with trouble, everyone knew. No one paid attention to Lin Fei's performance. Although the physique cultivation path was difficult, it still had its advantages. However, compared to people like Dugu Yijian and Elysian Heavenly Prince, it was still a far cry. When they heard that Lin Fei and Wenren Jingong had returned together, they couldn't help laughing. Could it be that he couldn't swallow this humiliation and wanted to ask his master for help? Chapter 2873. Nearly 100,000 years had passed, but the Dark Shadow Palace was still the same. The passage of time did not leave any marks on the City of Shadows. It was as lively and prosperous as it was in the past. Wenren Jingong was in a good mood. The thing that had worried him the most had finally been resolved, and Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had another powerful patriarch as his disciple. Now, he didn't have to worry about being laughed at anymore. At the very least, people would know that his master had good judgment. Although there were many disciples under venerable lords, it did not mean that everyone could become a venerable lord. Many were stuck at the threshold of 7th Order Heavenly God realm. As his senior brother, he was naturally happy that junior brother Lin Fei had successfully broken through. The two arrived at the City of Shadows. They immediately went to pay their respects to their master. Great Venerable Shaker's main body had been in secluded cultivation. This was what body-tempering cultivators liked to do the most. Compared to Emperor Wu's school, there were no shortcuts. By a lake, Lin Fei once again saw Great Venerable Shaker. Clad in white robes, Great Venerable Shaker was fishing with a bamboo rod in his hand. "Junior brother, it's best not to disturb Master's mood when he's fishing." Lin Fei was just about to say something when Wenren Jingong stopped him with a look and transmitted his voice to him. Lin Fei had only seen Great Venerable Shaker a few times, so he definitely did not know about this little rule. An hour later. The bamboo rod sank. The fish had taken the bait. Great Venerable Shaker lightly lifted the rod. Waves rose on the lake's surface as a giant fish was pulled out. It was a 7th-order heavenly god realm fish. However, it couldn't exert the slightest bit of strength under the bamboo rod. "You're in luck today. We'll have grilled fish tonight." Great Venerable Shaker swung his arm. The fish fell to the ground, unable to move. Immediately, someone came to carry it away. "Thank you, Master." Wenren Jingong was the first to speak. A 7th-order heavenly god realm fish, and a variant at that, it must taste good. "Junior brother and I are in luck today." Disciple Lin Fei greets Master. Lin Fei cupped his fists. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker turned around and fixed his deep eyes on Lin Fei for a moment with a smile. "Not bad. You've worked hard. You've reached the 8th level of the Sacred Cloud Dragon's mighty style in less than 100,000 years. You didn't disappoint me." With that one glance, it was as if Lin Fei had seen through everything about him. "Disciple has disappointed Master," Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said gently. 100,000 years? You're already very good. You can ask your 4th senior martial brother how long it took him, and how long it took you. Junior brother, it took me 150,000 years to break through to 8th order heavenly god realm. Lin Fei really didn't know about this. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was in a good mood as he walked to a pavilion not far away and sat down. "Make yourself at home. Have some tea." Of the 5 Grand Monarchs, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was the least arrogant, but he was also the most protective. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had dozens of disciples, but Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker only had 5. He was famous in the Dark Shadow Palace. "Lin Fei, I heard that Elysian Son of Heaven is looking for trouble with you." Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker asked casually. Lin Fei nodded. He arranged for Deacon Li to come over, and I beat him back." "Then what do you plan to do?" Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker asked. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. "I'm Master's disciple. They dared to scheme against me, which means they're not giving Master face. Therefore, I've decided to make a scene, in case they don't know Master's existence. I'll beat up whoever disagrees until they do." Ha 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 ha. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was overjoyed. Wenren, you should learn from your junior martial brother. Don't spend the whole day cultivating and researching. They're bullying you. Wenren Jingong was sweating profusely. In the City of Shadows, you can do whatever you want. Master will support you. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said in a domineering manner. Over the years, I've kept a low profile. Some people think that I'm backing down, and they're plotting against you for the Shadow Throne. How dare they? Lin Fei and Wenren Jingong both took deep breaths. At this moment, they both felt a terrifying killing intent. You should know about the Shadow Throne. This year's competition is different from last time. I was worried about it, but now that you've become a Exalt, it couldn't be better. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker suddenly said, this time, the Shadow Throne will no longer be allocated among the participants. You'll have to fight for it. Even though you're my disciple, it'll be the same. Are you confident? Yes. Lin Fei was full of confidence. Now that you've become a Exalt, I'll prepare a gift for you. Tell me, what do you want? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said with a smile. His killing intent had disappeared completely. A gift? It should be a reward. Lin Fei really didn't know what he wanted. He had his own weapon. Although the Sky Splitter was forged from a divine weapon made of origin power, it had a special property: it could change. This was one of the wonders of the weapon. When he was proud heaven, it could be the Sky Splitter. But when he was Lin Fei, it could be another weapon. Master, I want a weapon, a Exalt Lord grade weapon. I'm a little strong now, so ordinary weapons can't bear it. Lin Fei said after thinking for a moment. Now that his master had spoken, Lin Fei had a chance to make the Sky Splitter appear in front of him. It's best if it's a heavy weapon. It has to be heavy so that it'll be ferocious and domineering. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's smile grew even brighter. Heavy weapon? You've made the right choice. I do have a weapon. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker stretched out his hand, and a weapon appeared in his hand. It was a purple gold hammer. This purple hammer was huge, and completely different from the usual ones, as if it had been modified. This is a weapon left behind by a body-tempering school Exalt. It's called the Sky Splitter Hammer, and it has terrifying tearing power. I obtained it by chance. It's extremely heavy, and ordinary body-tempering school Exalts can't even lift it. But once it's used, it's fierce and domineering. It's famous in the Saint Spirit world. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. Try it and see if you're qualified to lift it. The Sky Splitter Hammer? The Sky Splitter Hammer? Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With a thought, the Sky Splitter Hammer flew over, leaving a purple afterimage in its wake. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's gentle toss wasn't as simple as it seemed. It was purely a test for Lin Fei. Before the purple hammer reached him, Lin Fei felt an enormous gravitational force pressing down on him. The void around him seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, and at the same time, a tearing aura could be felt. Good, this weapon suits me perfectly. All of a sudden, Lin Fei's aura erupted. Holy dragons circled around him as he reached out to grab the hammer. Countless tearing and gravitational forces attacked Lin Fei's right hand. Although the distance was small, there were many ways to do it. Chapter 2874. Lin Fei and Wenren Jingong left at night. The fish meat roasted by a 7th-order heavenly god realm fish monster was extraordinarily delicious, making Lin Fei want to take some time to taste it. Only later did Lin Fei find out that this master of his had a great interest in eating. That lake had a large number of fish monsters, all of which had their consciousness erased and were kept in the lake. If it wasn't for his master being in a good mood, it would be hard to eat something of this level. Junior apprentice brother, you're really lucky. Master actually gave you the sky-splitting hammer. Wenren Jingong said enviously. Even I'm green with envy, this is a good thing. I heard that it was mixed with divine essence force sand, raising its quality by a large margin. Even a reverend's treasure wouldn't be able to withstand it head-on. Unfortunately, I couldn't carry it back then. Lin Fei had never looked at the sky-splitting hammer in detail, thinking that it was heavy enough to replace the sky-splitting rod. Divine essence force sand. His divine sense sank into it, and as expected, he saw the problem. He was right. How is it? Did you see that? Divine essence force sand is a good thing. Wenren Jingong said, unfortunately, the number of people who know how to refine it is decreasing, almost to the point that there are none left. The divine essence force weapons that we see now are the ones that were passed down from the past. No way. Lin Fei frowned, even Lord Hierarch can't do it, it's impossible. Nothing's impossible. Wenren Jingong said, at Hierarch's level, they can master anything, but in terms of artifact forging, they are all amateurs. Lin Fei had never thought of this, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the sky-splitting rod he refined was amazing. Luckily, I haven't used its full power yet. In the previous battles, Lin Fei had been sealing the sky-splitting rod's power, worried that it would be too explosive, and if news of it leaked out, it would attract a lot of trouble. That's true, after all, their target isn't these small paths. Lin Fei nodded. Junior brother, I will accompany you to the Holy Spirit Palace in a few days. There are quite a lot of rewards there. You should take them too, lest you waste them. Wenren Jingong reminded him before leaving. Senior brother, I'll go alone. Lin Fei said smilingly. Who else in the City of Shadows can cause me trouble? It's already good enough that I don't go looking for them. Ha ha ha. Under the pavilion by the lake. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker gazed at the lake not far away. Do you like to peep from the side every time? You're a scholar after all. Don't you think it's shameless? There was a fluctuation in the void, and a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar quietly came out of the void. Han Tian, it's boring. Don't you know how to pretend? The middle-aged scholar said with dissatisfaction. I can't do it. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. The middle-aged scholar shook his head. You're really a stone in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. No wonder everyone has their eyes on your disciple. I think you should go out for a stroll. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker rolled his eyes. Do you think it's fun? Of course it's fun. Beating them until they cry for their parents, isn't that what you martial artists like to do the most? The more the middle-aged scholar spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker shook his head repeatedly. Right, what do you think of my disciple? He's not even 100,000 years old, but he's already a venerable lord. He's not any weaker than your disciples. He's not bad indeed. The sacred cloud dragon physique isn't a top cultivation technique, but his physical body is extraordinarily tough. You've really taken in a good disciple. Perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise in store. Who was Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker? He was a top 9th order heavenly god realm master. In the entire Saint Spirit world, the number of great sovereigns was very limited. His disciple's physical body was extraordinary. This was not something an ordinary cultivation technique could achieve. He must have cultivated a powerful cultivation technique. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had good eyesight. Why don't you take a look at whose disciple he is? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said complacently. Look at yourself. Do you really think you can suppress the Elysian Son of Heaven, Duguijian, and the others? The middle-aged scholar mocked. Not necessarily. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said in a low voice. Do you know what I gave him? What? The middle-aged scholar didn't seem to care. The Heaven Splitter. What? He can hold the Heaven Splitter hammer? The scholarly middle-aged man's complexion changed. Isn't that the personal weapon of the demon nation's great demon lord? With that Heaven Splitter hammer, he killed countless powerhouses. That disciple of yours is actually able to wield it. This was something that no one dared to believe. Who said it wasn't? I was shocked on the spot. Does he know about the Heaven Splitter hammer? How would he know? In the entire Saint Spirit world, there are only a handful of people who know about it. That kid was so proud of himself, but he didn't know that he had leaked the information. The middle-aged scholar said solemnly. That's interesting. With the Heaven Splitter hammer, those guys are going to be in trouble. After all, it's an incomplete divine weapon. Of course, Lin Fei didn't know that he had been tricked by his master. He returned to his cave abode. First, he took out the Heaven Splitter hammer. By the way, can you search for information about the Heaven Splitter hammer and other origin power divine weapons? The more Lin Fei looked at the Heaven Splitter hammer, the more extraordinary it seemed. Search it right now. It didn't seem right that his master had given such a good weapon to him so easily. Because he saw that there was something wrong with his master's expression, as if there was a look of astonishment in his master's eyes. Something was wrong. Lin Fei really wanted to know more about the Heaven Splitter hammer, especially since his senior brother had told him how precious origin power divine weapons were. Found it. The information entered Lin Fei's mind. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker would never have imagined that Lin Fei had scanned all the books in the Dark Shadow Palace's library, no matter what they were. It's so precious. Lin Fei's eyes widened as he realized that he had underestimated the Heaven Splitter hammer. Master, are you testing me? According to the information, this Heaven Splitter hammer was the personal weapon of a great demon of the Devil Nation, Heaven Splitter. He was an expert from tens of millions of years ago who was infinitely close to the godly venerable realm. He was known as the Great Demon Venerable in the Devil Nation. 30 to 40 supremacies had died because of this weapon, and 3 grand supremacies had also died in the siege of more than 10 grand supremacies. Afterward, this weapon had fallen into the hands of the Dark Shadow Palace. However, this weapon was extremely heavy, and ordinary body-tempering supremacies couldn't carry it. Only those with top-notch heaven god bodies could carry it. There were very few heaven god bodies like this in the Saint Spirit domain. Even if there were, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cultivate it. This Heaven Splitter Hammer had been in the Dark Shadow Palace until it was awarded to Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. He could barely use it, but not for a long time. He had only wanted to study the refinement of origin power divine weapons. As time passed, the Heaven Splitter Hammer lost its previous reputation. I was wondering why Master looked at me strangely after that. Turns out I've exposed myself. Lin Fei thought to himself. That's good too. The more powerful I am, the more confidence Master has in me. I don't have to worry about anything. After reading the information, Lin Fei's smile widened. With the Heaven Splitter Hammer, my strength will increase, and it will be perfectly justifiable. No one will have any doubts anymore. This is really a great gift. Lin Fei really wanted to thank his master. Chapter 2875. Lin Fei was in no hurry to leave his residence in the City of Shadows. The Sky Splitter Hammer was replaced by the Sky Splitter Rod. It looked exactly the same. Even the weight of the rod was the same. Even his master wouldn't be able to tell the difference. 5 or 6 days passed leisurely in the residence. Lin Fei leisurely headed to the Sacred Spirit Palace. The Sacred Spirit Palace, as the name suggested, was a place to test one's strength. It had a very special status in the Dark Shadow Palace and was the fairest place. No matter who it was, no matter how many tricks they had to behave themselves in the Sacred Spirit Palace. One's realm and strength could be seen clearly in the Sacred Spirit Palace. I haven't been back for so long, but there are so many people who care about me. He exited the residence and walked on the road to the Sacred Spirit Palace. Lin Fei chuckled when he saw the scouts nearby. Lin Fei is heading towards the Sacred Spirit Palace. He must be testing his strength. I heard that he hasn't been to the Sacred Spirit Palace for a long time. He has only been there once so far. The news spread. Everyone knew what Lin Fei wanted to do. No one dared to do anything to a personal disciple under Venerable Skyshaker. For example, those disciples who were still in the heavenly god realm would at most look down on Lin Fei. A personal disciple with the least potential in the same batch. Lin Fei walked on the road and arrived at the Sacred Spirit Palace at a steady pace. The Sacred Spirit Palace was very lively. Compared to other places, this place was much more crowded. It was a palace with a plaza in the center of the palace. On the plaza was a black tower. This black tower was called the Sacred Spirit Tower. It had a total of 10 floors. Rumor had it that Hierarch Dark Shadow had personally set it up. The strength test on each floor was very standard. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he heard cheers coming from the plaza. Senior Brother Li is amazing. He passed 3 floors in a row and is now in the 6th level of the Sacred Spirit Palace. If Senior Brother isn't amazing, who is? He has only been in the Dark Shadow Palace for 30,000 years. At the foot of the Sacred Spirit Tower stood a group of heavenly gods of varying cultivation levels. Lin Fei stood quietly not far away. The influence of the Dark Shadow Palace is quite great. Batch after batch of celestial god experts have good potential. With a simple glance, he knew that these disciples of the heavenly god realm had great potential. They're out. After standing there for a while, someone came out of the Holy Spirit Tower. Congratulations, Senior Brother Li. Senior Brother Li is already a 6th order heavenly god realm master. A group of celestial god disciples surrounded him. Almost immediately, a 6th order heavenly god realm supervisor came up to register. This was also a tradition of the Holy Spirit Tower. After registering, the manager would reward the applicants with contribution points. In the Dark Shadow Palace, as long as you had a breakthrough within a certain period of time, especially after you passed the assessment, you would receive contribution points as a reward. This was also a good reward to motivate everyone to train hard. After that senior brotherly, more than 10 heavenly gods went to participate in the test one after another. Compared to the first senior brotherly, there was still a gap. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. When the dozen or so heavenly deity disciples were done, only then did Lin Fei walk up unhurriedly. "This is mine." He threw the proof of identity to the supervisor. Although the supervisor was only a 6th-order heavenly god realm master, he was a completely different person now that he had the authority to manage the Holy Spirit Tower. Which heavenly god realm disciple did not treat him with the utmost respect? Lin Fei's actions displeased the heavenly god realm's supervisor, especially when he saw the other party's young age, thinking that he was a new heavenly god realm disciple. "What's your name? Don't you know that you have to follow the rules in the Holy Spirit Palace?" The heavenly god realm's supervisor did not look at the proof of identity. Lin Fei frowned. Follow the rules? The heavenly god realm's supervisor was even more certain that the other party was a newcomer. The newcomers these days are getting more and more unruly. Don't you know that the Holy Spirit Tower's assessment needs to be booked in advance? The heavenly god realm disciples who had yet to leave knew that this newcomer was in for a bad time. Whose disciple is that? He actually doesn't know how to tidy things up. That's right, does he really think he can enter just because he's here? Why doesn't he take a look at his background first? The heavenly god realm disciples discussed among themselves. Lin Fei could clearly hear the words around him. Benefits? Lin Fei chuckled. You want benefits? The heavenly god realm's supervisor was not afraid of a newcomer. This was also an invisible rule of the Holy Spirit Tower. You want to take the assessment without benefits? Don't you know how many disciples there are in the Dark Shadow Palace? If you want to go and I want to go, wouldn't it be a complete mess? The heavenly god realm's supervisor chuckled coldly. If you don't want to give me benefits, then you can just wait in line. It had only been less than 100,000 years, and Lin Fei did not think that he would encounter something like this. He seemed to recall that this had not happened the last time he was here. The heavenly god realm's supervisor was not afraid that this guy wouldn't give him benefits. Not bad. You've got some guts. Lin Fei walked forward. I think you should just obediently pick up my proof of identity and wait for me to come out. The heavenly god realm's supervisor was so enraged that he started to laugh. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak to him like this. Stop. You're not allowed to go in. The heavenly god realm's supervisor stepped forward and spoke in a menacing manner. Normally, no heavenly god disciple would dare to stand still when he shouted at them. Piss off. Lin Fei waved a hand, and a huge force crashed into the heavenly god realm's supervisor's body, sending him rolling to the side. If you dare to stand in my way again, I'll kill you with one palm strike. The heavenly god realm's supervisor was also given a fright by Lin's actions. That wave of his hand was so powerful that he felt as if he was going to be torn apart. Even now, his legs had turned to jelly, and he could only watch as Lin walked into the Holy Spirit Tower. B****, how dare you hit me? The heavenly god realm's supervisor was enraged, and his eyes were filled with hatred. How dare you hit me? You're done for. He immediately pulled out his communication talisman. Manager Bai, someone has forced his way into the Holy Spirit Palace and is even assaulting someone. You have to uphold justice for me. All the heavenly god disciples in the distance widened their eyes. Who knows who that person is? That's insane. How dare he hit the manager? Could he be a disciple of the exalted Lord? How is that possible? If he's an elder's disciple, who would dare to put on airs? Maybe he's a newcomer. I think I've informed Manager Bai. Something big is going to happen. These heavenly god disciples immediately sent out the news. In the Dark Shadow Palace, where rules were as strict as the heavens, no one dared to hit a manager. Even a sixth-order heavenly god realm cultivator had great authority in the Dark Shadow Palace. Such a thing hadn't happened in a long time. News of this immediately spread among the disciples of the heavenly deity realm. Some busybodies all came to watch the liveliness. Everyone wanted to know which new disciple was so tyrannical, actually not giving face to the steward at all, making a move at the slightest disagreement. This was no different from throwing a rock into the peaceful Dark Shadow Palace. A short while later, a manager hurried over with a dozen heavenly god disciples. This manager was none other than Manager Bai. Manager Bai's sharp gaze swept over the heavenly god disciples, causing them to shiver in fear, not daring to meet his gaze. Chapter 2876. He's in. Caretaker Bai said coldly, I really don't know what you're doing. You can't even keep an eye on one person. What a disgrace. The heavenly god manager lowered his head, not daring to look at her. Wait for him to come out. Chief Steward Bai was not considered a warden in the Dark Shadow Palace, but he was still a steward with considerable authority. More importantly, his backer was the Elysian Sun. In the Dark Shadow Palace, Duguijian, the Elysian Sun, and Batian were the strongest of the younger generation. They all had the support of the deacon elders and had great influence in the Dark Shadow Palace. In the last assessment, Lin Fei stopped at the Saint Spirit 3rd level. He wasn't interested in this kind of test, so he didn't come. This time, Lin Fei was planning to go to the Dark Shadow Throne. In a place like the Dark Shadow Palace, the rules were unchangeable, which was why he decided to take the assessment. Enemies would appear on every floor of the Holy Spirit Palace. Only by defeating the enemy would they be able to advance to the next level. The rules were simple, but it was still difficult to do it. Last time, I refrained from making a move. It's a good time to settle this once and for all. The first enemy appeared. Lin Fei waved his hand and a powerful force swept out. After killing the other party, Zhang Xian successfully entered the next level. Chief Steward Bai sat there with his saber in his hand, exuding a cold and gloomy aura. 4th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. In Manager Bai's opinion, this new disciple's strength was only around 6th order heavenly god realm. Once he came out, he would let him know the consequences of being so impudent. On the plaza, many heavenly god disciples came to watch. Chief Steward Bai didn't stop them. He couldn't wait to let everyone know that anyone who acted presumptuously here would be unlucky. Look, it's the 4th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. 5th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. 6th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. 7th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. The expressions of the heavenly god disciples changed slightly. This speed was too fast. That's way too fast. Could that person be trying to break through to the 8th level of the Saint Spirit Realm? That's not the Supremacy Realm anymore. Someone exclaimed. In the past, every level of the Holy Spirit Palace required time. He had never seen anything so fast. Chief Steward Bai was currently resting with his eyes closed. When he heard the discussion, he opened his eyes and furrowed his brows. As expected, the other party had stopped at the 7th level of the Saint Soul Realm. Steward Bai, don't listen to their nonsense. That guy will definitely come out soon. It's not that easy to reach the 8th layer of the Saint Soul Realm. I've never heard of a new Lord of the High Lord appearing in our Dark Shadow Palace. Manager Bai also didn't believe that anyone could break through to the 8th level of the Saint Spirit Realm. The Dark Shadow Palace was so big that they would still know about the slightest movement. Currently, there was really no Lord Supremacy who had just been promoted. That time, those big shots didn't come in a large group. How could they come to take the test alone? I must be thinking too much. Chief Steward Bai shook his head. But in the next second, cries of surprise erupted in the square. 8th level of the Saint Spirit Realm. Are you kidding me? A High Lord has appeared. Heavens, I actually saw someone successfully break through to the 8th level of the Saint Spirit Realm. Those heavenly deity disciples were all dumbfounded. His breathing quickened. This was the birth of a supremacy. Chief Steward Bai's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the 8th level of the Saint Spirit Realm. His expression flickered and he could no longer remain calm. How is this possible? That kid is a High Lord. The previous steward's voice trembled. A heavenly god realm disciple and a High Lord couldn't be compared. A High Lord could deal with him with a single word. There were so many 7th order heavenly god realm disciples in the Dark Shadow Palace, but those that could break through to the High Lord realm were few and far between. Something big is going to happen. Chief Steward Bai stood up with a whoosh and slapped the steward's face. Why aren't you picking up the identification? Let's see who it is. Even if Chief Steward Bai relied on Lord Elysian Heavenly Son, he didn't have much confidence in a High Lord. At this time, Chief Steward Bai really wanted to slap this guy to death. You're stopping a High Lord from taking the test, aren't you courting death? It's him, it's actually him. The moment he picked up the identification and saw the name on it, his legs went soft. Who? Chief Steward Bai asked anxiously. It's Great Lord Hantian's disciple, Lin Fei. Ah, it's that good-for-nothing Lin Fei. Chief Steward Bai didn't dare to believe it. How did that guy break through? Didn't they say that it would take him at least 300,000 years to break through? It hasn't even been 100,000 years, okay? Great Lord Hantian was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. As Lin Fei stepped into the 8th layer of the Saint Spirit Palace, the entire Dark Shadow Palace rang with a loud bell. The unique bell of the Holy Spirit Palace was automatically set. Whenever a heavenly god realm disciple entered the 8th layer, the bell would ring automatically. This meant that a High Lord had appeared in the Dark Shadow Palace. Dang dang dang. The sound was loud and clear. The first to hear it was the Dark Shadow Palace's High Lord. His gaze immediately fell on the Saint Spirit Palace. No way, someone broke through again. I wonder whose disciple it is. Quick, let's go take a look. If he's lucky, he might even become a High Lord's disciple. The heavenly god realm disciple reacted quickly. In those cave abodes, the High Lords also opened their eyes. After all, the appearance of a High Lord had a completely different meaning. Thus, these clones left the cave abodes and came to the sky above the Saint Spirit Palace. It's the 8th layer. Is he going to break through to the 9th layer? Who knows which heavenly god realm disciple is inside? The High Lord's clones asked curiously. The Dark Shadow Palace's personal disciples had the highest chance of becoming a High Lord. Ordinary heavenly god realm disciples had a 3% chance, and personal disciples had at least a 7% chance. If a High Lord appeared, it would definitely be beneficial to rope him in. I think he's called Lin Fei or something. One of the High Lord's clones said. The High Lords in the sky widened their eyes, suspecting that they had heard wrongly. It can't be. I seem to remember that Lin Fei is the most useless one. He's still a body-tempering cultivator. It's true. Chief Steward Bai has proof of his identity. He became a High Lord in 100,000 years, and he's a body-tempering cultivator at that. Who says that he's not talented? After a momentary daze, the High Lord's clones revealed strange looks. A body-tempering cultivator who cultivated the sacred cloud dragon traversing body and not a top-notch heavenly god body cultivation technique of less than 100,000 years was already a top-notch expert among the High Lords. In the Dark Shadow Palace, he was already a top-notch expert. This was also a major advantage of a body-tempering cultivator supremacy. To become a High Lord in 100,000 years, he's already a second-level figure among the High Lords. Unfortunately, compared to Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun, he's still a long way off. They already have the strength of a first-level High Lord. I seem to have heard that the Elysian Sun and Lin Fei aren't on good terms. There's going to be a good show. The circle of High Lords in the Dark Shadow Palace could not hide things. Many people knew about the situation. The 8th layer of the Saint Spirit Palace. Lin Fei was wielding the Sky Splitter hammer and fighting with a pitch-black strange person for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The 8th layer was what Lin Fei was interested in. Shadows shot out one after another. Chapter 2877. The sacred spirit palace where the dark shadow palace was located suddenly became lively. The clones of the supremacies that were usually unseen appeared in the sky above the sacred spirit palace. It was rare to see more than 20 supremacies in such a short period of time. The appearance of a new supremacy in the dark shadow palace was of great significance. Look, the first elder is here too. The second elder is here too. And the third elder. The 10 great divine realm elders who were in charge of the daily affairs of the dark shadow palace arrived one after another. They had also received the news that the newly ascended supremacy was Lin Fei, whom they had always looked down on. He had become a newly ascended supremacy. Everyone stared at the 8th layer of the sacred spirit palace. He seems to have lasted for a long time. We really underestimated this Lin Fei. He broke through in 100,000 years. Even if he broke through, he would at most have the strength of a stage 2 supremacy. He's still far from Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun. An hour later, a figure emerged from the sacred spirit palace. He was dressed in black. A powerful supremacy aura exuded from his body. He's out. It really is Lin Fei. Wrong, wrong. It's supremacy Lin Fei now. When the figure appeared, everyone knew that the personal disciple of great venerable Shaker Tian had really succeeded in breaking through and had even lasted for an hour at the 8th layer of the sacred spirit palace. This potential far surpassed 2/3 of the newly ascended supremacies. Every time someone broke through from the 7th layer of the sacred spirit palace to the 8th layer of the sacred spirit palace, they would subconsciously fight the opponent at the 8th layer. Every time, most of them would be defeated within a few breaths and teleported out. Lin Fei's performance had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. An hour. Back then, only the Dugu Yijian, Saint Sun, and the others were able to achieve such a standard. And now, Lin Fei had appeared as well. This was truly surprising. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Lin Fei, for becoming a new supremacy. Congratulations, congratulations. Our dark shadow palace has a new supremacy. A heavenly god elder immediately came up to congratulate him. The avatars of the supremacies also came up to congratulate him. Even the avatars of the supremacies who looked down on Lin Fei previously also came up to congratulate him politely. Lin Fei returned their greetings in a very humble and courteous manner. This was also the first time the heavenly deity disciples saw Lin Fei, this personal disciple of the Ascendant Empyrean. Back then, this senior brother Lin Fei had stolen the limelight from Dugu Yijian and many others. Now that he had broken through, he would immediately have the strength of a second-stage supremacy. His talent wasn't that bad. Once he grasped the powerful body-tempering Saint Spirit's secret technique, his strength would increase by another level. The gap in strength between supremacies could be very big or very small. High Lord, I was wrong just now. Deacon Li came forward to admit his mistake. Chief Steward Bai brought Chief Steward Li, who had committed the crime, to the front of Lin Fei cautiously. His previous arrogance was now gone. High Lord, I deserve to die. I was blinded by greed. I was wrong. Chief Steward Li slapped himself with great force. Pa. 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 His face was swollen like a pig's head. The heavenly god elders and the avatars of the supremacies who came up to congratulate him were all smiling. Only a few heavenly god elders had anger on their faces, as if they hated them for not doing their job properly. Lin Fei looked on with a smile and didn't stop them. It's too light. Not good. Chief Steward Bai's heart sank as he shouted at Chief Steward Li, the supremacy has already said it. Hurry up. If you do something wrong, you should obediently accept your punishment. Yes, I was wrong. I wouldn't dare to mess around here. Chief Steward Li continued to slap with all his strength. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he blamed himself for all the mistakes. Chief Steward Bai lowered his head and said, Lord Supremacy, I will definitely handle this matter properly. Something like this will never happen again. From everyone's point of view, Chief Steward Bai lowered his head and admitted his mistake. However, from Lin Fei's point of view, Chief Steward Bai was avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say anything at all. It was obvious that he didn't take it seriously. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of anything. Moreover, after returning and receiving instructions from his master, he wasn't worried that anything would happen. No matter how big the commotion was, his master would come out to support it. Hee hee. Lin Fei chuckled, "You're quite courageous. If I hadn't advanced to the supremacy realm, would you have arrested me? Don't tell me you didn't have any thoughts." Chief Steward Bai lowered his stance, but he didn't put Lin Fei in his eyes. Whether it was influence or other aspects, he couldn't compare to those few. "Lord Supremacy, you've misunderstood. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare," Chief Steward Bai said repeatedly. At this time, a heavenly god elder came up and said, "Supremacy Lin, it's better for us to handle this kind of matter. For this kind of situation, we'll definitely punish him severely and give you a satisfactory explanation. Yes, leave this matter to us." With a heavenly god elder stepping forward, several heavenly god elders immediately stepped forward with smiles on their faces. It seemed like they were giving face to Lin Fei, but in reality, they weren't giving face at all. Instead, they were siding with Chief Steward Bai. Chief Steward Bai also revealed a hint of smugness. "Is that so?" The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. As a member of the Dark Shadow Palace, to threaten a disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace and collect benefits, in my opinion, this kind of person deserves to die. Even if he died 100 times, it wouldn't be a pity. If you guys aren't going to handle it, I'll do it. Leaving him alive is a disaster. Don't. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a strong wind swept past. Chief Steward Li immediately turned into a pile of minced meat. He couldn't be more dead. A mere steward wasn't qualified to cultivate the clone technique. Chief Steward Bai's eyes widened. "You? How could you kill him? You're too much." In the Dark Shadow Palace, the life and death of a steward had to be approved by the disciplinary hall. Otherwise, no one had the right to make the decision. The heavenly god elders and the High Lord's clones who were full of smiles froze slightly. All sorts of thoughts ran through their minds. He's just a steward. So what if he's killed? Lin Fei flicked his finger. "And you can't tell right from wrong. I think you can accompany him on his journey." Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past. "Elder, save me!" Chief Steward Bai also turned into a pile of minced meat. A faint smell of blood permeated the air. "Everyone, don't tell me you don't know whether this kind of person should be killed or not." Lin Fei's cold gaze swept across the crowd, especially the heavenly god elders. All of them broke out in cold sweat and didn't dare to look him in the eye. They didn't think that Lin Fei would really dare to kill someone. He killed two at once. The former was easy to deal with, but the latter was Chief Steward Bai. He was an Elysian Sun's man. He's too reckless. Of all the people he could offend, why did he offend the Elysian Sun? Could it be that Lin Fei did it on purpose? That should be the case. I heard that the Elysian Sun had looked for trouble with Lin Fei before. The High Lord's clones all had different expressions. Everyone knew that Lin Fei and the Elysian Sun were going to clash. Maybe the Elysian Sun will be here soon. Chapter 2878. Brother Dugu, I didn't expect you to come as well. In the void above the Holy Spirit Palace, Dugu Yijian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was delicate and pretty, but just by standing there, an invisible sword intent filled the surroundings, forming a terrifying sword intent domain. With just a thought, the domain could become big or small. Not to mention anything else, if an ordinary early-stage supremacy were to approach the sword intent domain, there would be no need for supremacy Dugu Yijian to act. The boundless sword intent domain would be able to severely injure the other party. This was the terrifying power of a third-stage supremacy. At this moment, standing not far away was a tall and sturdy young man. His body was filled with wild and explosive power, like a peerless general with indescribable might. I came to take a look. Paragon Dugu Yijian said calmly. That person's temper is still as bad as ever. Back then, he became a disciple of the Great Supremacy and became a supremacy in 100,000 years. His talent is not bad. Unfortunately, he became a supremacy a little too late. He just had to face the Elysian sun. The young man was the overlord of the past. He had become the disciple of the giant I supremacy and was now a supremacy. Dugu Yijian suddenly looked into the distance and revealed a smile. Elysian son of heaven is here. Far away in the library, an old man lazily opened his eyes. He grabbed at the air and took out a wine gourd. Then, he gulped down wine, squinting his eyes. Good lad, you're ready to make a big commotion now that you've arrived? The old man drank a few mouthfuls of wine. The Elysian son of heaven has also come. This is going to be interesting. The old man narrowed his eyes. I just don't know if this kid has the ability to fight against a peak third-order Elysian son of heaven with the strength of a second-order high lord. Elysian son of heaven is here. In the distance, a Buddhist light appeared. It was colorful, like a rainbow after the rain. The Buddhist light grew bigger and more obvious. At the same time, a huge phantom appeared. This is interesting. With the death of Chief Steward Bai and the arrival of the sacred Son of Heaven, everyone knew that something big was about to happen. The Elysian Son of Heaven's Buddhist arts are getting more and more exquisite. Even from a distance, he was able to make people fall for his tricks unknowingly. His strength is comparable to Dugu Yijian's. It's very likely that he will become a great sovereign lord in the future. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, and the seven-colored Buddhist light in the distance surged over like seawater. Taking a closer look, there were actually bubbles in the depths of the Buddhist light. Each bubble had an Elysian son of heaven sitting in it, chanting in Sanskrit, looking divine and noble. Endless Sanskrit sounds emerged. Lin Fei's disturbance in the sea. Before the person arrived, the dismounted horse's prestige had already arrived. Isolate the outside world. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with him and asked the system to block it. The Sanskrit sounds continued. The shielding effect was surprisingly good. Regardless of whether it was an expert of the illusory school or someone else, it was directly shielded. Lin Fei was completely fine. Sacred Son of Heaven, your Sanskrit sounds aren't powerful enough. I don't feel anything at all. Is it because your Dharma isn't profound enough? The surrounding heavenly god elders and high lord clones had long since moved away. The Sanskrit chants of the Elysian Son of Heaven were not easy to endure. He actually blocked it. It can't be, right? Could it be that Lin Fei has also cultivated a soul secret technique? This is too easy. Everyone knew how powerful the Sanskrit chant of the Elysian Son of Heaven was. Its might was definitely top-notch. Most people didn't like to listen to the Sanskrit chants of the Elysian Son of Heaven. If they were careless, they would fall for it and be controlled, becoming one of the puppets. They originally wanted to see Lin Fei suffer a setback, but at this moment, all of them shut their mouths. This Lin Fei was truly quite capable. After not seeing each other for 100,000 years, brother Lin Fei is still as straightforward as ever. The Elysian Son of Heaven's pure and holy aura brought along a seven-colored stream of light as he appeared in the sky above the sacred spirit palace. The gentle and holy aura shone like sunlight, landing on the heavenly god disciples below. Their gazes all changed. I've always been straightforward. But you, on the other hand, look more and more like a charlatan. Even your words carry Sanskrit sounds. Are you trying to bewitch everyone? Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear, shattering everyone's thoughts. The heavenly god disciples below recovered from their daze one by one. They didn't know what to do. This was a conflict. Charlatan. Everyone wanted to laugh. This Lin Fei was too good at talking. In the dark shadow palace, no one dared to call the Elysian Son of Heaven a charlatan. Although he did look like a charlatan now, that was also because of his cultivation technique. His pure and holy aura had also become effeminate, making people feel very uncomfortable. However, Lin Fei was the first person who dared to call the Elysian son of heaven a charlatan in public. The Elysian son maintained a friendly smile, and there was not a trace of anger on his face. Those who didn't know him would think that he was a good-tempered person. Everyone knew that the Elysian son of heaven had a bad temper. I originally wanted to congratulate you. After all, we came in together. Everyone is happy that you can become a supremacy, but you shouldn't have killed people. The Elysian son said with a regretful expression. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, Why? Is Chief by your man? Then you really have to thank me properly. If not for me, I don't know how much trouble your subordinates would have caused for you. Lin Fei, I forgot to tell you that I'm now the Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall. You've killed Chief Steward Bai and Chief Steward Li. No matter what the reason is, you have to come with me to the Disciplinary Hall. The Elysian Heavenly Sons suddenly yelled, Come with me now. Whoosh. A large hand filled with 7-colored Buddhist light reached out to grab Lin Fei. The surrounding void was quickly sealed. This is the Elysian Son of Heaven's great cage. The Sacred Soul Level 9 killing technique is specially used to suppress people. The old man in the library gulped down wine. This Elysian Son of Heaven really knows how to talk. He immediately put a big hat on Lin Fei. The Great Cage Mystic technique is getting more and more powerful. The old man narrowed his eyes. I just don't know if that silly Lin Fei will be able to block it. That's right, that fellow seems to have cultivated the top-notch dark clone technique back then. I wonder how it is now. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. I'm a High Lord. What can you do about it if I kill 2 ungrateful stewards? Lin Fei snorted coldly and blasted out a palm. Seal Soul Severing Palm. It was the same Sacred Soul Level 9 killing technique. Its power had also reached the 2nd level. The 2 extremely powerful Sacred Soul killing techniques clashed. The void that was originally sealed in the surroundings was pushed forward. The 2 palms collided heavily, setting off a terrifying wave that swept in all directions. The surrounding High Lord's clones all released their Emperor intent and sealed the power of the wave. The first time they fought, they were evenly matched. Elysian Son of Heaven, I've long heard that you're powerful in Yunhai, but it seems like you're not that powerful. Lin Fei shook his head and said with a disappointed look, If you don't show me what you're capable of, I guess you'll have wasted your efforts. The Elysian Son of Heaven was still as calm as ever. You've also improved. I thought that you were still as weak as before. The Elysian Son of Heaven suddenly stretched out his hand. A dream come true. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Fei. So powerful. It's another Sacred Soul Level 9 killing technique. Chapter 2879. The huge bubble instantly trapped Lin Fei. There was no trace of the bubble and it appeared out of nowhere. Another Level 9 Sacred Soul Killer move. Dream, nothing. This move is so terrifying. Rumor has it that this Level 9 Sacred Soul Killer move is related to the Space Sect. It's the hardest to defend against. I wonder if Lin Fei can break it. Yeah, it's really hard to defend against this move. The Elysian Son had a smile on his face. Lin Fei, this Level 9 Sacred Soul Killer move is my own creation. You're welcome to comment on it. The colorful light flowed continuously and the huge bubble began to shrink. I forgot to tell you that this move of mine will seal you. However, it's only your physical body. It won't be a problem. The Elysian Son revealed a victorious smile. He would definitely return the favor for losing to Lin Fei back then. Dream, nothing was only one of the Level 9 Sacred Soul Killer moves that the Elysian Son had mastered. However, its power was terrifying. Is that so? Lin Fei began to throw punches. Each of his punches created a black gust of wind that swept across the colorful bubble. The terrifying force landed on the colorful bubble, but it only shook slightly. There wasn't much change. Not bad. After a few punches, the colorful bubble did not budge and began to shrink. The space for movement was getting smaller and smaller. It's useless. You won't be able to break this move. The Elysian sun is getting more and more annoying. In the void, the overlord said unhappily. Back then, Lin Fei suppressed him. I didn't expect that he would suffer a loss this time. Once you're trapped, it's not that easy to break out of a dream is nothing. The overlord was very familiar with this move. It wasn't easy to break unless he was prepared in advance. If Lin Fei can't break this move, it'll be really disappointing. He'll have to stop at level 2 supremacy. Dugu Yijian's face was calm and expressionless. If you're defeated by the Elysian sun, I'll be too disappointed in you. Dugu Yijian had a deep impression of Lin Fei, the guy who had suppressed him in the past. He was very happy that the other party had become a supremacy. In the beginning, Dugu Yijian had regarded Lin Fei as an opponent. Later on, Lin Fei's performance had been disappointing. Gradually, he had forgotten about Lin Fei. Eldest senior brother, junior brother seems to be in trouble. That Elysian son of heaven is really shameless. He clearly knows that junior brother has only mastered a few Holy Spirit level 9 body refining secret techniques, but he still chose to use this. He's too much of a bully. Second senior brother Yushur also came. Of course, it was his clone. Let's continue watching. Eldest senior brother Chongyang also frowned slightly. Our junior brother shouldn't be that weak. I think so too. The Elysian son of heaven is very powerful. Junior brother became a supremacy in less than 100,000 years, much faster than us. Third senior brother Tianing also said. Even Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's junior martial brother was here. Naturally, they would not appear in the sky above the Holy Spirit Palace. Instead, they would watch from the void. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker and the middle-aged scholar were sitting by the lake. The battle between the Holy Spirit Palace's Elysian son of Holy Spirit Palace and Lin Fei appeared before their eyes. Heaven Shaker, your junior brother doesn't seem to be able to hold on. The middle-aged scholar said with a smile while drinking tea. You didn't teach him a powerful killing technique of the Holy Spirit level 9 body refining secret technique. You should know that this move of the Elysian son of heaven is a combination of several styles. It can be considered a top killing technique of the Holy Spirit level 9 body refining secret technique. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker didn't show any anxiety on his face. Instead, he looked relaxed. What's the rush? He must have his reasons for daring to kill the steward. As his master, all I need to do is watch. Ha ha ha, you're really optimistic. Lin Fei attacked over 100 times. The giant rainbow bubble showed no signs of bursting. He also cast the sealing soul severing palm 7 or 8 times, but he couldn't shake the giant rainbow bubble. The space became smaller and smaller, and the power he cast was also suppressed. Stop struggling. You can't get out. Even if you use the sealing soul severing palm, it won't work. Elysian son of heaven said, I fused many styles into this move. It's not as easy to break as you think. You're doomed to fail. Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that Elysian son of heaven's move was very powerful. The giant rainbow bubble walked the path of toughness. It did indeed fuse many styles into it. It was a mess, but it was perfectly fused together, and its power was infinitely amplified. Compared to the previous move, Great Prison Cage, this move was much more powerful. Elysian son of heaven's reputation in the Saint Spirit domain was indeed outstanding. If he encountered a body refining supremacy who didn't have any powerful moves, he would definitely suffer today. It's time for me to show off my body refining secret technique. Ever since Proud Heaven broke through to the 8th level, Lin Fei rarely used his body refining secret technique. In terms of pure strength, he was able to suppress many supremacy experts. Those body refining secret technique were rarely used. Elysian son of heaven, your move is indeed powerful. However, if you want to trap me, it's still far from enough. Lin Fei laughed. You have a powerful Saint Spirit secret technique, but do you really think I don't? Thunderclap Leap. This move came along with Proud Heaven's 4th level. It was very powerful, and it could also be used to escape. Lin Fei directly transformed into a bolt of lightning. With a dazzling light, a crack appeared in the giant rainbow bubble that even the fist technique couldn't break. He rushed out and appeared not far away. As soon as the thunderclap leap was unleashed, everyone was shocked. What move was that just now? I actually don't recognize it. What a good secret technique. It actually easily broke through Elysian Son of Heaven's secret technique. It seems to contain the space sect. The Supremacy's clone's expression began to change. This move was very profound. Everyone recalled and felt that this move was extraordinary. Most importantly, it was a body-refining secret technique. What a powerful kid. This move contains the space sect's secret technique, and with such domineering strength, it tore a crack. Could it be a self-created move? The eyes of the old man in the library lit up, and he suddenly became spirited. No, he's still young. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. That move just now can not only be used as an escape technique, but it also seems to be an offensive move. It has the same effect as the giant rainbow bubble. The more the old man watched, the happier he became. I thought it would be a one-sided fight, but now it seems that the kid can tie with just this move. Han Tian, your disciple is amazing. When did you learn such a move? The middle-aged scholar's interest was piqued. Great Venerable Han Tian revealed a look of shock. This kid really hid his strength well. He can even master such a move. No way, you didn't teach him that? The middle-aged scholar was shocked, and his eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. You really don't believe me. I really didn't teach him that move just now. You also know that although I'm a great venerable, I only have a few powerful Holy Spirit body tempering killing moves. They can't compare to yours. Great Venerable Han Tian shook his head. Don't tell me. He created it himself. Lin Fei rushed out of the library with the thunderclap leap. Elysian Son of Heaven, you're too full of yourself. Look, I'm out now. I forgot to tell you that the move just now was also created by me. Alas, it's my fault for being so smart. Lin Fei said with a serious expression. Chapter 2880. Self-created? The Elysian Son was very proud of his talent. In less than 100,000 years, he had created several powerful sacred spirit secret arts. During this period, he had also improved several sacred spirit secret arts. That, a dream is nothing, was not an ordinary saint spirit imprisonment secret technique. Lin Fei had actually escaped from it so easily and even boasted that he had created it himself. This had greatly provoked the Elysian Son of Heaven. After failing to take down Lin Fei twice in a row, the Elysian Son of Heaven was in a bad mood. He felt very sullen. Could this guy really create it himself? I wonder how many times you can use it. The Elysian Son pointed in Lin Fei's direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Huge rainbow-colored bubbles appeared, each sealing Lin Fei. In an instant, more than a dozen rainbow-colored bubbles appeared. This was not the scariest thing. It was another power of the rainbow-colored bubbles. Self-destruction. Once formed, it would immediately explode. The Sacred Spirit Palace was protected by a huge array formation. No matter how powerful it was, it could not shake the void. But for others, this scene was absolutely shocking. Boom boom boom. The explosion of each seven-colored bubble produced a tremendous amount of power. The aftershock was already so great, not to mention the center. Look, Lin Fei avoided one. Another one was avoided. That's too fast. 3. 4. 7 colored bubbles exploded one after another, and that region also became a terrifyingly dangerous region. It was truly terrifying, and those heavenly deity disciples all sucked in a cold breath of air. Not enough, still not enough. More. Lin Fei moved like lightning, constantly moving. It was impossible to capture his traces. The rainbow-colored bubbles were fast. But Lin Fei was even faster, constantly moving towards the Elysian Sun. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter, and the Elysian Sun could not trap Lin Fei. The powerful killer move was useless at this time. Supremacy Lin Fei, is he going to make a move? A sacred spirit secret art killer move that had never been seen before, and it was even from the physique cultivation sect. With just this move, there might not be many second-stage supremacy powerhouses who could defeat supremacy Lin Fei. If they were not careful, they might even be seriously injured. Thunder leap. Voila! A dazzling bolt of lightning flashed in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The seven-colored Buddhist light in front of him collapsed. The Elysian Son's body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had actually failed to block his opponent's killer move. Elysian Son, what do you think of my move? Not far away, Lin Fei held a piece of cloth in his hand and waved it lightly. It's called Thunderclap. It can kill all enemies. This was also the first time everyone had heard of this name. Previously, they were amazed by the speed of this move. However, when they saw that the Elysian Heavenly Sons were unable to defend against this move, their faces turned ugly. That's the power of a 9th-level Saint Spirit's secret technique. Too scary. I didn't even see it clearly. The Elysian Son of Heaven seems to be injured. They did not expect Lin Fei to be able to injure the Elysian Son of Heaven, even if it was a small injury. I wonder if the Elysian Son of Heaven still wants to capture me. Lin Fei smiled. The Elysian Son already knew that it would be difficult to capture Lin Fei today unless he used his trump card. However, it would be inappropriate for him to continue attacking. Initially, he planned to capture Lin Fei in one move. However, the current situation, the Elysian Son of Heaven was very puzzled. This had indirectly increased Lin Fei's influence. Not only did he fail to capture Lin Fei, he even suffered a setback. A single thunderclap was enough to make the Elysian Son feel pressured. He could not find a good way to deal with it in a short period of time. If he allowed it to continue, he would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. The moment he was struck by the thunderclap, the Elysian Son could feel a large amount of vitality in his body being consumed. He was even more shocked. This lethality was too terrifying. This was the first time in the history of the Elysian Son of Heaven. He had seen the most powerful Holy Spirit's secret art killer move. If this kind of depletion method was used for a long time, the loss would be great. If he was not careful, he might even die. Did I ever capture you? The Elysian Son of Heaven said seriously, I guess someone was joking with you. Ha ha ha. Joking? Everyone was stunned. Was the Elysian Son of Heaven going to give up? Dugu Yijian revealed a trace of a smile. Interesting, really interesting. To be able to create a body cultivation killer move like Thunderclap, its power is indeed extraordinary. It has both speed and power. It is really hard to defend against. Not far away, the tyrant also had a solemn expression. The Elysian Son of Heaven also has times where he is at a disadvantage. If I were to encounter Lin Fei's Thunderclap, I don't know how to defend against it. Once any Holy Spirit's secret art killer move was used, everyone had to think of how to deal with it. For example, now, among the 10 supremacies, at least 8 were interested in the Thunderclap. This secret art killer move was good. The Elysian Son of Heaven pretended to be confused and retreated. After exchanging blows several times, 2 Holy Spirit level 9 secret art killer moves could not defeat Lin Fei. If he made another move, he would lose face. Lin Fei won. This personal disciple who had kept a low profile for 100,000 years finally had his own strength to tell everyone that there were experts under Great Venerable Heaven Shaker. Junior brother, good job. Wenren Jingong was the first to fly out, his face full of smiles. He was in a good mood. That was amazing. Supremacy Sky Shadow also came and patted Lin Fei's shoulder. You are amazing to be able to create such a killer move. It is really good news for the body cultivation style. The body cultivation style had powerful killer moves, but they were few in number. They were not as good as those who cultivated Emperor Intent. Therefore, once Lin Fei's thunderclap was used, it was no less than a treasure to the supremacies of the body cultivation style. Lin Fei had not used the thunderclap for a long time. Now that he used it again, it was extremely powerful and could plunder vitality. Unfortunately, the Elysian Sun retreated too quickly and did not have time to use it a few more times. That guy was lucky. The 4 personal disciples of Great Venerable Heaven Shaker were all here. Immediately, someone came to congratulate them again. Some of the supremacy's clones greeted them and left. They needed to digest today's news. Lin Fei's performance was too shocking. With such a new supremacy in the Dark Shadow Palace, who knew if the situation would change immediately? That thunderclap was unforgettable. Soon, the supremacy's clones and the heavenly god elders left one by one. Junior brother. You have made us proud this time. Wenren Jingong said happily. We are under Great Venerable Heaven Shaker. Who are we afraid of? Junior brother, the Elysian Sun is going to be depressed for a long time. Eldest senior brother Chongyang frowned slightly. Junior brother, you have to put away your secret killer move. I'm afraid that some people will think about it. Of course, there is nothing to be afraid of in the Dark Shadow Palace. The power of your thunderclap is quite terrifying outside. Lin Fei nodded. I will. Kid, let's talk. Chapter 2881. Everything happened too fast. What happened? Where's junior brother Lin Fei? It seems like a hand appeared just now, and then an old man took away junior brother. It was only after Lin Fei disappeared that Supremacy Chongyang and the others came to their senses. Their faces turned ugly. Who would be so audacious as to take away their junior brother in the City of Shadows? Eldest senior brother, I think I remember now. That person was the old man from the library. Wenren Jingong suddenly said with a smile of disbelief. No way, that martial arts fanatic. Chongyang's supremacy was shocked. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Absolutely not. That person should be the old man from the library. I think he's called Wind Demon Supremacy. He's best at speed. In the entire Dark Shadow Palace, his speed is among the top 3. Yes. Yes. I think he's Wind Demon Supremacy. I heard that he had the potential to break through to the Grand Supremacy realm. He was an influential figure in the same era as our master. But something happened and he's been stuck at the peak of the 3rd stage supremacy. At least junior brother won't be in trouble. Lin Fei wanted to fight back when the old man stretched out his hand. But he didn't sense any dangerous aura. Besides, he was in the City of Shadows and the Sacred Spirit Palace. Who would dare to kidnap someone? Lin Fei allowed the old man to take him away. Isn't this outside the library? In an instant, Lin Fei remembered where he was. Not bad, not bad. You've got guts. Aren't you afraid that it's an enemy? The old man picked up the wine gourd and gulped it down. He looked at Lin Fei with interest. Then you'll be dead. Greetings, senior. Who dares to attack in the Dark Shadow Palace? Senior won't hurt me. The old man was already an expert of the supremacy realm when Lin Fei first came. Now that he saw him again, he could still sense the terrifying aura. Although he hid it well, it was still very obvious to Lin Fei, who cultivated a top-notch cultivation method. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary supremacy wouldn't give Lin Fei such a dangerous aura. At the very least, this old man's strength was at least at the 3rd stage of the supremacy stage, which meant that he was at the peak of the 1st stage of the supremacy stage. If he used his treasures, he could erupt with the strength of a great supremacy. This was already a very powerful strength. 100,000 years ago, this old man thought that you were biting off more than you could chew. 100,000 years later, your performance is pretty good. You've reached the 8th layer of the Sacred Cloud Dragon Traversing Body, the 2nd layer of the Sealing Soul Severing Palm, and you've even created your own killer move, the Thunderclap Leap. You're really not bad. For a moment, Lin Fei really couldn't figure out what the other party wanted to do. Senior, you flatter me. Compared to Dugu Yijian and the sacred Son of Heaven, my ability is still far from that. Lin Fei said modestly. The old man hummed, you don't need to be so humble. Just based on your thunderclap leap, a pure body tempering sacred spirit killer move, it can attack and retreat at will, it's very commendable. There's even a special style in it, it can be considered a great accomplishment killer move. Thunderclap Leap was only one of the killer moves of the Proud Heavens Stage 5. Lin Fei didn't think much of it. But now that he heard it, it seemed to be very impressive. He couldn't help but rejoice. If he had used the last few moves, it probably wouldn't be like this. Master, this guy's eyesight is really sharp, he saw most of it. The little fiend's voice came, looks like the Sacred Spirit Domain's Sacred Spirit Body Tempering Killer move isn't that brilliant. Fortunately, Master only used the 5th move. If the last few moves were used, Master might be in trouble. Lin Fei actually hadn't thought about this. Thunderclap Leap was a move that encompassed both the School of Space and the School of Speed. Within a certain range, it could easily kill someone without leaving any traces. The reason why Elysian Son of Heaven couldn't dodge it was because he was within Lin Fei's range. With Proud Heaven's additional attributes, when Thunderclap Leap was used, its power was naturally unimaginable. As long as Lin Fei wanted to kill someone, once he used Thunderclap Leap, no one would be able to block it, unless the other party could think of a move to counter it. But that would also require a certain amount of time. Just now when I saw you fighting with Elysian Son of Heaven, you seemed to be very adept at using your strength. The old man drank a mouthful of wine. This old man has 2 hobbies in life. The first is drinking wine. Everywhere in the Sacred Spirit Domain, inside and outside, even in the boundless world, as long as there's good wine, I would go and taste it. Traveling the world, drinking the best wine in the world, it's great. My other hobby is to spar with others, especially when I encounter some powerful moves. This old man wants to experience them. Do you know, this old man hasn't encountered a move that could light up my eyes in 200,000 years? Your Thunderclap Leap is very good, I want to give it a try. Lin Fei blinked. That's possible? The old man blinked his eyes, why not? This old man really likes your Thunderclap Leap, so you can use it boldly. After all, there are very few body-tempering Holy Spirit killing moves that can interest this old man. Of course. Of course, you won't do it for nothing. As long as this old man is happy, it's not impossible for you to enter the 2nd floor of the library pavilion. The 2nd floor of the library pavilion was very tempting to Lin Fei. The last time he went in, Lin Fei had the right to enter the 1st floor. The 2nd floor had a formation restriction, one could not enter without a pass, and the 2nd floor had some good stuff. To Lin Fei, as long as he went up, the rewards would definitely be unimaginable. Where else could he find such a good thing? Lin Fei, who was about to reject, immediately changed his mind. Sure, no problem. In his heart, Lin Fei also wanted to test the depth of the other party's strength. Thunderclap Leap without a sound, the Saint Spirit killing move flashed over. Kid, you're a bit shameless. The old man stared unhappily, and his figure began to fade. With a whoosh, the faint shadow broke apart, and the old man's figure appeared in his original position. No, let's do it again. Lin Fei's move just now, he used his full strength, and the power was naturally extraordinary. Ordinary people did not have time to prepare. Any offensive killing move, when used, must be accumulated. Lin Fei's body-tempering Saint Spirit killing move, can be directly used, does not need time to prepare. This old man is stronger than I thought. Lin Fei clearly felt that when his Thunderclap Leap attacked the other party, there was an invisible force in front of him, forming a certain resistance. Just that little resistance, Lin Fei's Thunderclap Leap failed, and did not exert the power it should have. Voila! Lin Fei made his move again, this time even faster than before. The old man also revealed a strong fighting spirit, and only that shadow was left in his eyes. He opened his 5 fingers and flicked towards the void, each time landing in a position. Chapter 2882. So that's how it is. The old man drank a mouthful of wine and revealed a proud expression. Lin Fei's first time using Thunder Leap failed. He actually didn't manage to hit his opponent. This was a rather inconceivable thing. Don't think that it happened in an instant. Many people couldn't do it, but this old man in the library did it twice. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. Young man, your Thunder Leap is indeed not bad, but it's a bit slow. The old man started to comment, it's still very powerful. Normal people really can't handle it. It was also Lin Fei's first time using Thunder Leap to fail. Master, this guy's strength is extremely strong. He's even stronger than a High Lord. I suspect he's a great High Lord. Little Evil Demon suddenly said, the Dark Shadow Palace is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, if Master explodes with the true strength of Proud Heaven Realm level 8, he definitely won't be able to handle it so easily. Alright, here's your pass. You can go to the second floor of the library. You'll be allowed to pick a technique. You only have an hour at most. A token was thrown over. Thank you, Senior. What are you thanking me for? Hurry up and get in. The old man walked towards the chair and leaned on it, squinting his eyes. Your Thunderclap Leap can be more perfect. Right now, there are still some flaws. For example, speed. Once you meet someone faster than you, your move will fail. And you will be exposed under the opponent's eyes. It's the same as sending yourself to his doorstep. Lin Fei also understood. Thunder Leap was a technique that excelled in speed. It also had a certain limit. The reason why the old man was able to break it and easily block his attack was because his speed was faster than his. The opponent was able to break his technique. If I use my full strength, the power of Thunder Leap should be able to pose a certain threat. To defeat this old man, I'll probably have to use the 6th technique, or even the 7th technique. Thoughts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. His face revealed an expression of acceptance. Only then did he walk into the library. How did this kid create it? The old man looked at Lin Fei's back as he entered and could not help but sigh. This kind of move is really the ultimate killing move in terms of speed. If he really created it himself, then this guy's potential is limitless. If he comes up with a few more moves, even Elysian Sun, Duguijian and the others will not be able to handle it. Although the old man had blocked the Thunderclap Leap, it was only because of his advantage in speed. He secretly thought about it and did not pay attention to Lin Fei. On the second floor of the library. Compared to the first floor, the space here was smaller. Scan and copy everything. Lin Fei pretended to read the cultivation methods on the bookshelf. After scanning and copying these cultivation methods, my body refinement killer moves will become even more perfect. Not bad, he chose the Shadow Doppelganger. An hour later, Lin Fei came out with a smile on his face. The old man casually glanced at it and said, "Cultivate well." Then he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Soon, the sound of snoring could be heard. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the scanning and copying would be discovered. Then it would be hard to explain, even though he was very confident in the system. Junior brother Lin Fei, you finally came out. We were so worried. Lin Fei saw senior brother Chongyang and the others as soon as he came out. Wenren Jingong was the first to come up. Seeing that Lin Fei was fine, he secretly looked inside as if he was worried that some monster would come out. I'm fine. I'm fine. Senior brother Chongyang smiled. It's good that you're fine. Let's go back first. This is not the place to talk. That old man is called Wind Demon. In terms of speed in the Dark Shadow Palace, he is ranked top 3. In senior brother Chongyang's cave abode. Lin Fei heard about the old man's background. It seemed that the old man had a powerful background, especially when he had refined a treasure before. He had a deep understanding of the Tao of speed, which extended to several branches. His strength was terrifying. In the Dark Shadow Palace, he was known as an invisible great supremacy. You're really lucky. You used the thunderclap leap and that wind demon became interested. He even let you go to the second level of the library. Just thinking about it makes me jealous. That's right. That old man wind demon is the most unreasonable one. I didn't expect him to give little junior brother such a benefit. It usually costs a lot of contribution points to go to the second level of the library. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Wind Demon's actions. It seemed that the old man wasn't as unreasonable as he said. He seemed to be quite nice. Little junior brother, now that you've become a supremacy, you'll be able to open a peak on your own. Have you chosen a place? Do you need me to help you? Also, the higher-ups will invite you to take up some positions in the Dark Shadow Palace. I'm really not sure about that. Please explain it to me, eldest senior brother. Lin Fei didn't know much about these things. After Lin Fei became a supremacy, he became a top-notch expert in the Dark Shadow Palace. He had also become a top-notch expert in the Dark Shadow Palace. He was no longer a personal disciple in the Dark Shadow Palace, but an official supremacy-level figure who enjoyed all kinds of resources. After the battle with the Elysian Sun, Lin Fei's influence grew a lot. He was a supremacy that even the Elysian Sun couldn't take down immediately. He even killed 2 stewards. The Elysian Sun wanted to use the Hall of Torture to suppress him, but he didn't succeed. Soon, Lin Fei had his own mountain and opened up a new cave abode. His status was no longer the same as before. In the past month, the supremacy's clone would visit him and build a relationship. Lin Fei also had a few supremacy friends he could get along with. They were all nearby neighbors. Only supremacies could open a cave abode in this area. The first elder is here. Lin Fei went out to welcome him. Although the other party was only a divine realm elder, his power wasn't low. For supremacies, their main bodies would usually cultivate, and only their clones would take up some positions. As for the great supremacies, they basically didn't take up any positions. Therefore, the matters of the Dark Shadow Palace were basically handled by the Divine Realm Elders. I'm not busy. The first elder had a head of white hair and a smile on his face. In front of this new supremacy, he didn't dare to put on any airs. In particular, the position given by the higher-ups had completely blinded him. Even now, the first elder didn't quite believe it. He didn't understand what the higher-ups were thinking and why they would give such a position to Lin Fei. It's all right. Recently, I've been reading some ancient books in the library and accumulated some experience. Lin Fei arranged for someone to bring tea and said unhurriedly. You should know that every newly promoted supremacy has to take up some positions in the Dark Shadow Palace. I'm here to inform you that this is your new position in the Dark Shadow Palace. The first elder took out a jade talisman. Chapter 2883. After the first elder delivered the jade talisman, he chatted for a while before taking his leave. Before he left, he invited Lin Fei to be his guest. Lin Fei played with the jade talisman in his hand. Beside it was a piece of identification made of special material. Who made such a lame decision to make me the deputy hall master of the disciplinary hall? This position shocked Lin Fei. After returning from senior brother Chongyang's place, Lin Fei had learned that there were a few halls with the most authority in the Dark Shadow Palace. The first one should be the disciplinary hall. This disciplinary hall was like a sharp sword hanging over the heads of the disciples of the divine realm. Anyone would feel great pressure because no one knew when the people from the disciplinary hall would come knocking on their door. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to offend the members of the disciplinary hall. Ever since Elysian Tianzi was promoted to a supremacy, the higher-ups had given him a position as the deputy hall master of the disciplinary hall, in charge of a small disciplinary team. And now, Lin Fei had also been appointed as the deputy hall master of the disciplinary hall. This was indeed a little surprising. It seemed that this position did not match up at all. Forget it. It's just a deputy hall master of the disciplinary hall. It's not like I've never been one before. Lin Fei did not like these things. After joining the Dark Shadow Palace, there were some rules that he had to abide by. Fortunately, these positions did not last long. What? The newly promoted Supremacy Lin Fei is going to be the Deputy Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall? That can't be. How is that possible? Who arranged this? This is going to be interesting. Supremacy Lin Fei and Supremacy Elysian Tianzi are like fire and water. The arrangement of the new Supremacy Lin Fei's position quickly spread. The news really exceeded everyone's expectations. This position was extraordinarily important. It was definitely going to be a meteoric rise. He actually became the Deputy Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall. On a quiet mountain peak, Dugu Yijian was wiping a long sword that gleamed with a cold light. His movements were very gentle, as if he was his own woman, afraid that he would hurt her. Dugu Yijian's movements paused for a moment when he heard his subordinate's report. Then, he continued to wipe. The Elysian Sun has long regarded the Disciplinary Hall as his territory. In the future, he will become the Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall. Now that there's an additional Lin Fei, things are getting interesting. Dugu Yijian did not like the Elysian Son of Heaven very much. This fellow liked to scheme against others and was full of schemes. The Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall, Honorable Lin Fei, has really reached the heavens in a single bound. As long as he establishes his prestige, who would dare to disrespect Honorable Lin Fei in the future? The higher-ups are preparing to nurture Supremacy Lin Fei. Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall, that's a very high position. Even the High Lords looked envious. Although the Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall was only a Vice Hall Master, he wielded great authority. The reason for that was because the head Hall Master basically didn't manage the Punishment Hall's affairs, and all of his authority was delegated to others. In the past, the Elysian Son of Heaven was the only one in power. With the addition of Lin Fei, things were completely different. There would definitely be an intense competition. Would Lin Fei suppress the Elysian Son of Heaven, or would the Elysian Son suppress Lin Fei? This was really something to look forward to. In the office of the Elysian Son of Heaven. In a room of the Disciplinary Hall, the Elysian Son of Heaven had also heard the news. He only frowned slightly, but his emotions didn't change much. Those who were familiar with the Elysian Son of Heaven would know that he was in a bad mood. It was only because he cultivated the Dharma that he exuded an aura that made people have a good impression of him. Hall Master, they're here. A confidant came in from outside and reported in a low voice. Let them in. Very soon, a few people entered in a line. They all had a murderous aura around them, and their attire was almost the same. If the people from the Disciplinary Hall saw them, they would definitely recognize them. These 5 people were all attendants of the Disciplinary Hall, and all of them had submitted to the Elysian Son of Heaven. Hall Master. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very satisfied with this title. The first Hall Master of the Punishment Hall rarely interfered with matters. Even though there were a few Vice Hall Masters, ever since the arrival of the Sacred Heavens, they had seized the authority in a few moves. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very ambitious. Becoming a great supremacy was only one of the steps. He still had to continue improving his strength to become a great supremacy and become the next Palace Master candidate. The Hall Master of the Punishment Hall was just the first step. Hall Master, we heard that Lin Fei is coming to fight for power. We will definitely cooperate with Hall Master. The Hall Master belongs to the Lord. Since he dares to come, he should scram with his tail between his legs. Our Disciplinary Hall only obeys the Lord. These 5 deacons were all here to show their determination. Ever since they pledged their allegiance to the Elysian Son of Heaven, they suppressed all the other deacons. No one dared to go against them. Those who dared to stand out were all banished from the Disciplinary Hall. If there were no accidents, they would never be able to return. When they heard that the higher-ups had sent a new Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, they were the first to be unhappy. This was the territory of the Elysian Son of Heaven. How could they allow a new supremacy to behave atrociously here? Now, as long as the Elysian Son of Heaven gave the order, they would immediately take action. Their brothers were all on their side, and no one would help the new Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall. You guys have done well. Let's have some fun with Lin Fei. Spread the word that whoever pledges their allegiance to Lin Fei will be the enemy of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to take up his post after receiving the order. He had received news about the punishment hall from his senior brother, and he had a better understanding of the internal situation of the punishment hall. The head hall master, the victorious Sun Supremacy, is getting old and is not as domineering as before. His authority has been delegated. Now, 70% of the people in the punishment hall have pledged their allegiance to the Elysian Son of Heaven. Lin Fei kept flipping through the information. Out of the 10 deacons, 5 have pledged their allegiance to the Elysian Son of Heaven. The remaining 5 support the other 3 vice hall masters. However, their days are not that easy, and they have all been pushed out. There were a total of 4 vice hall masters in the punishment hall, and Lin Fei was included. That was 5. In addition, there were 10 deacons, and their authority was not small either. Now, the punishment hall had almost become the Elysian Son of Heaven's word. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. They actually made me the vice hall master of the punishment hall. This is really boring. Lin Fei was not interested in fighting for power. If he had the time, he might as well spend it on comprehending the killing moves of the body-tempering secret technique, so that he could prepare for the fight for the Shadow Throne that would happen soon. This kind of position was filled with intrigue and scheming. It was very boring. Lin Fei planned to drag it out first. When the matter of the Shadow Throne started, it would be fine even if he did not go. However, Lin Fei's idea soon failed. Someone took the initiative to visit. 2 vice hall masters came at the same time, and with the reason of reporting the mission, it was impossible not to meet them. Chapter 2884. Do you think Deputy Hall Master Lin Fei will meet us? A gray-robed middle-aged man said helplessly. He was Lin Bai, one of the 4 Deputy Hall Masters of the Punishment Hall. He was a first-stage supremacy. I think so. I've had enough of that kind of life. Since the higher-ups have made arrangements, I won't let them go. Since the higher-ups have made arrangements, they must have recognized Hall Master Lin Fei's strength. Another black-robed middle-aged man said with a strange look in his eyes. Both of them were Deputy Hall Masters of the Punishment Hall. One of them was Lin Bai, and the other was Zhao Wu. They came to Lin Fei's cave abode together. This was the only feasible way for them at the moment. After all, they were living a good life now. In the Punishment Hall, the Elysian Son's words were the law. They wanted power. If they wanted to regain everything, they had to rely on a strong person. Without a doubt, the newly promoted supremacy Lin Fei was a good candidate. Therefore, they came. Standing outside the cave abode, they felt uneasy. From the information left behind in the early years, they could more or less see that supremacy Lin Fei was a decisive killer. Come in. After waiting for a while, they heard Lin Fei's voice. The 2 of them walked in together and saw Lin Fei sitting in the courtyard. This was the first time they saw Lin Fei. He was young, but they could feel the dangerous aura. That was their instinctive reaction. I'm Lin Bai from the Punishment Hall. I'm Zhao Wu from the Punishment Hall. The 2 of them introduced themselves as soon as they came up. Although they were both Deputy Hall Masters of the Punishment Hall and had seniority. Compared to Lin Fei, they were still a little inferior. Because Lin Fei was stronger and had better potential than them. Moreover, he had the support of great supremacy Han Tian. Putting on airs? That was definitely an act of courting death. Not to mention others, just the senior brothers of supremacy Lin Fei. Just by watching them covetously from the side, they would be unable to bear the consequences. After thinking about it, relying on supremacy Lin Fei might be a good idea. Some time ago, Lin Fei had killed 2 stewards, which had caused quite a commotion. However, in the end, Lin Fei had killed 2 stewards. There was no sound at all. Ordinary supremacies wouldn't be that lucky. I've heard of you guys. Lin Fei smiled. I didn't expect you guys to come knocking on my door. When Lin Bai and Zhao Wu arrived, they had discussed how to answer. We heard that Supreme Lord Lin will be taking office soon. As colleagues, we felt the need to make a trip here. After all, we will be working together in the future. Lin Bai said seriously. Zhao Wu echoed, yeah. Lin Fei was very clear about the purpose of their visit. Supreme Leader Lin, this is the situation of our disciplinary hall. I feel that since you just arrived, you should be able to learn more about it. I'm not too sure, but I can report it to you. Lin Fei listened quietly and did not say anything. Someone came to report. He had to let them report. Although Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, it wouldn't be easy to step down all of a sudden. Therefore, he decided to recruit a few people to work on his behalf in the future. This way, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Lin Fei was actually very satisfied that Lin Bai and Zhao Wu took the initiative to approach him. From the information, whether it was Lin Bai or Zhao Wu, they were people who had their power snatched away by the Elysian Son of Heaven. They were quite capable. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu actually lowered their status by coming to report on the punishment hall situation. However, they didn't care about this. What they cared about was whether they could rely on Lin Fei. A powerful body-tempering sacred secret technique, Thunderclap Leap, was praised by the supremacy of the Dark Shadow Palace. It was a first-class killing move. They had all seen the scene recorded after the incident and thought that they wouldn't be able to block it. The other party merged with the move. The person was the move, and the move was the person. It was extremely powerful and was truly an unstoppable killing move. Because of this, they felt that Lin Fei was completely capable of fighting against the other party. I feel that I'll have to trouble the two of you to worry about the punishment hall in the future. I'm used to being lazy, so I'm afraid that I won't be able to handle it. However, since I'm the Deputy Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, there must be some changes in the Punishment Hall. Go back and inform them that I'll be taking up the post in 3 days. I hope that they'll be able to come by then. Lin Fei didn't say whether he was going to recruit them or not. However, to Lin Bai and Zhao Wu, the meaning was very clear. This would depend on their performance. The two of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. There was no better news than this. We'll inform them immediately. However, many people in the punishment hall seem to have received news about the Elysian Son of Heaven. It seems that they won't be allowed to take the opportunity to use Lord Lin. Lin Bai also changed the way he addressed Lin Fei. It's all right. Just go and inform them. Among the upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace, the most important matter at the moment was the Dark Shadow Throne. There were still more than 10 years before the Dark Shadow Throne. Right now, everyone's attention was on the new supremacy and the Elysian Son of Heaven. 3 days later, the first confrontation between the two supremacies came. Everyone wanted to see who would win. Han Tian, don't tell me you're the one who arranged the position in the punishment hall. The middle-aged scholar said with a smile, as if he was the one who did it. Grand Venerable Han Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's what I wanted to ask you. You're also a great supremacy. Don't tell me you did it. Given my disciple's character, he's not suitable to be a vice hall master. How could it be me? The middle-aged scholar shook his head. Don't slander me. You know me. I do everything on my own, and I never lie. Now, it seems that you didn't arrange this position, and I didn't ask someone to tell him. Then who did it? Could it be the other three? Your youngest disciple is probably going to have a headache. Both of them were smart people, and they realized some things. However, the day before he went to the punishment hall, Lin Fei paid a visit to the chief hall master, Xingyang. Although the chief hall master was no longer in charge of the punishment hall, he still had to be polite. The chief hall master personally received Lin Fei. Actually, I've been waiting for you. Chief hall master Xingyang said with a smile. Ever since the news spread, everyone has been paying attention to the punishment hall. Chief, I'm just a junior. I didn't expect that Chief Hall Master would think so highly of me. I'm embarrassed. Lin Fei didn't expect that the Chief Hall Master would wait for him. Supremacy Lin, you're famous now. Your thunder leap is amazing. Everyone knows the strength of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Although it's just a doppelganger and can't reach the full strength of the real body, it's still at the third stage. You were able to easily block it. In the future, perhaps the punishment hall will have a new development. Lin Fei more or less heard the Chief Hall Master's dissatisfaction with the Elysian Son of Heaven. Chief Hall Master, I think the Elysian Son has done a good job. Chapter 2885. No one knew what Lin Fei and First Hall Master Xingyang talked about. All they knew was that First Hall Master Xingyang personally escorted Lin Fei out with a smile on his face. The relationship between the two was worth guessing. Chief Hall Master Xingyang rarely took the initiative to send someone out. The First Hall Master Xingyang had relied on his powerful strength to be able to sit in his current position. He was fair and just in handling matters, thus winning the respect of everyone. Even Honorable Divinity Dark Shadow was full of praise for Xingyang. He had personally rejected Xingyang's intention to recuperate and hand over the position of First Hall Master. Now that the Great Hall Master was personally sending Lin Fei out, it was very meaningful. That was because when the Elysian Son of Heaven was the Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, he had also come to pay a visit to Head Hall Master Xingyang. However, he did not receive such preferential treatment. The disparity between the two was obvious. 3 days later. The weather was clear and sunny. The atmosphere in the punishment hall was somewhat depressing. As the most special place in the Dark Shadow Palace, very few people would come here. Just the name, Punishment Hall, alone was enough to make people's faces turn pale. No one wanted to have anything to do with the Punishment Hall. It was a nightmare that they would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. If they were unlucky, they might even be sent to the battlefield to fight against the demons of the demon nation. That was a true death sentence. Lin Bai and Zhao Qing, the two Vice Hall Masters, personally came out to greet them. Behind them were some members of the Punishment Hall. Of the 10 deacons, only 2 had come. Even more members of the Punishment Hall were watching the show. Lin Bai and Vice Hall Master Zhao Wu are really courting death. He could have fawned over anyone, but he chose to fawn over that Lin Fei. I really don't know what he's thinking. I guarantee that their days will not be easy soon. The Elysian Son is a powerhouse who will become a great supremacy in the future. The position of Great Hall Master is prepared for the Elysian Son. Everyone was looking outside. Not far away, in a small palace. A middle-aged man stood by the window, holding a teacup in his hand. From the 3rd floor, he looked down and saw everything. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu, are they at the end of their rope? The middle-aged man's voice was filled with sarcasm. It's best if the clam and the crane fight, and the fisherman benefits. This was Bai Chong, one of the 5 Vice Hall Masters of the Punishment Hall. In the Punishment Hall, his qualifications were second only to the Hall Master of the victorious Sun Hall. If not for that incident, Bai Chong might have become the Hall Master of the Punishment Hall. Brother Lin, do you think Lin Fei will be angry? Zhao Wu looked at the people behind him and said helplessly. Lin Bai revealed a bitter smile. I didn't dare to confirm it either. Originally, I thought that the people below were all quite obedient, but now it seems that I was too optimistic. The Elysian Son of Heaven's methods are indeed powerful. Without any warning, our people have all defected to the other side. What a good trick. Sigh, the Elysian Son is indeed powerful. I wonder how Lin Fei dealt with it. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu sighed bitterly and waited in silence. An hour later. He's here. As soon as he entered the territory of the Punishment Hall, he received the news. How many people have come? 1 person. Yes, just 1 person. He didn't bring anyone with him, and the accompanying elders didn't come either. The talented are really bold. He didn't need anyone and came just like that. This is going to be a good show. In the eyes of the disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace, the Punishment Hall was a forbidden place. When Lin Fei stepped into the Punishment Hall alone, he immediately entered everyone's line of sight. Lin Fei didn't walk very quickly. He looked unhurried as he slowly admired the beautiful scenery around him. It was difficult for others to associate this place with the word forbidden. Along the way, he walked leisurely. Unfortunately, he didn't see a single person. The entire punishment hall seemed to be empty. Is this a kind of silent protest? Lin Fei laughed to himself. It's as if I'm unpopular. How boring. Master, this is what makes it interesting. The little devil interrupted. Beat them up viciously, and they will know how powerful you are. At that time, they will bow down and be as obedient as a puppy. If you tell them to go to the east, they definitely won't dare to go to the west. When Lin Fei appeared in front of Lin Bai and Zhao Wu, their hearts sank. Both of them felt their hearts sink. Why did he come alone? He wasn't accompanied by the elders, nor was he accompanied by his senior brothers. This situation was a little different from what they had imagined. As the personal disciple of great venerable Han Tian, Lin Fei's name alone was enough to intimidate many people. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Bai and Zhao Wu took the initiative to report the situation. Today, they were still hoping to see Lin Fei's senior brothers. With their support, they wouldn't dare to do anything for a period of time. If a few Divine Realm Elders, such as the 10 Great Divine Realm Elders, could come, that would be the best. The current situation sent chills down their spines. The difference was too great. The two of them exchanged glances. Since things had come to this, they had to go up and welcome him. They had to show enough face. Everyone, let's welcome him. Lin Bai said to the people behind him. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Hall Master Lin Fei. Their voices were sparse and weak. Lin Fei strode over and roughly glanced at the people in front of him. It was a little too few. The two of you are a little bad. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu's hearts skipped a beat. They lowered their heads, feeling very embarrassed. But, it's okay. I'm here, and your days will definitely be better. Lin Fei's next words immediately brought tears to everyone's eyes. At the very least, they had heard something happy, so their hearts felt warm. I'm here to take office today. Where are the others? Why aren't they here? After hearing these heartwarming words, Lin Fei's face suddenly darkened, and a cold chill swept out. In an instant, the faces of Lin Bai, Zhao Wu, and the others all turned pale. They seemed to have fallen into a turbulent sea, swaying left and right, about to be drowned by the huge waves at any time. They had heard of how powerful Lin Fei was. In the Sacred Spirit Palace, he had exchanged 2 blows with the Elysian Sun and won by a little. His thunder leap had spread throughout the Dark Shadow Palace. Now, they had finally experienced how powerful this young Lin Fei was. His powerful aura was almost suffocating them. Go and inform them to come out in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lin Fei said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a chair appeared, and he sat on it, closing his eyes to rest. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu endured the oppressive aura. When they heard this, they thought to themselves, oh no. Now was not the time to put on airs. What should we do? We can only inform them. The two of them could not figure out why Lin Fei had to put on airs at this time. Call them out? Chapter 2886. Not far away, Vice Hall Master Bai Chong heard everything and couldn't help but chuckle. What a childish brat. Does he really think that he can show off his might just because he has mastered the thunderclap leap? He's dreaming if he thinks that we can leave together. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong shook his head with a cold sneer. He believed that no one would leave the Hall of Punishment. When Xingyang wasn't in charge, the authority of the Hall of Punishment was basically in the hands of the Elysian Sun. The other 3 Vice Hall Masters were unable to contend against him, and their authority was mostly taken away. In the Hall of Punishment, all the deacons who had submitted to the Elysian Sun were arrogant and disrespectful. They didn't put the Vice Hall Masters in their eyes at all, and all the other leaders had submitted to the Elysian Sun. Those who saw Lin Fei just wanted to watch him make a fool of himself. Hearing this, everyone laughed unscrupulously. Invite us out? Ha ha ha. We're all Lord Elysian Sun's men. Lord Elysian Sun said that we can't go out, so who would dare to do so? No matter how strong Lin Fei is, he can't compare to Lord Elysian's son. In the Hall of Punishment, we have to respect the Elysian son. Let's not go out. Let's see what Lin Fei can do. The Elysian son's clone wasn't in the Hall of Punishment, so it was meaningless. The 5 deacons were practically in charge of the entire Hall of Punishment. Apart from extremely important matters, they wielded immense authority in the Hall of Punishment. Even the 3 vice hall masters had to step aside. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? I thought that Lin Fei would have 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out that he's just a brainless fool. How dare he ask us to go out and meet him? What a joke. A skinny middle-aged man, Ling Feng, couldn't help but mock. I knew it. I thought that he would invite his seniors here today. If they were here, he would be able to put on airs. But he actually came alone. What a young man. Hee, youth is capital. He has the capital to be arrogant, but it's a pity that he came to the wrong place. The 5 deacons were all smiling. They took it as a complete joke. What a joke, this was not a place where Lin Fei could put on airs. Even if he was a vice hall master, they did not take it seriously. Ever since they pledged their allegiance to the sacred Son of Heaven, their lives had been getting better and better. Their power was monstrous, especially in their own territory. No matter who it was, they had to act according to their wishes. Even the 3 vice hall masters had to be polite to them. Pass down the order, no one is allowed to go out. Ling Feng was the first among the 5 to seek refuge, so he was entrusted with a heavy responsibility. At the same time, he was also the head of the 5 deacons, representing everything. If Lin Fei wanted to put on airs, Ling Feng would make him lose face and become a joke. In the penalty hall, it was not the place for that guy to be presumptuous. We really have to thank those 2 fools, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu. They actually teamed up to play such a show. After today, their subordinates will be too embarrassed to continue following them. Ha ha ha. Ling Feng laughed happily. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu personally went to inform them. Even if it was not successful, they still went. At least they did as Lin Fei said. In fact, they also regretted it. When the sacred Son of Heaven came, they could actually pledge their allegiance to him, but they wanted to put on airs so that the sacred Son of Heaven would know that they still had some ability in the penalty hall. In the end, the sacred Son did not take them seriously at all. Instead, he promoted a few deacons and directly contended with them. Hence, the current situation. We've already informed them. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu quickly brought people over and said cautiously. Although Lin Fei was younger than them and also had the strength of a supremacy, the 2 of them were far weaker. They also relied on the rewards of the Dark Shadow Palace to be able to advance, and they had almost exhausted their potential. In front of Lin Fei, who was also a supremacy, they really did not feel proud. Lin Fei sat there, his boundless aura stifling and terrifying. They could not even muster the slightest thought of resisting, even though he was not the strongest among the supremacies. Among the younger generation, Dugu Yijian was recognized as the strongest. Lin Fei, who was resting with his eyes closed, did not say anything, nor did he open his eyes. He just sat there quietly like that. Master, are you really going to fight later? Lin Fei closed his eyes and let the little fiend observe everything in the penalty hall. It seemed like he was resting with his eyes closed, but in fact, he silently saw everyone's reaction. That's for sure. Didn't you see that they are treating me like a joke? Lin Fei snorted in his heart. The sacred Son of Heaven thinks too highly of himself. He actually didn't personally oversee this. He will definitely regret it. The 5 deacons, Deputy Hall Master Bai Chong, and the other leaders of all sizes heard and saw all kinds of expressions and words clearly. They were either gloating or waiting to see a joke. I think that the sacred Son of Heaven will definitely regret not personally overseeing this today. The little fiend smirked. Master, you can do your best. Many supremacies in the void are watching. Logically speaking, it is impossible for me to become the Deputy Hall Master of the Penalty Hall. After all, there are 4 Deputy Hall Masters in the Penalty Hall, and one of them is the famous sacred Son of Heaven. With such a person overseeing this, it seems unnecessary for me to join the sacred Son of Heaven. The power behind the sacred Son of Heaven will not allow me to join the hall. In conclusion, the higher-ups are not used to the sacred Son of Heaven and need to teach him a lesson. As for who it is, I don't know. So, no matter what I do, nothing will happen. Lin Fei had seen it very clearly in the past few days. He was used to teach others a lesson. His strength was not bad, and he also had the great supremacies behind him. Since 100,000 years ago, they had not been on good terms and would not have joined forces. If he did not look for him, who else could he look for? Because of this, Lin Fei became the most suitable person. It's almost time. It's time to show my might and teach them a good lesson. Lin Fei thought about it and felt a little expectant. It was perfectly justifiable to plunder life energy. Mosquito meat was also meat. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, he suddenly stood up, and a terrible chill swept over him. No one is coming. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu almost couldn't resist it at that moment. The people behind them all sat on the ground, paralyzed. There was only one thought in their minds. Oh my God, he's too scary. I'm going to die. We've all gone to inform them, but they... Lin Bai and Zhao Wu lowered their heads, unable to say anything. They couldn't possibly say that their influence was not enough, so no one paid attention to them, so no one would come. Chapter 2887. Invite him out? Lin Bai and Zhao Wu exchanged a glance, surprise flickering in their eyes. Is he going to make a move? The two of them were excited. Since Lin Fei was Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's personal disciple, anyone who dared to cause trouble for him would be tired of living. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, everyone should have come out to greet the new Vice Hall Master. Now that Lin Fei had done so, it was perfectly justifiable for him to do so. No one could say anything about it. Hurry up and lead the way. Deputy Hall Master Lin, this way. Lin Bai immediately changed the way he addressed him. This matter was no longer a small matter, it had risen to a very high position. They were impressed by Lin Fei's guts. Young and impetuous, attacking at the slightest disagreement. If it were them, they wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. At most, they would have cursed inwardly to satisfy their cravings. This was a rare opportunity. How could Lin Bai and Zhao Wu miss it? How could Lin Bai and Zhao Wu miss this rare opportunity? They took the initiative to lead the way. Let's start from the nearest one. Lin Fei said indifferently. He headed straight to the nearest side hall. The punishment hall was huge, made up of many palaces. Every palace had a law enforcement disciple, all of whom were elites hand-picked by the Dark Shadow Palace. They had learned joint attack formations, and their combined strength could easily defeat a 5th or 6th order heavenly god realm cultivator. These people were waiting to see this new deputy hall master make a fool of himself. When the ridiculously young Lin Fei walked in from the main entrance of the palace, the expressions of the young punishment hall disciples changed slightly. They were not used to this. Why aren't you two leaving? The one who asked was Lin Fei. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu wanted to scold him, but Lin Fei stopped them with a look. They could only stand to the side, a trace of anticipation on their faces. The majority of the punishment disciples were Elysian children's men. They didn't expect the new deputy hall master Lin Fei to really come over to reprimand them. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Logically speaking, after failing to intimidate them, they should have left with their tails between their legs. But the current situation, they were dumbfounded. Vice Hall Leader Lin, we're the Elysian Sun's men. Furthermore, we're on a mission at the moment, so we don't have the time to welcome you. Please forgive us. A middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the group stood up and said. Why did these words sound so uncomfortable? The smart ones were lying with their eyes wide open. They didn't look apologetic at all. Instead, they seemed to be very proud of themselves. It was as if they were saying, "Come and torment me if you have the ability." Oh, I see. Lin Fei raised his eyelids. Then I'll only ask you one thing. Are you not going to make a move? The middle-aged man was also a sixth-order heavenly god realm cultivator. Thinking of the Elysian heavenly children behind him, not to mention that this was the punishment hall, even if Lin Fei was the newly appointed vice hall master, how would he dare to make a move against him? I'm sorry, Vice Hall Master Lin, we are on a mission, we can't go out. The middle-aged man said. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. Since you don't want to go, I'll send you out. Swoosh. With a wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong's physical strength surged out, condensing into a giant hand that covered the sky. It grabbed all the punishment hall disciples in the side hall and flung them outside. Without my permission, all of you kneel. With a loud bang, a treasure flew out with the force of Mount Tai, pressing down on them, rendering them unable to move. Next place. He really made a move. Has Vice Hall Master Lin gone mad? Is he planning to shed all pretense of cordiality? This is too unwise. Inside the other side halls, everyone saw this scene. That person's treasure was pressing down on the punishment hall disciples like dead dogs, causing them to be dumbfounded. They had never thought that Huang Xiaolong would really make a move. Quick, look, another group of people went out. They've all been suppressed. Heavens, they really dare to do it. That's the third side hall. Are they planning to offend everyone in the punishment hall? After the first group of people came out, the second group of people were thrown out like sandbags. The moment they landed on the ground, they were suppressed, unable to move. The first group was nothing much. But after the second and third group, things were different now. The punishment hall disciples were being thrown out one after another. Everyone could almost see what was about to happen. If they were to be thrown out, they would really lose all face. It's the 10th group. Lin Fei has really gone mad. He's going to make the entire punishment hall his enemy. Xingyang, you haven't come out for a long time. Are you planning to stand up for Lin Fei? In the air not too far away. The black-robed hall master Xingyang looked on with a calm expression. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, as if he was in a good mood. Is that so? Xingyang asked calmly. An old man with a thick aura of a supremacy stood beside him. He had a look of disbelief on his face. Not yet? How long has it been since you came to the punishment hall? If you're not here for Lin Fei, who else could it be? I don't believe that you're here to check on the punishment hall. You're really thinking too much. The old man really had to hand it to Xingyang. Aren't you afraid that Lin Fei will tear down the punishment hall? Look at his behavior. TSK, he's completely violent. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to use such words. Xingyang laughed heartily. Old friend, you seem to have forgotten something. Supremacies of the body tempering school are actually warmongers. The old man laughed dryly, revealing a trace of embarrassment. Vice Hall Master Lin, this is Vice Hall Master Bai Cheng's office. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu's mood became better and better. The feeling of throwing people out was too good. It was as if they had eaten a peach, and their bodies felt refreshed. They had thought of this countless times, but they didn't expect to see it happen in their lifetime. Go in. Lin Fei strode in. Vice Hall Master Bai Cheng had been watching from above. He thought that Lin Fei would leave dejectedly, leaving behind a big joke. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. He charged into the side hall, threw everyone out, and even suppressed them. This was different from the situation. Sir, Vice Hall Master Lin Fei has come in. What should we do? Will he throw us out? Bai Cheng had wanted to watch a good show. However, the current situation made him feel uneasy. He was the deputy hall master. Bai Cheng did not believe that Lin Fei would dare to not give him face. Surrounded by the crowd, Bai Cheng came out. You must be Deputy Hall Chief Lin Fei. I am Bai Cheng. Bai Cheng said with a smile on his face. He was jealous of Lin Fei's youthful appearance. At such a young age, he really thinks that he can get whatever he wants. I will be the first to disagree. I'm curious. Why do you want to sit back and watch them fight? Lin Fei stared at Bai Chong and said, is it because of your status as the deputy hall master? A trace of panic flashed across Bai Chong's face. His smile also became ugly. Vice Hall Master Lin, what do you mean by that? Nothing. I just want to tell you that you're not qualified to be the fisherman. You're far from being able to see me make a fool of myself. Now get out of here and stand properly. How dare you? Bai Chong was furious. Lin Fei was too bold. There's nothing to be afraid of. Boom. A bolt of lightning flashed. Chapter 2888. It was the thunderclap leap. Bai Chong did not expect Deputy Hall Master Lin Fei to really dare to make a move. All he saw was a blur, and a purple shadow flashed before him. He kept retreating, and his face turned pale. Lin Fei also appeared behind Bai Chong. He grabbed Bai Chong's neck with one hand and casually threw him out, suppressing him. Lin Fei, how dare you do this? Bai Chong, who was being suppressed, roared. Bai Chong struggled to hold on, unable to move at all. It was as heavy as a mountain. This scene was too fast. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu broke out in cold sweat. Deputy Hall Master Bai Chong was also a supremacy, but he could not even block a single thunderclap leap from Lin Fei and was easily suppressed. This power was too strong. Next place. Lin Fei moved even faster. No need to throw. We'll go out ourselves. Let's go out. Those who had planned to watch the show ran out one by one. What a joke. If they did not go out now, did they really have to wait for the other party to throw them out? Didn't they see Deputy Hall Master Bai Chong being thrown out? As a result, a comical scene appeared. Those people took the initiative to run out and stood outside obediently with flattering smiles on their faces. They could leave a good impression if they took the initiative to go out. These bastards, now they know fear. They were still so stubborn just now. Lin Bai cursed. Deputy Hall Master Lin is still the best. Both of them knew that these people were usually not so easy to negotiate with. They were completely afraid that Lin Fei would throw them out. Did they not see how many people were suppressing them outside and how miserable they were? Madman, he's a complete madman. How could he do this? In the largest palace. The 5 attendants' faces were ugly. They had seen the scene outside clearly, but they had never thought that Lin Fei would really dare to make a move. Not only did he throw them out, but he also suppressed them like dead dogs. They did not even have the strength to curse. As long as they cursed, their minds would loosen, and they would become miserable. This move was ruthless. Not good, Lin Fei is here. He's coming in soon. The subordinates outside ran in a panic. All the team leaders' eyes fell on Ling Feng, hoping to come up with a good idea so that they wouldn't fail miserably. If they were all thrown out by Lin Fei today, how could they raise their heads in the future? It was impossible for them to retreat. Lin Feng's face was frighteningly gloomy, full of hostility. Didn't Lin Fei want to make a fool of us? I'd like to see who will make a fool of himself. Open the formation immediately. The 5 of them were deacons, and their strength was naturally no match for Lin Fei. They all knew that Bai Chong would not be able to withstand a single blow and would be thrown out. Really? This palace was the administrative core of the punishment hall. The formation had always been in their hands. Isn't he very powerful? Then let's give it a try. Ling Feng would never lower his head. If he did, he believed that the Elysian Son of Heaven would not let him off. Let's go to the dungeon and wait for Lin Fei. Ling Feng's words also aroused the other deacons. They had the support of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Who's afraid of who? Lin Bai and Zhao Wu came to the last palace excitedly. At the entrance of the palace, it was quiet and the door was closed. Deputy Hall Leader Lin, this is the core of the punishment hall. Lin Bai frowned slightly. It seems that they have shamelessly opened the formation. Too shameless, how can they open the formation? Zhao Wu was also very angry. In the face of a deputy hall leader, they actually opened the formation. It was no wonder that Zhao Wu was angry. They completely regarded them as enemies and guarded against them. Lin Fei's face was very calm, and he was not angry because the formation was opened. The punishment hall really needs to be reformed. They actually want to use the formation to deal with me. What a good method. Unfortunately, no matter how clever they are all paper tigers in my eyes. Today, I will have a good time with you. Lin Fei strode forward. Deputy Hall Leader Lin, it's dangerous inside. Below is the dungeon of the punishment hall, which holds all kinds of prisoners, including some experts from outside. They must have been thrown into the dungeon. Lin Fei shook his head. It's okay, you guys can stand outside. Thunder leap. A touch of purple flashed. The activated formation instantly cracked, and Lin Fei disappeared in front of the palace. This method is really unimaginable. No wonder everyone covets this body-tempering killer move. Not only can it be used to kill enemies, but it can also be used in this way. It's really unexpected. Lin Fei came to the palace. In the dim environment, there was a different kind of aura. Inside the palace, the formation had already been opened, and all kinds of killer moves were launched. They really treated him as an enemy. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and he directly walked forward. The underground entrance was not far ahead. Those attacks were all crushed into nothingness when they were a short distance away from Lin Fei. None of the attacks could hurt Lin Fei. At the same time, in the dungeon below the palace, Ling Feng had been watching. He can't even block it. This power is too domineering. He can even block this kind of attack. Even a supremacy can't do it so easily. Even the illusion can't stop him. The faces of the wardens and leaders who were watching became even more unpleasant. Lin Fei seemed to have entered an uninhabited land, and he was calm all the way. No matter what attack it was, it could not threaten him. At this speed, he would soon arrive at the dungeon. Oh no, he's coming down. He's on the first floor of the dungeon. There were a total of 5 floors in the dungeon. The Divine Realm disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace were imprisoned there. They were now on the 5th floor. Ling Feng stared at Lin Fei's figure. Suddenly, Lin Fei looked in one direction and smiled. I'll be there soon. Show me what you've got. You won't have a chance later. He found us. Damn it, how did he find us? At this moment, they really panicked. They originally thought that they could use the formation to block Lin Fei, or at least prevent Lin Fei from achieving his goal. But now, it seemed that the situation was quite bad. Ling Feng suddenly stood up. We can only use our last move. Isn't he very powerful? But there are also experts in our dungeon. On the 5th floor, there are 3 supremacies, all of whom were captured by the experts who were enforcing the law outside. Warden Lang, I'm afraid that's not a good idea. Those 3 are all demons of the demon nation, and each of them has amazing strength. Once we let them go, what if they escape? Chapter 2889. It was Lin Fei's first time coming to the dungeon created by the disciplinary hall. The dark and oppressive aura was very uncomfortable. That's him. Kill him and we'll have a good life in the future. Everyone, let's attack together. As soon as he came down, heavenly god experts rushed up with killing intent. More than a dozen streams of light shot out with more than a dozen dazzling attacks. Is this all you've got? How disappointing. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. He raised his hand and punched out. Whoosh. Whoosh. A terrifying fist wind swept out. Those heavenly god experts who rushed up flew out one by one and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. In that instant, Lin Fei plundered a part of their life force. The dungeon was huge. One floor after another. Lin Fei pushed his way through, knocking down all the heavenly god experts who rushed out and plundering a part of their life force. He did it quietly and without anyone noticing. Even if someone had doubts, they wouldn't think too much about it, let alone know that Lin Fei's proud heaven cultivation technique required life force. Boom! 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 Lin Fei charged down. I can't stop him. He's about to reach the last floor. He's too strong. The last floor. Warden Lang Feng smiled sinisterly. Great, the more people Lin Fei injures, the better. It'll be justifiable to deal with him later. This should be the last floor. Lin Fei lost count of how many heavenly god experts he had defeated. Along the way, all of them were heavenly god experts. You guys are quite capable. It took me a lot of time to invite you out. Step by step, Lin Fei saw the 5 attendants, as well as the leaders of the various organizations, all of whom were staring at him with fear and fury. Lin Fei, how dare you collude with outsiders to rescue the demons of the demon motherland? You're dead this time. When Warden Lang Feng saw Lin Fei, a sinister smile appeared on his face. The Dark Shadow Palace will not allow people like you to exist. Rescue? Lin Fei really admired this deacon. Not bad, not bad. In order to deal with me, you've really gone to great lengths. You've even come up with such a show. Deacon Lang Feng stared at Lin Fei and said, You'd better surrender now. Once we start, you won't have a good ending. Come, come, come. Come at me if you have the ability. Because of your actions, I plan to give you a gift that you will like very much. From their words, Lin Fei had no intention of letting them go. Towards this kind of guy who wanted to kill people, he would never be lenient. Kill. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Administrator Lang Feng was determined to deal with Lin Fei. At that time, the Elysian Son of Heaven would surely be delighted. If things went well, the Elysian Son of Heaven might even support him to become the Vice Pavilion Master, a truly authoritative figure. Men, send him up. At this point, the 5 deacons had the same idea. They must suppress Lin Fei. A burly man who was chained all over his body came out. His eyes were very cold, and his body was filled with a faint black fog. His face was also blurred. La 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 la. There was a long black chain in each of the burly man's hands, making a creepy sound. He walked forward step by step, and with each step, the black fog behind him grew stronger. In an instant, his aura rose to a terrifying level. They said that if I kill you, I won't have to be tortured for 100 years. A cold voice that seemed to come from hell reverberated in the last floor. Clatter. The burly man swung his hands, and 2 black chains were used as weapons. Like poisonous arrows, they pierced through the void and shot towards Lin Fei. At the same time, a terrible black fog with ghostly wails and wolf howls rushed towards Xianxian. Powerful, ferocious, and the black fog can also affect people's minds. This must be the devil of the demon country. The description of the devil of the demon country immediately came to Lin Fei's mind. They strengthened their strength by killing people. The person in front of him was a devil. Lin Fei still had a little expectation, but at the same time, he hated these people. They actually mobilized the devil of the demon country. They wanted him to die. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and stretched out his hand towards the void in front of him. He shook it left and right, and with 2 clangs, his palm hit the iron chain. The attack deviated and brushed past his side. After the attack missed, the burly man reacted quickly and controlled the black chain to counterattack. Lin Fei still hit it with his palm. The other party's iron chain attack missed again. What moves do you have? Show me, and let me see the power of the devil of the demon country. Lin Fei stood still and hooked his finger at the burly man. Clatter. The burly man put away the iron chain, leaped into the air, and appeared behind Lin Fei. A huge fist punched out, and the fist was filled with black fog. Tens of thousands of people wailed in the fog. He definitely can't block the attack of the devil. Deacon Lang Feng was very confident in the devil. They were all natural warriors, and they were the strongest. Their physical bodies were also the strongest, and they could easily defeat heavenly gods of the same level. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, how could he be stronger than the devil of the demon country? Although the devil of the demon country was wrapped in iron chains, it didn't affect his speed. His attacks were very fast, and he could throw out dozens of punches at once. Each punch could produce a sharp sound, forming an invisible attack. Is this the attack of the devil of the demon country? It's strong and has a strong penetrative ability. It can break through the surface defense of the body, and the black fog attached to the fist can affect one's mind. Lin Fei's footsteps seemed to be light, but he could constantly avoid the attacks. His hands weren't idle either, and each time he slapped out, he could block the attack. Faster. A trace of surprise appeared in the cold eyes of the burly man's demon. After so many attacks, he actually couldn't leave any injuries on the other party's body. This was too unbelievable. Arrogant. The attacks became even sharper. A black shadow appeared around Lin Fei. Lin Fei had an easier time dealing with it. In a confrontation of strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Other than a few people, the devil of the demon country was actually much weaker. Devil devouring the 9 heavens. After another series of attacks, there was still no effect. The burly man finally used a terrifying killer move. His entire body turned into black fog, and with a whoosh, a hole was torn open, and it rushed into Lin Fei's body. Ha ha ha, he's finished. This is a very powerful move of the demon country. It can steal one's life energy, and it's impossible to defend against it. Lin Fei definitely won't be able to block it. These deacons all knew the moves of the devil of the demon country, and they had seen it with their own eyes. The move in front of them was the most terrifying. Chapter 2890. Deacon Leng Feng's eyes widened. What the hell is going on? The move, Devil Devouring the 9th Heaven, was a very violent and ferocious act of plundering. There was no way to resist it. Anyone who mastered the move, Devil Devouring the 9th Heaven, was very threatening. No one knew when it would be used. Once it was used, then congratulations, you hit the jackpot. Why, his move didn't work. Looking at Lin Fei, who was unscathed, the 5 deacons were no longer calm. Plundering life energy? Lin Fei almost laughed. Devil Devouring the 9th Heaven was indeed powerful. It could plunder everything it could, but for Lin Fei, his plundering skill was the most powerful. Once the other party entered his body, it would be plundered immediately. Did I disappoint you? Lin Fei walked over with a purple gold hammer in his hand. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. The sky splitter hammer in his hand smashed towards them. After a loud sound, the 5 deacons, including the leaders, were all turned into minced meat. Their life energy was also plundered in an instant. It was completely quiet. Lin Baihe and Zhao Wu were both waiting. They were still very worried in their hearts. Below this palace was a dungeon. What if they, Deacon Leng Feng and the others, were arrogant and domineering in the punishment hall? There was nothing they couldn't do. They were really worried that they would do something crazy. He's out. Lin Fei came out of the palace entrance. Vice Hall Master Lin, are you all right? The 2 of them went up to him. Hee. What can happen to me? Lin Fei smiled. Unfortunately, they won't have the chance to participate. The devil of the devil country actually escaped. It would have been better if they had gone earlier. Lin Fei immediately had a look of regret on his face. Thump. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu realized what had happened. The rest of the matter was simple. The members and disciples of the punishment hall were thrown out, and they stood together in fear and unease. You should know who I am now. Lin Fei spoke indifferently, and his voice was filled with a domineering and dignified tone. I don't care who all of you belong to. In a place like the punishment hall, it's not your place to put on airs. From today onward, if anyone thinks they're someone, then you can fuck off. The punishment hall doesn't need people like you. The people below all lowered their heads, their eyes filled with anger. By the way, I would like to inform everyone that Deacon Leng Feng and the others had an accident. They encountered a demon from the demon country and were completely annihilated. Everyone, please observe 10 breaths of silence for them. Lin Fei threw out another message. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone's expression changed. He couldn't believe that the news was true. Those were the 5 right-hand men of the sacred Son of Heaven, and they controlled everything in the disciplinary hall. But now, they had mysteriously died? Die at the hands of the demons of the demon motherland? A terrible chill rose from the bottom of their hearts, and their bodies involuntarily trembled. Bai Chong, who stood closest to Lin Fei, subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. A voice in his heart kept telling him, this must be Lin Fei's doing. The demons of the demon motherland must have died at the hands of Lin Fei. What a vicious method. Bai Chong knew that Deacon Ling Feng would use the demons of the demon motherland to deal with Lin Fei. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lin Fei would be so cruel. Those were 5 deacons, and they were all the men of the sacred Son of Heaven. The punishment hall can't go a day without a deacon. I've decided to arrange for 5 heavenly god disciples to replace them. We can't delay the position of the punishment hall. Lin Fei pointed at the 5 middle-aged men in the crowd. You. And the few of you, from today onward, you're deacons. Your appointment will be announced soon. You'd better get to work immediately. The 5 heavenly god experts were all dumbfounded. They couldn't react for a moment. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Without the 5 deacons obstructing them, coupled with the fact that Lin Bai and Zhao Wu had no objections, the first appointment was done. It was so fast that no one could react. Everything was settled. Dismissed. All members of the punishment hall will stay. What a decisive killer. Chief Hall Master Xingyang laughed. He's indeed ruthless. He got rid of 5 deacons and more than a dozen leaders in one go. He wiped out the sacred Son of Heaven's forces and reduced his influence to a minimum. Ha ha ha, this is what the punishment hall needs. Lin Fei's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Clean and decisive. Those who were not convinced could fight him. Some people liked this method, while others disliked it. Lin Fei was like a thorn. He didn't care about seniority and settled everything with force. For a moment, it caused a lot of discussion in the Dark Shadow Palace. The remaining members of the punishment hall were all stunned. Lin Fei promoted some captains and replaced the dead leaders. He got rid of some diehard followers and took control of the punishment hall. Everything became orderly. The death of Deacon Ling Feng and the others. Someone immediately went to report to the sacred Son of Heaven. The sacred Son of Heaven's main body wasn't around, and his clone was. His expression turned ugly. He really dared to kill my people. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very confident in the law enforcement hall. However, after listening to the report from his subordinates, he still underestimated Lin Fei's violent methods. If they didn't come out, he would invite them out. Surround and kill the escaped fiends? Sacrifice themselves? Hearing these words, the sacred Son of Heaven knew without thinking that they couldn't have been killed by the fiends. They most likely died in the hands of Lin Fei. He was really ruthless. If they were killed by Lin Fei, the sacred Son of Heaven had many ways to deal with them. However, it was hard to say if the fiends were involved, even if he was certain that Lin Fei was the culprit. I've made a mistake this time. The sacred Son of Heaven went to the punishment hall immediately. This matter had to be dealt with. When the sacred Son of Heaven's clone arrived at the punishment hall, the disciples of the punishment hall all lowered their heads. Everyone knew that something big was about to happen. Those who had previously sided with the sacred Son of Heaven seemed to have found their backbone. Lord, you have to seek justice for us. That Lin Fei is too domineering. Deacon Leng and the others died too tragically. Soon, a group of people appeared behind the sacred Son of Heaven. They wanted to see how Lin Fei could continue to be so arrogant. The sacred Son of Heaven was the master of the punishment hall. There was no need for the sacred Son of Heaven to look for him. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu are both inside. They are Lin Fei's lackeys. The sacred Son of Heaven pushed the door open and entered. Deputy Hall Master Lin, what do you mean by this? Do you really not take me seriously? In the punishment hall, you're not the one who has the final say. It's me. The sacred son of heaven spat. He had to give an explanation for this matter. The sacred son of heaven was here to interrogate them. Chapter 2891. The Elysian Son had always treated the disciplinary hall as his private territory. In his own territory, he had never feared anyone, not even the chief hall master Xianxia. This was also the reason why he had pushed open the door and barged in without even greeting them. He had done as he pleased. Who are you? Who allowed you to speak like that? Do you have a death wish? A confidant behind him bellowed. With a loud thud, the Elysian Son's confidant flew out and landed heavily on the ground outside. That's the hall master. Someone exclaimed from behind. They hadn't noticed the hall master's arrival at first. Only when he attacked did they react. When did the hall master arrive? Why hadn't they heard from him? They were in deep trouble this time. The Elysian Son's expression changed slightly and he smiled. Hall master, I'm really sorry. My people are used to being lazy. Please don't mind them. He hated Lin Fei in his heart, so he quietly invited the first hall master over. This was a ruthless move. Hall master Xianxia glanced at the Elysian Son. You need to discipline the people around you, lest they embarrass themselves in the future. Hall master Xianxia seemed to have forgotten what the Elysian Son had said. I'm here today to take a look. Now that the disciplinary hall has the two of you, I hope you can cooperate well. Don't make a mess. The disciplinary hall is used to manage the disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace, not just anyone's territory. Hall master Xianxia's tone was much more serious. Especially since he was looking at the Elysian Son when he said this. Hall master is right. I'm here to have a good chat with Lin Fei. The Elysian Son didn't dare to lose his temper. Hall master Xianxia was a senior in the Dark Shadow Palace. If he really started a fight, it wouldn't end well. Hall master, actually, I also wanted to have a good chat with Brother Sheng. After all, if it wasn't for me, his people wouldn't have died in the dungeon. Sigh, what a pity. Lin Fei said apologetically. This bastard. The Elysian Son wanted to curse. This was like rubbing salt on the wound. The Elysian Son of Heaven also knew that it was impossible for him to cause trouble for Lin Fei today. The Great Hall Master's presence was the best proof. Brother Lin, you don't have to feel so guilty. As a deacon of the disciplinary hall, dying in the line of duty is also their mission. Who can avoid trouble after becoming a member of the disciplinary hall? Even for us, we might get into trouble in the future. The Elysian Son said hypocritically. He just wanted to leave this place immediately. Sigh, I'm getting old. I'm relieved to have you guys in the disciplinary hall. Take your time and chat. This old man will leave first. First Hall Master Xianxia stood up and left after saying these words. Once Hall Master Xianxia left, the Elysian Son's gaze turned cold. You've done well, but don't be too happy for too long. It's not easy to become the disciplinary hall's deputy hall master. Lin Fei didn't care about the Elysian Son's words at all. It's not up to you to decide whether I can sit still or not. It's up to me. As for your subordinates, I think they need to restrain them. I've already mentioned it to the hall master. In the near future, I'll reorganize the disciplinary hall. I'm just reminding you first, in case you don't know. You win. The Elysian Son turned around and left. Come visit me when you're free. Tea will definitely be served. The Elysian Son cursed in his heart. Who the hell would come to your place for tea? Your arrival has reduced my influence. The Elysian Son arrived quickly and left just as quickly. The deacons and the only deputy hall master by Chong who had been waiting to watch the show were all dumbfounded. It ended just like that? What? The hall master was here? The news spread quickly within the disciplinary hall. Everyone knew that the Elysian Son had lost this round. Lin Fei had invited Hall Master Xianxia over and schemed against the Elysian Son. In the end, the Elysian son was humiliated in front of everyone. The Hall of Penal Law was about to undergo a huge change. As expected. In the few days after the Elysian son left, those who had been neutral all sided with Lin Bai and Zhao Wu. Now, everyone knew that Lin Bai and Zhao Wu were Lin Fei's men. Their statuses in the disciplinary hall instantly rose. For a time, the Hall of Penal Law was in a stalemate. The Elysian son also restrained his subordinates from harming Lin Fei. For a time, everything was peaceful. The hall master appointed a few deacons, and Lin Fei's position became even more stable. 5 deacons, 2 deputy hall masters, and a few other leaders. Lin Fei's influence in the disciplinary hall was not low anymore. After the disciplinary hall was reformed and a portion of the disciples were cleaned up, in the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei had completely stabilized his position. He had thought that there would be a big fight, but it did not happen in the end. However, Lin Fei's savagery also caused people to secretly fear him. 5 disobedient deacons and leaders were killed just like that, and then he pushed the blame to the demon. This was definitely done by Lin Fei. To the Dark Shadow Palace, a few deacons and celestial god disciples were really nothing. Even the hall master Xingyang did not say anything, so who would dare to say anything? However, in private, everyone feared that this Lin Fei supremacy might take down a few attendants with a show of strength. Those were attendants with considerable authority. During that period of time, many supremacies came to visit, and Lin Fei received them one by one with a smile. Speaking of which, there was not much to do in the disciplinary hall. It was nothing more than targeting the Dark Shadow Palace disciples, using force without permission, and so on. When there was nothing to do, it was actually quite idle. From then on, Lin Fei began to be a hands-off boss. Now, both sides minded their own business, and things were peaceful. As for how long this peace would last, no one knew. In his cave residence, Lin Fei constantly practiced the killing moves of Overlord Body 12 layers. After replicating the cultivation method on the second floor of the library, he made some changes to some of the moves of Overlord Body 12 layers. There were some changes in the way he used the moves and the way he used his strength. Most importantly, Lin Fei had the system create a hammering technique that could be used with the Sky Splitter. The hammering technique given to him by his master was not very powerful. Lin Fei was not very satisfied. In the future, he would have to use the Sky Splitter with his current identity. This was a good thing. The peaceful days lasted for 10 years. Other than in his cave residence, Lin Fei rarely came out. The disciplinary hall was also very peaceful. The Elysian children seemed to have forgotten about the incident. Just when everyone was about to stop paying attention to the disciplinary hall, something happened. A supremacy disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace beat up someone in the City of Shadows. He was so arrogant that the law enforcement team rushed over but failed to apprehend him. Instead, they were beaten up. This was no small matter. Chapter 2892. Lin Fei really did not enjoy a long period of peace. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu came together, and their faces did not look so good. What happened? Is there something you can't solve? Lin Fei was a little surprised to see the two of them. If there was nothing, the two of them rarely came to disturb his cultivation. In these 10 years, Lin Fei had been cultivating almost all the time. This was something that everyone in the Saint Spirit domain knew. Even if Lin Bai and Zhao Wu were 100 times braver, they would not dare to disturb his cultivation. The only possibility was that something had happened. Lin Bai said shamefully, "Hall Master Lin, we did not do our job well and embarrassed you. Those people are probably laughing at us." He lowered his head as he spoke. Zhao Wu was the same. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Why? Is someone provoking the disciplinary hall? Something that could make the two of them helpless was not a simple matter. However, in the Dark Shadow Palace, it seemed like no one dared to provoke them. This was a violent department, and it was very domineering. It's like this. Lin Bai lowered his head and explained everything in great detail. Back then, the Elysian Son of Heaven was in the disciplinary hall. He used his strength and influence, and everyone had to give him face. Ever since the Elysian sun stopped interfering, almost everything was left to us to handle. As time passed, those people's true colors were exposed. Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. In that case, those people were testing us. If we did not handle this well, the disciplinary hall's ability would be questioned. In the future, no one would take the Dark Shadow Palace seriously. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu nodded. We all went, but those people did not give us face. We had no choice. Zhao Wu said with a bitter smile. The Dark Shadow Palace is so big. There are 3 to 5 supremacies. Offending one is equivalent to offending a group of people. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The Elysian sun really knows how to undermine us. He did not believe that the Elysian sun was not involved in this matter. In these 10 years, Lin Fei had a more direct understanding of the Dark Shadow Palace. The entire Dark Shadow Palace was a place where strength reigned supreme. Within the rules, one could use their strength, and no one could say anything. The higher-ups, the 5 great supremacies, and the divine venerable Sir, were basically laissez-faire. Within the rules, no matter how you fight, they won't say anything. But once you leave the rules, you'll be out of luck. Don't worry about this for the time being. Lin Fei suddenly smiled. After you go back, do what you usually do. No matter how much trouble those people cause, you don't have to care about it. If you really want to care about it, at least show some respect. If they don't want to show off, then let them do it for a while. It's meaningless to deal with them now. When the time comes, we can catch them all in one net. When Lin Bai and Zhao Wu heard this, they secretly took a deep breath. Hall Master Lin, isn't this bad? Those supremacies. He had offended all of them. Even if they didn't do it, they still felt their scalps tingle when they heard it. What, are you scared? Lin Fei asked with a smile. We're members of the disciplinary hall. We're born to stand against everyone. Even if we offend them, do you think they'll dare to kill us in the Dark Shadow Palace? The two gulped. Lin Bai gritted his teeth. Hall Master Lin is right. Who is the disciplinary hall afraid of? They wouldn't dare to kill us even if they were given 100 guts. Let's go all out. Zhao Wu said through gritted teeth. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu went to report the situation. Their whereabouts could not be hidden from everyone. Everyone knew that they had gone to look for Lin Fei. Now, everyone in the disciplinary hall, including the entire Dark Shadow Palace, knew that they were Lin Fei's men. Everyone wanted to know if Lin Fei would make a move. If he really made a move to capture those people, it would be really interesting. Very, very interesting. But in the end, they saw Lin Bai and Zhao Wu coming out dejectedly. When they returned to the disciplinary hall, they were also sighing. It was not until a long time later that a confidant secretly spread the news. It turned out that Lin Fei wanted to cultivate in seclusion and did not allow anything to disturb him. Once the news came out, everyone laughed. Lin Fei was afraid and found a good excuse for himself. Brother Sheng, this is a good move. You've tested Lin Fei's attitude. In an elegant room. A few supremacies were sitting together. Everyone was toasting the Elysian sun respectfully. The Elysian sun took a sip of wine and shook his head slightly. This is not enough. Lin Fei is very cunning. Who knows if he's playing hard to get? So, this matter must continue. The more you people make trouble, the more the disciplinary hall's lack of ability will be an eyesore. At that time, even Hall Master Xingyang won't be able to protect Lin Fei. What a brilliant move. Now that everyone knows that Brother Xing doesn't care about the disciplinary hall's matters, the higher-ups will only find trouble with Lin Fei. With a big hat of incompetence, Lin Fei can only get out of here with his tail between his legs. Ha ha ha. I can't stand that guy either. It's the best thing to see him get out of here with his tail between his legs. We'll definitely handle this matter well. It's his fault for offending Brother Sheng. You're the future hall master of the disciplinary hall. The Elysian sun listened to the compliments with a smile, but a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Lin Fei, let's see how you're going to fight with me. In the Dark Shadow Palace, be it in terms of connections or influence, I'm 100 times better than you. I can make you scram with just one move. From now on, you'll become a joke in the Dark Shadow Palace. Do you really think that you can control the disciplinary hall with the support of 5 wardens, Lin Bai, and Deputy Hall Master Zhao Wu? Dream on. Faced with the increasing provocation of the disciplinary hall, at the beginning, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu did everything themselves. However, after every attempt ended in failure, the disciplinary hall became even more rowdy. Bai Chang's people watched from the side and restrained their subordinates from helping out. The Elysian Sun's people were the same. They holed up in the palace and basically didn't care about anything. Gradually, rumors began to spread in the disciplinary hall. Hee, we can't do without the Elysian Sun. That's right. It's only been 10 years and our disciplinary hall is already like this. In another 20 years, they won't even care about us anymore. Lin Fei, the deputy hall master, can't do anything. Back then, if the Elysian Sun and deputy hall master were around, who would dare to mess around? But now, a few disciples of the supremacies are enough to give Lin Bai and Zhao Wu a headache. He. Time passed year by year. The disciplinary hall's performance disappointed many people. So what if it's the disciplinary hall? Come and catch me if you can. My master is an elder of the divine realm. Come on. Who's afraid of who? You dare to catch us? Scram as far as you can. Without the disciplinary hall, the pressure was gone. The divine realm disciples were all smug. Chapter 2893. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years had passed. In the Dark Shadow Palace, 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. But to the heavenly god disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace, these 20 years were like the blink of an eye. No one dared to control them. Under the circumstances where the supremacies and great supremacies didn't care, local tyrants appeared one after another. For the first time, the punishment hall lost its restraints. They weren't afraid of the punishment hall disciples. Arrest people? They would resist immediately. 20 years had also caused internal discord in the enforcement team. They started to drag things out and started to dawdle. The punishment hall, whose name could make people tremble in fear, started to lose its influence. As long as there was a backer, anyone could be arrogant. This was something that they didn't dare to do in the past, but it had now become a reality. As the deputy hall master of the punishment hall, Lin Fei was also smeared with all kinds of dirty water. In the past 20 years, Lin Fei didn't come out at all. Everyone thought that Lin Fei was a sick cat. At the beginning, if Lin Fei stood out, they might be able to suppress it. But after 20 years, everything had changed. Everyone no longer feared the punishment hall. Without fear, who would be afraid of you? In Lin Fei's cave abode, a huge scroll appeared. In the scroll, there were mountains and rivers, vast and boundless, giving off a majestic aura. With a thought from the black-robed Lin Fei, the scroll disappeared without a trace. The majestic aura also disappeared. Finally, I've mastered the powerful killer move of Proud Sky level 8 perfectly. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this move. Even with the system's guidance, it still took Lin Fei a long time to master this move. He was just a little bit off each time. This move had a name. Mountains and Rivers. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu had lived a sullen life for 20 years. Ever since that day, they gradually gave up and allowed those people to do whatever they wanted. The Dark Shadow Palace became a mess, with violence everywhere. As time passed, the punishment hall seemed to have become a forgotten place. I wonder when Hall Master Lin will come out. Zhao Wu and Lin Bai sat in the small palace and drank. Out of sight, out of mind. This was what they had comprehended over the past 20 years. They didn't need to care about Bai Chong and the others' expressions. I think it should be soon. Zhao Wu drank a glass of wine. Lin Bai nodded with a worried expression. That's right. If you don't come out now, we can all leave. I heard that the Heavenly God Realm Elders and the High Lords are preparing to impeach Hall Master Lin for his inaction. That's right. Those people are doing it on purpose. It's all because of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Zhao Wu gnashed his teeth. And that bastard Bai Chong. Recently, he's bewitched many members of the law enforcement team to join him. He's so disgusting. That's a bastard. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong, as the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, had remained silent for the past few years. However, the truth was that his influence had grown rapidly. Taking advantage of the past few years, he had wantonly tried to rope in the members of the Law Enforcement Division. Unfortunately, they could not find any reason to stop him. Not bad, you still have the mood to drink here. Suddenly, there was a ripple in space, and the black-robed Lin Fei quietly appeared. Hall Master Lin. The two were delighted and immediately stood up. Lin Fei waved his hand. Sit down. You've suffered while this seat wasn't here. Not at all, not at all. They didn't dare to reply. Seeing Lin Fei appear, they felt as if their backbone had returned. Lin Fei sat down at the table. Zhao Wu immediately poured him a glass of wine. He did not stand on ceremony and drank it in one gulp. This seat heard everything you said just now. Don't worry, I won't blame you. This seat allowed you to do this. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu felt very guilty. When Lin Fei didn't care about the law enforcement division, no one would dare to cause trouble in the law enforcement division. They had done their best to run the law enforcement division well. However, what happened later left them powerless to do so. Those divine realm elders and high lords had taken the opportunity to cause trouble, obviously to help the Elysian Sun. Although it was not obvious on the surface, the Elysian Sun was the mastermind behind the scenes. They wanted to see Lin Fei leave with his tail between his legs. The Elysian Sun had returned, and with a wave of his arm, everything would be settled. Comparing the two, no one would say anything. This was within the rules. Now that this seat has come out, it's time to resolve this matter. Lin Fei put down his wine glass. Have you gathered the information I asked you to? Hearing this, the two immediately became excited. We've gathered it in secret. Lin Bai took out a list of names. They're all in a hurry. They won't miss a single one. 80% of them are related to the Elysian Sun. Lin Fei chuckled. The Elysian Sun is really capable, to be able to order so many people. However, after this time, they'll probably hate the Elysian Sun to death. Zhao Wu, inform Bai Chong that there's something to discuss and invite him over. Don't tell him that this seat is here. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Bai Chong dares to watch from the sidelines and take the opportunity to poach and instigate others. He can only blame himself for not being able to see the situation clearly. That's great. In the past 20 years, this fellow has been growing stronger. He has repeatedly poached our people and even came out to cause trouble. It's time to deal with him. Zhao Wu said happily. He had waited for this day for a long time. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong had been riding the crest of success recently. In the past 20 years, due to Lin Fei's inaction, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu had withdrawn. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong had taken the opportunity to rope in some captains and captains. He had also poached people from the law enforcement team. In a short period of time, his influence had expanded greatly, and his forces had also grown. Zhao Wu has invited me over to discuss the law enforcement team. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Bai Chong frowned slightly. Could it be that Zhao Wu and Lin Bai have decided to give up on the law enforcement team? The law enforcement team, which was originally under the control of Lin Bai and Zhao Wu, was now riddled with holes. The smart ones knew that they would seek refuge with others, leaving behind only fanatics who supported the law enforcement hall. They're going to lower their heads. That's good too. After incorporating the law enforcement team, my forces will increase significantly. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong revealed a look of understanding. Lin Fei, you're just a young brat. What do you know about management? Ha ha ha. Bai Chong wasn't in a hurry to leave. An hour later, he came out unhurriedly. Vice Hall Master Zhao, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting while I was cultivating. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong said apologetically. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded very hypocritical. Humph, you can go now. Zhao Wu turned around and left. Chapter 2894. From Bai Chong's point of view, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu would have a bright future if they followed Lin Fei. Fortunately, he did not join Lin Fei back then. His personal strength was much weaker than the Son of Heaven. If Lin Fei was the chief hall master, Bai Chong would definitely join him. However, a vice hall master was too weak. Brother Zhao, you guys have had a hard time these years. I think you should change your approach. Bai Chong said as he walked. Why don't you follow me? Zhao Wu sneered in his heart. You will regret it when we get there. He knew in his heart that things would not be so simple now that Lin Fei had come out. If things went wrong, Vice Hall Master Bai Chong would be in big trouble. Zhao Wu did not know why he was so confident. I don't think this is a good approach. Zhao Wu said coldly and continued walking forward. Bai Chong did want to rope them in, so he did not want to give up this opportunity. What did you get from following Lin Fei? I think you didn't get anything. Vice Pavilion Master Bai Chong said. You should know the situation in the disciplinary hall better than anyone else. Now that there are elders of heaven gods and high exalted lords expressing their dissatisfaction, I think you'll be in deep trouble once they report this matter to the higher-ups. Lin Fei will be the first to bear the brunt of it. Zhao Wu did not say anything. I am not someone like you who only knows how to gloat at others' misfortune. You. Bai Chong said angrily. For the rest of the journey, Zhao Wu ignored them no matter what they said. Bai Chong had no choice but to give up. He believed that Zhao Wu and Lin Bai would definitely regret it after a period of time. At that time, he would take his time. We are here. Zhao Wu pushed the door open and entered. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong followed behind. Brother Lin, I told you that following that Lin Fei will not end well. As soon as he entered, Vice Hall Master Bai Chong put on airs and spoke in a condescending tone. Zhao Wu stood at the door and did not leave. The man in black who was drinking at the table looked over. Vice Hall Master Bai, it's been 20 years. You seem to be living a good life. When the black-clothed man turned around, Vice Hall Master Bai Chong's complexion changed. You. Why are you here? Weren't you in seclusion? Ever since he was struck by the thunderclap leap, he was filled with fear towards Lin Fei. He had been fooled. This was a trap. It's all because you guys are making too much noise, so I came out. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes at Bai Chong. I've heard that you've been making a lot of noise. I'd like to ask you, what are you trying to do? The last sentence was like a clap of thunder, shaking Bai Chong to the point that he was on the verge of collapsing. Vice Pavilion Master Lin, I think this is a misunderstanding. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Bai Chong was scared to see Lin Fei, especially in this situation. If he didn't leave now, when would he? Zhao Wu stood in front of him. Pavilion Master Lin hasn't said anything yet, so you can't leave. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong shrieked. I'm a Vice Hall Master, and I can leave whenever I want. Who dares to stop me? Get out of my way. Don't force me to make a move. Zhao Wu didn't back down, blocking Bai Chong like a mountain. Vice Hall Master Lin, what do you mean by this? Lin Fei leisurely poured himself a cup of wine. Nothing much. I just feel that the punishment hall needs to be reorganized. As a Vice Hall Master, you've failed miserably. Therefore, I've decided to start with you. You're all old, and you're no longer as hot-blooded as before. The punishment hall doesn't need people like you. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong's complexion changed several times. You dare? Without the Chief Hall Master's approval and the approval of the higher-ups, no one can remove me from my position. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, and his arm expanded. Vice Hall Master Bai Chong was already prepared. 20 years ago, he was defeated in a single move. When he saw Lin Fei, he was already prepared. The moment Lin Fei moved, a deity battle armor appeared on his body. But in the next second, Lin Fei's hand grabbed Bai Chong's neck as if there was nothing there. He pulled Bai Chong to the table and pressed him down. It's been 20 years, and your strength still hasn't improved. How disappointing. Lin Fei pressed Vice Hall Master Bai Chong down. Bastard, let go of me. Bai Chong was prepared, but he didn't expect Lin Fei to casually grab him, and he became a dead dog. His strength was sealed. Pung. Lin Fei casually swung Bai Chong, and he was smashed into the pillar of the palace like a gunny sack. Take him away and lock him up in the dungeon. Lin Fei didn't even look at Bai Chong. Bring the remaining members of the enforcement team in. Don't take those who are wavering. What the punishment hall needs is a group of fanatics. I'll bring them in immediately. Zhao Wu pulled Bai Chong away. After sealing his strength, Bai Chong was dragged out like a dead dog. Hall Master Lin, isn't this a little too sudden? Lin Bai asked. It's nothing sudden. The current situation of the punishment hall is a little worse than I thought. Today, we'll wipe them all out. Oh, right. Go and activate the formation and lock down the punishment hall. This time, we'll wipe them all out. Lin Bai hurriedly left. Lin Fei continued to drink, slowly savoring the wine. Elysian Sun, I have to thank you for helping me so much. This is a good time to settle this once and for all. The punishment hall does need a group of hot-blooded people, and not one that is stuck in a rut and slowly regressing. Zhao Wu came in with 58 people. These 58 people were all people that Zhao Wu and Lin Bai had been secretly observing. They were fanatics. They were shocked to see Lin Fei sitting there. In their eyes, Lin Fei was their idol. His decisiveness in killing was something they had always admired. Do you know why all of you are here? Furthermore, there are only 58 of you. They shook their heads, but there was an inexplicable trace of excitement in their hearts. Lin Fei stood up and swept his sharp gaze across them. Because all of you are hot-blooded people that the punishment hall needs the most. You've all seen it. In the past 20 years, the punishment hall has lost its former majesty. I know that a long time ago, the punishment hall was like a mountain, a sword above everyone's head. But now? What is the punishment hall? It's nothing. However, with all of you here, the future punishment hall will truly be the punishment hall. Now, I need all of you to carry out a major reorganization. Anyone who is wrong will be wiped out. I'm asking all of you, do you dare? We dare. We are willing. 58 people spoke in unison. Their spirits were united and full of vigor. They hadn't been greatly affected by the 20 years. A fanatical aura appeared on all of them. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Chapter 2895. After 20 years, the remaining members were the elites of the enforcers. They wouldn't be swayed by external affairs. Lin Fei was rather satisfied with them. This was what he needed, and what the disciplinary hall needed as well. After a few words, their conviction was ignited. Once they were brought out, they would become warmongers. What Lin Fei saw in their eyes was fanaticism. Let's go. The first problem he had to deal with was the internal affairs of the disciplinary hall. After 20 years of preparation, Lin Fei wanted to solve all the problems in one go. No matter who it was, they would be purged. Lin Fei didn't want any more trouble. Charge in and take them down. Take them all down. The formation of the disciplinary hall was activated, sealing off the entire area. Lin Fei's actions were too fast. 58 enforcers were extremely powerful. They charged in as soon as they arrived. What are you trying to do? We're the Elysian Children's men. Release us. Bastards, what are you doing? The people of the disciplinary hall were caught off guard. They couldn't resist in time and were all taken down. Even if some of them tried to resist, with Lin Bai and Zhao Wu around, they would beat them up. They couldn't do anything. Lock them all up in the dungeon and wait for their trial. Lin Fei watched on. Every time he captured someone, he would send them to the dungeon and lock them up. At this time, the small leaders finally realized that something big was about to happen. Lin Fei, who had been in seclusion all this while, had actually appeared. It was too late for them to report the news. It took him 4 hours to get there. Lin Fei led his men and cleaned up the disciplinary hall. A large number of disciples were locked up in the dungeon. There was some resistance, but it was quickly quelled. This time, Lin Fei unleashed a thunderous strike. Lin Fei did not plan to use the disciples of the punishment hall locked up in the dungeon. He would send them to the battlefield to atone for their crimes. He believed that after messing things up on the battlefield, they would understand their mistakes. Even though the disciplinary hall's strength would be greatly reduced, Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. Now that the person was gone, he could continue to recruit. At that time, with the addition of fresh blood, the disciplinary hall would be refreshed and filled with vigor. It would no longer be as lethargic as before. Lin Fei didn't like it. He really didn't like it. The members and disciples of the disciplinary hall who were lucky enough to be unharmed all shuddered in fear. This method was too cruel. Almost all of the punishment hall's disciples had been wiped out. All of you, stay here obediently. If anyone has any ideas, I won't let them off easily. There was no need for Lin Fei to say anything. Everyone knew that the world was about to change. Lin Fei, who they had looked down on, had launched a thunderous strike and wiped out the internal members. They suddenly realized that no matter what they did, Lin Fei was still a supreme-level powerhouse. He was at the peak of the second stage and the disciplinary hall's vice hall master. Are you sure you want to shed all pretense of cordiality with them? Chief Hall Master Shenyang asked with a smile. Aren't you going to think it over? Lin Fei sat in front of Chief Hall Master Shenyang. There's no need. I've decided. Since we're going to clean them up, we'll do it ruthlessly. They'll remember this and learn from their mistakes. Chief Hall Master Shenyang sighed. All right, go ahead. I'll support you. Back then, everyone in the disciplinary hall would turn pale at the mention of its name. The current disciplinary hall is too far behind. It's time for us to stand up again. Then I'll get to work. Chief Hall Master Shenyang personally watched as Lin Fei left. The higher-ups have chosen the right person. They should have someone like Lin Fei who isn't afraid of hardships and has such a fiery temperament. The reformed disciplinary hall is really something to look forward to. The matter of the disciplinary hall's internal cleansing had been kept under wraps. The remaining people had all their communication devices confiscated. None of the internal information could be sent out. 20 years was enough for many people to pay attention to the disciplinary hall. In those people's eyes, the disciplinary hall was a piece of cake. Who would be afraid? Not a single person knew about this change. Lin Fei's movements were also fast, catching everyone off guard. When the sun rose the next day, a storm had begun. Chief Lin, the first person on this list, is a disciple of Supreme Lord Eternal Wind. They've been wreaking havoc in the Dark Shadow Palace and injured many of our disciplinary hall's disciples. Lin Bai said as he pointed to the first name on the list. Supreme Lord Eternal Wind. Haha. Lin Fei glanced at the list. Then let's start from here. We'll arrest them one by one. I'll personally accompany you. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu were unusually excited. Their blood was boiling. Who are those people? They look like the enforcement team. What happened? Why did they mobilize the enforcement team? No, it seems like Lin Bai and Deputy Hall Master Zhao Wu are out. Isn't that Deputy Hall Master Lin Fei? Why is he out? Something's going to happen. The group of people who came out quickly attracted everyone's attention. Ever since the disciplinary hall became a place where anyone could step on, the heavenly god disciples with powerful backgrounds and backing no longer feared the disciples of the disciplinary hall. They even chose to ignore the enforcement team. Many people were surprised to see the enforcement team mobilized today. It had been a long time since they saw the enforcement team mobilized. But when they saw Lin Fei and the other two deputy hall masters appear, everyone's expressions darkened. It was as if something bad was about to happen. He, isn't this Lord Lin Fei? Long time no see. Are you going out to hunt? An ordinary heavenly god elder passed by. When he saw Lin Fei, he spoke in a strange tone. In the past 20 years, Lin Fei, the deputy hall master of the disciplinary hall, had done nothing. In the eyes of the heavenly god elders, this was a sign of cowardice. This heavenly god elder was not worried that Lin Fei would dare to do anything. So what if it was the disciplinary hall? Take him down. 58 deacons took out the treasures of the disciplinary hall and surrounded him. These 58 enforcement team disciples had long been suppressing a bellyful of anger. They attacked fiercely the moment they appeared, and every move was fatal. The heavenly god elder blocked left and right, but soon, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. With a loud bang, he was sent flying. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. That was a heavenly god elder. Even if he was not one of the 10 great heavenly god elders, he was still one of the elders. Yet, he was taken down just like that. Drag him away. Lin Fei did not stop and continued forward. That heavenly god elder was unlucky. He was covered in wounds, and then he was chained by the enforcement team. His strength was sealed, and he was dragged like a dead dog. It was really embarrassing. Something big is going to happen. Lord Lin Fei is going to make a big move. Quick! Contact the people of the disciplinary hall and ask them what happened. Soon, the messages sent by everyone sank into the sea. Not good, the disciplinary hall's array formation has been activated. We can't get in. News can't get in either. Something big is really going to happen this time. That Lord Lin Fei really dares to arrest people. Chapter 2896. Eternal Wind's Supreme Lord was quite influential in the Dark Shadow Palace. He was good at networking. Over time, he had accumulated many connections in the Dark Shadow Palace. As long as they had potential, Eternal Wind's Supreme Lord would befriend them. In his opinion, the more supremacies he befriended, the more benefits he would receive in the future. For example, Eternal Wind's Supreme Lord tried to befriend the Elysian Sun. After paying a huge price, they finally became friends. Although Eternal Wind's Supreme Lord did not have absolute power in the Dark Shadow Palace, no one dared to look down on him. When he heard that he was going to cause trouble for Lin Fei, he got his disciples to participate. Over the years, their relationship got closer. It was as if he had become a lackey. The Dark Shadow Throne is about to begin. The Elysian Sun should have a high chance of entering. Boom! There was a loud sound. Eternal Wind's Supreme Lord's cave abode shook violently. Who's causing trouble? Eternal Wind's Supreme Lord came out of the cave abode angrily. Did you see that? In the future, if you want to catch someone, don't waste your breath. Just fight them. If they're not convinced, beat them half to death before capturing them. Lin Fei lectured the disciplinary team in front of Eternal Wind's Supreme Lord's cave abode. We understand. Lin Bai, Zhao Wu, and the disciplinary team members all looked at him with admiration. This was the prestige of the disciplinary hall. When they had first arrived, they had been stopped by the guards outside, and they had been shamelessly boasting. In the end, Lin Fei had fought his way in, causing them to be thrown into a complete mess. Who's causing trouble? Supreme Lord Everwind rushed out in a threatening manner. He saw a familiar stranger. Wasn't that Lin Fei? Why was he here? No, that wasn't right. Wasn't that Lin Bai and Zhao Wu? This was the disciplinary team. I'm causing trouble. What can you do? Lin Fei shouted. The Eternal Wind's Supreme Lord felt embarrassed. He had never liked Lin Fei. When he heard that the Elysian Sun was going to undermine him, he immediately agreed to help. A rising star was trying to climb over his head. What was going on? This is my immortal cave. You brought people here and even injured my guards. If you don't give me a reason today, this matter will not end. Eternal Wind Supremacy said angrily. Lin Bai didn't need to be told. He stood up and said, Daoist Eternal Wind, we came here today to arrest a few Divine Realm disciples who violated the rules of the Dark Shadow Palace. I hope you can let them come out and accept punishment from the disciplinary hall. The disciples of the heavenly gods who had followed them all the way here. At this moment, they all looked as if they were blind. They are here to arrest someone. Crazy, he's really crazy. Who would come knocking on the door to capture him? Could it be that he's forgotten that this is the abode of a High Lord? Supreme Lord Eternal Wind will never agree to it. The news that Lin Fei led his men and headed straight for Wing Wind Supreme Lord's cave residence spread like wildfire. Nothing big had happened to the Dark Shadow Palace, but once something big had happened, the news would spread immediately. For example, those Empyrean God elders, all of them knew the situation. How could Lin Fei do this? That's a heavenly deity elder. He actually sealed his strength and is holding him back. Come knocking on the door to capture him? Does Lin Fei really think that he's the Hall Master? Everyone started to pay attention. Eternal Wind Supremacy didn't expect that Lin Fei would come to capture him. Lin Fei looked as if he had the upper hand. This made him very uncomfortable. He was a supremacy powerhouse. If Lin Fei wanted to capture someone, he would have to ask him first. Vice Hall Master Lin, I'm quite curious. What did my disciple violate that made you mobilize so many people? Can you tell me? Supreme Lord Eternal Wind said while suppressing his anger. The evidence is with me. Zhao Wu took out a document. You can take a look yourself. If there's anything wrong with the disciplinary hall, I'm willing to leave the disciplinary hall and no longer be a vice hall master. Supreme Lord Eternal Wind could feel Zhao Wu's determination. He was certain of one thing. No matter what, he wouldn't hand over his disciple. He didn't believe that Lin Fei would. If Lin Fei really dared to act recklessly, this was the Dark Shadow Palace. Supreme Lord Eternal Wind pretended to take the document and casually glanced at it. Nonsense. It's impossible for my disciple to do such a thing. Zhao Wu said in a low voice, Daoist Eternal Wind, if you think that the evidence here isn't enough, we still have a recording stone that recorded everything that happened at the scene. Do you think that's enough? Supreme Lord Eternal Wind's heart sank. They came prepared. This was going to be troublesome. In any case, it's impossible for my disciple to do such a thing. Supreme Lord Eternal Wind said sternly and started to quibble. I advise you to leave my cave abode. If you want to capture someone, you can't just capture anyone. Lin Bai, Zhao Wu, take him down. Lin Fei didn't have time to waste. Regardless of whether Supreme Lord Eternal Wind handed over the evidence or not, Lin Fei would make him hand it over obediently. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu took out their weapons and surrounded them. The disciplinary team waited at the side. They couldn't interfere in such matters, but their eyes were filled with excitement. They attacked. They really attacked. This was the majestic disciplinary hall that they yearned for. Supreme Lord Eternal Wind's strength wasn't bad. He single-handedly blocked the joint attack of two people. Although it was a little strenuous, he still managed to block it. Vice Hall Leader Lin, I'll definitely report this matter to the higher-ups. Just you wait. Supreme Lord Eternal Wind hated Lin Fei to the core. He was a hall master after all. How dare he let people surround him at this time? Lin Bai and Zhao Wu's attacks were very fierce. At the same time, they planned to perform well. If they didn't do so now, when would they? Both of them were well aware of this fact. A battle between two supremacies wouldn't end so quickly. Outside the cave abode, a huge energy wave swept across. Only Lin Fei stood still. With a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier formed and blocked the attack. The disciplinary team behind him wasn't affected at all. Lin Fei was very satisfied with their performance. They weren't afraid of the aura of a supremacy. Their eyes were filled with excitement and worship. You guys can leave. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu's strength was about the same. However, it was still difficult to win against Supreme Lord Eternal Wind in a short period of time. If they wanted to determine a winner, they would need some time. Let me ask you again. Are you going to hand over the person or not? Lin Fei's gaze was ice cold, and a chilling intent shot out from his eyes. Supreme Lord Eternal Wind was still afraid of Lin Fei. After all, he was a supremacy of the body tempering school and had mastered a secret killing technique like the thunderclap leap. My disciple didn't do anything wrong. You are deliberately framing him. Supreme Lord Eternal Wind thought quickly. He wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Fine, let me fulfill your wish. I will protect my disciple and let him stay in the dungeon for a period of time. Lin Fei took a step forward, and a purple arc of light flashed by. Compared to the previous time, the might of the thunderclap leap that Lin Fei used this time was much greater, and his speed was much faster as well. Everyone only saw a flash of purple before Lin Fei appeared behind the Eternal Wind Supreme Lord. He grabbed the Eternal Wind Supreme Lord's neck with one hand as though he was grabbing a dead dog. With your strength? You aren't qualified to speak to me. With a fling of his body, he was thrown in front of the disciplinary team. Chapter 2897. He really lost. Everwind Supreme Lord has been famous for a long time. It seems like Lin Fei Supreme Lord's thunderclap is getting more and more powerful. I only saw a flash of purple and Everwind Supreme Lord was defeated. Everyone was paying attention to this matter. Lin Fei was too fast and defeated Everwind Supreme Lord with a single move. He did it so casually, which was beyond everyone's expectations. In just 20 years, his strength seemed to have improved significantly. The rest was simple. Without Everwind Supreme Lord stopping them, the law enforcement team rushed in like ferocious tigers and started arresting people according to the name list. There's one here, catch him. That one too, catch him. Him too, catch him. The members of the law enforcement team rushed in and caught everyone on the name list. Those who resisted were all beaten to the ground. In just a short while, all the heavenly god disciples on the name list had been caught. Let's go to the next place. Lin Fei turned and left. You can't do this. I'm a Supreme Lord, let go of me. Everwind Supreme Lord had restricted his strength and barely retained a bit of it. However, it was impossible for him to break free from the ropes. Lin Fei slapped the Eternal Wind Supremacy's body. Cracks appeared on the Eternal Wind Supremacy's body. It was a ghastly sight. If you dare to shout again, I'll smash you into pieces with my next palm. Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. Everwind Supreme Lord endured the intense pain and glared at Lin Fei with hatred. Swoosh! Another palm strike landed on High Lord Eternal Wind's body, causing his body to explode. I don't like this kind of look. Everwind Supreme Lord, who had recovered, wanted to cry but had no tears. Just now, he had used up his life force in the Dark Shadow Palace. It was too tragic. Now, he was well behaved. That immense power struck him. Without the protection of the Emperor's will, he really couldn't take it. He had used up his life force and needed a large number of life force treasures to recover. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu were extremely excited. A Supreme Lord was well behaved just like that. To be able to destroy the physical body of the Reverend Master with just 2 palm strikes, what sort of strength was that? Even if they were in his shoes, they might not be able to do something like that. The members of the law enforcement team worshipped Lin Fei even more. They didn't even dare to imagine that a dignified supremacy would explode his physical body in front of them. In the future, we, the disciplinary hall, can only beat people up. No one will dare to beat you up, not even the supremacies. If you're not satisfied, just beat them up until they're satisfied. You don't have to be afraid, because you represent the Dark Shadow Palace and the disciplinary hall. Lin Fei instilled the concept of violence into them. Well said, Hall Master. If you're not satisfied, then fight. That's right, beat them until they're convinced. The law enforcers roared with fanaticism. Supreme Lord Everwind suddenly felt that the gazes of the members of the law enforcement team had become unfriendly. Damn it, they're not hitting me, are they? Eternal Wind Supreme Lord held back his resentful gaze. He couldn't bear the might of Lin Fei's palm. It was too terrifying. If he could, he really didn't want to experience it again. Lin Fei led the law enforcers to the cave abode of the Second Supremacy. For the same reason. Beat them up. You can't go up. What are you doing? What awaited the guards was the attack of the law enforcers. Standing at the back, Lin Fei became more and more satisfied. Yes, that's it. Anyone who dares to obstruct the law enforcers should be beaten up. If you can't remember it once, then do it twice. Lin Fei shouted from behind. There were no surprises. The Second Supremacy also didn't want to hand over the person because of his status. Lin Fei made his move. He defeated the other party with a single move. He charged in to capture the person. That unlucky Supreme Lord also accompanied the Eternal Wind Supreme Lord. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they rushed to the next abode. Lin Fei charged into 2 cave abodes to capture people. The Dark Shadow Palace was in an uproar. That was too crazy. Oh no, Supreme Lord Sanmu has also been captured. The disciple of the 10th Elder has also been captured. The 8th Elder has been defeated with a single move and vomited blood. His personal disciple has been captured on the spot. The disciple of the 5th Elder has also been captured. The news spread like wildfire. Lin Fei led the law enforcers to capture people on the list like hungry wolves. They charged into the cave abodes of 6 supremacies and captured them by force. The most terrifying thing was, their supremacies had also been captured and paraded through the streets of the Dark Shadow Palace. That was what they resented the most. This was completely degrading the face of a High Lord to the point that it was worthless. From now on, anyone who saw them would definitely remember that they had been dragged around by Deputy Hall Master Lin Fei. They would lose all their dignity and dignity. That was the most unacceptable thing to them. We'll hand them over immediately. When Lin Fei led his men to another cave abode, the supremacy of that cave abode came out personally to welcome them. Without saying a word, he immediately escorted his disciple out. He had no intention of obstructing them at all and was very respectful. The Dark Shadow Palace should have more people like you who know how to be polite. Lin Fei said before leaving with the law enforcers. That supremacy was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Pass down the order. From now on, no one is allowed to touch the disciplinary hall. Whoever dares to cause trouble will have to scram. The supremacy was scared out of his wits. The faces of the 6 supremacies were pale. When they looked over, they looked at him with pleading eyes. He did not dare to look at them for fear that he would be implicated. Lin Fei was too much of a jerk. Lin Fei ordered the law enforcers to drag the Heavenly God disciples they had captured and beat them up one by one. Stop beating them up. We'll hand them over. We're ready. Deputy Hall Master Lin, you can take them away. I hope that Deputy Hall Master Lin will discipline these disciples well. They can be beaten up no matter what, but instead of cultivating, they only know how to do wrong things. With the previous example, everyone realized that. As long as the disciples were handed over, then, everything would be fine. Even though they were extremely unwilling, after a moment of consideration, they decided to give in. Lin Fei had knocked out 6 supremacies in one go, completely disregarding their identity. They didn't have the guts to keep them company, not even if they had 100 guts. Along the way, Lin Fei had captured 300 to 400 disciples. Among them, there were more than 100 6th Order and 7th Order Heavenly God Realm disciples. Every one of them had a strong background, but they were all captured in the end. Batch by batch, they were sent back and locked up in the dungeon. The 6 supremacies weren't so lucky. They had been following behind Huang Xiaolong the whole time. Their faces were extremely ugly, but they dared not show any resentment in their eyes. It wasn't easy to suffer a palm strike that could shatter one's body. Deputy Hall Master Lin is mighty. Those people should have been captured. It's all their fault that the Dark Shadow Palace is in such a foul atmosphere. Now, it's finally over. Those heavenly God realm disciples who had been bullied from time to time were grinning from ear to ear. This was a good thing, They didn't even dare to imagine that those arrogant fellows would be taken away like dead dogs. I wonder if the punishment hall is still accepting people. I want to join them. So impressive, this is the punishment hall, Chapter 2898. Lin Fei personally led the way, pushing forward. No matter who it was, if they did not hand over the disciple who had committed the crime, unless they could withstand Lin Fei's fist, they would have to obediently hand him over. No matter how ugly their expressions were, until now, more than half of the shadow attack had spread. This was the first time that Lin Fei had made a name for himself in the eyes of everyone. Look at those high lords. They were originally high and mighty, but now, they were all like dead dogs. They had lost all their face. Just when everyone thought that Lin Fei was going to continue sweeping away, they retreated. Lin Fei brought his men back and left a message. Within 3 days, hand over all the disciples who had committed the crime. Otherwise, he will come again 3 days later. Hall Master Lin, why didn't you continue? Inside the punishment hall, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu asked in confusion. Under normal circumstances, they should take advantage of the opportunity to push forward and not give up halfway. They had to teach them a lesson. There's no need. Lin Fei shook his head. Now, they are all frightened. If you really go down, some of them will probably be unhappy. Do you really want to become public enemies? The two of them were too excited. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the two of them suddenly came to a realization and broke out in a cold sweat. Within 3 days, they will definitely send people over because they can't afford to lose face. We have established our prestige, and the punishment hall has been reorganized. Everything is just right. Hall Master Lin, what about those high lords? When will you let them go? Let's lock them up for a month first. Lin Fei said indifferently. The punishment hall is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Just as Lin Fei said. Within 3 days, whether it was the Divine Realm Elder or the High Lords, they gritted their teeth and sent the people over. No one was willing to see Lin Fei visit them 3 days later. They did not see those High Lords. They were now locked up in the punishment hall's exclusive dungeon. They even released the news that the High Lords had committed the crime of covering up and would be locked up in the dungeon for a month. This kind of punishment was completely beyond everyone's imagination. Those were all supremacies. Lin Fei was playing with fire. The Dark Shadow Palace had existed for a long time, but no one had ever heard of a High Lord being locked up in the dungeon. This was a humiliation, a stain that could not be erased. The punishment hall couldn't care less. Quite a few High Lords joined hands to protest, but in the end, all of their protests sank to the bottom of the sea. Guards began to patrol the perimeter of the punishment hall, forbidding outsiders from entering. There were a few heavenly deity powerhouses who went to the disciplinary hall as if they were entering their own home. They foolishly went to give it a try, but they were immediately surrounded and attacked by a group of law enforcers. They were beaten half to death and escorted to the dungeon. The world had changed. Everyone had the same thought. Therefore, in these 3 days, waves of people were sent over. Those disciples who were sent over were not as high-spirited as they used to be. Instead, they were all dejected. They were all reminded when they arrived. The disciplinary hall is different now. If you dare to go in, you won't have a good time. Even they can't interfere. Until now, they were not too clear about the internal situation of the disciplinary hall. The originally empty dungeon had also become overcrowded. As for how to deal with them, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about it. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu were doing their jobs now. They didn't need to be ordered to be investigated and judged according to the punishment. This was the authority of the punishment hall. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu looked a little tired, but they were in high spirits. Hall Master Lin, these are the ones who haven't come yet after we registered and investigated them. Lin Bai handed over a set of information. Whose people are they? Lin Bai said in a low voice. Elysian Sun's people. In these 3 days, they finally felt the true authority of being deputy hall masters. Those pampered heavenly deity disciples, regardless of whether they were personal disciples or inner sect disciples, were all well-behaved now. Not well-behaved? Fight them first. It seemed that with Lin Fei's indoctrination, the members of the law enforcers all became like wolves and tigers. When they attacked, they were extremely ferocious. They were like 2 different people. Do you really think that I can't take them down? Lin Fei leaned back and said lazily. Hall Master Lin, Zenith's supremacy is here. Zhao Wu hurriedly ran in. There are a few other supremacies with him. Although Zhao Wu was also a supremacy, the gap between him and Zenith's supremacy was huge. Zenith's supremacy was a veteran of the Dark Shadow Palace. His words had much more influence than Zhao Wu's. The old people are all here. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I thought they would all be able to sit still. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu didn't dare to speak ill of these old supremacies. They admired Lin Fei even more. As deputy hall masters, they had never seen these old people come personally. Let's go and welcome them. After all, they're old people. Zenith's supremacy stood quietly in a scarlet cloak. Behind him were a few supremacies, some of whom Lin Fei had met before. At the moment, they didn't seem to be in a good mood. Brother Zenith, that Lin Fei isn't giving us any face. Even if he's a body-tempering cultivator, he shouldn't be putting on airs here. He actually didn't let us in. In the entire Dark Shadow Palace, there aren't many places that we can't enter. Lin Fei isn't a good person. He really thinks that the punishment hall is his territory. The last thing he should do is to imprison a supremacy and lock him up for a month. What right does he have to do that? A few supremacies looked dissatisfied. In the circle of supremacies, everyone had the same goal. Lin Fei's actions this time had completely disrespected their circle. Since it had happened once, it would inevitably happen again. This had to be stopped. If this continued, they really didn't know what crazy things Lin Fei would do. Imprison a supremacy? That was a little too crazy. We're all people with dignity. Aren't you not giving me face by speaking ill of others behind their backs? Just as they finished speaking, a cold voice came from the punishment hall. Lin Fei had come out with his men. Zenith's supremacy was very calm. Daoist Lin, long time no see. I haven't congratulated you on becoming a supremacy. Zenith's supremacy took the initiative to congratulate him, as if he hadn't heard what Lin Bai had just said. Thanks. Lin Fei smiled. Daoist Zenith, please come in. Zenith's supremacy nodded slightly and walked in. The people behind him prepared to follow. At that moment, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu blocked their way. Sorry, everyone. This is the punishment hall, an important place in the Dark Shadow Palace. You don't have to go in. Just wait outside. Why? Chapter 2899. Not letting them in was naturally Lin Fei's order. In the past 20 years, Lin Fei had become the deputy hall master of the punishment hall. Under normal circumstances, the supremacies of the same circle would definitely give him face. But in reality, that was not the case. These supremacies were happy to see this happen. There were even some supremacies who hinted their disciples to join in the fun. These incidents were all recorded. As for why they were excluding him, Lin Fei knew very well that it was because he was too talented and could even create a killer move like Thunderclap Leap. He was already so talented at such a young age. In the future, he would definitely be able to suppress them. In addition, Lin Fei did not have a big family behind him. He was almost no different from a poor family, which made it even more difficult for them to accept him. They could not wait to see Lin Fei in trouble. Do you hear what I said now? Lin Fei stopped and turned around with a cold gaze. Everyone knew how powerful Lin Fei was. But, to think that he would not let them in right now. Wasn't he putting on airs way too much? He was completely looking down on them. I really plan to enter the punishment hall. Yes, let us in today. They were unwilling to be blocked outside. Lin Fei snorted coldly. If you want to go in, let's see if you can withstand one move from me first. Boom! A boundless aura erupted. A sky-splitter hammer appeared in Lin Fei's hand. He casually swung it outwards, setting off a terrifying wave that smashed down. Swish! 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 The wave rolled over. The few supremacies present reacted quickly, but Lin Fei's attack was even more domineering and fast. It directly crushed them. No matter how they resisted, it was as if they had fallen into a storm. They swayed left and right for a long time. When Zenith's supremacy saw the purple hammer, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He was shocked. Great Venerable Hantian actually rewarded this treasure to Lin Fei. This is like giving wings to a tiger. After the storm, the faces of the supremacies outside paled slightly, and their bodies trembled slightly. If you still want to go in, it won't be so easy next time. Lin Fei kept the sky-splitter hammer and said slowly. At this moment, the hearts of the supremacies were in turmoil. The few of them could not even block a single attack from Lin Fei. Since when had Lin Fei become so strong? Feeling extremely aggrieved, they could only look at Zenith's supremacy, hoping that he would speak up for them. You should thank fellow Daoist Lin for showing mercy. As an old man, Zenith's supremacy naturally would not offend Lin Fei for them, especially after seeing the sky-splitter hammer. Listen to him and wait outside. Wait? The few supremacies were dumbfounded. You are an old member of the Dark Shadow Palace. Why are you speaking up for him? This is different from what they had imagined. Fellow Daoist Xianxia, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush, so I might as well get straight to the point. Lin Fei asked someone to bring tea. Instead of answering, Zenith's supremacy asked another question. The hammer you used just now should be the sky-splitter hammer, right? Good eyesight. This was given to me by Master. I think its power is all right, so I'll make do with it. Lin Fei said with a smile. Fellow Daoist Lin, you've really surpassed your master. This sky-splitter hammer is a good item. Back then, I couldn't unleash its corresponding power. Today, I've finally seen it. In your hands, this treasure should be able to unleash its true power. Zenith's supremacy exclaimed. Lin Fei was not surprised that Zenith's supremacy recognized it. This treasure itself was quite famous. No matter how much time had passed, someone would eventually recognize it. Zenith's supremacy did not get straight to the point and kept asking questions, leaving Lin Fei speechless. What exactly is he trying to do? Fortunately, he was not in a hurry and chatted about all sorts of things. Until they were about to end. Zenith's supremacy said, Fellow Daoist Lin, in the beginning, I felt that the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Punishment Hall was not suitable for you. However, now I feel that you're very suitable for this position. The Punishment Hall will become better and better in your hands. It's not impossible for it to return to its former glory. However, I feel that this process needs to be done slowly, lest you act too hastily and take too big a step. That's not good. Actually, there was one last thing he did not say. If you were too anxious, you could easily become a public enemy. I understand. Lin Fei nodded. That's why I gave them 3 days to deal with this matter. I gave them the chance, but they didn't comply. I can't do anything about it. Since I'm a Deputy Hall Master, I have to make some contributions to the Punishment Hall. Zenith's supremacy sighed softly. He could tell that Lin Fei was going to continue to the end. Forget it, forget it. Zenith's supremacy shook his head. You have to be careful if you want to deal with the Elysian Sun. Many of the upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace favor the Elysian Sun. He's the most suitable person to inherit the Dark Shadow Palace. Dugu Yijian pursues strength and has no interest in that position. The Elysian Sun is different. Lin Fei smiled. Even if the Elysian son wants to take that position, he still has to ask for my permission first. I understand fellow Daoist Xianxiong's intentions. Those supremacies locked up in the dungeon will be released after another 7 days. Thank you for giving me face. Zenith's supremacy left. The few supremacies' faces were filled with hatred. This was the first time they had been stopped outside, and their impression of Lin Fei became especially bad. 7 days, that's too long. Brother Supremacy, he's not giving you any face. Zenith's Supremacy's face darkened. Enough. This time, he had no choice but to come out. He could punish the Judgment Sky God's disciple, but he could not punish the Supremacies. Where would they put their faces? They were not satisfied when they heard that they would be released after 7 days. I won't object if you want to cause trouble for Lin Fei. I just want to tell you one thing. He has a treasure in his hands. It's an incredible treasure from the Dark Shadow Palace called the Sky Splitter Hammer. It's infused with origin power divine sand. Although it's very little, it's extremely powerful. If you weren't supremacies, you would have been injured by that strike. Sky Splitter Hammer? They finally recalled. It can't be. Could it be that treasure? He can actually pick it up and use it. Wasn't it said that the Sky Splitter Hammer can't be used by ordinary people? It was only given to Great Venerable Shaker later on. How is it that in Lin Fei's hands, he is still able to display such might? Their faces turned even uglier. With the Sky Splitter Hammer, it was like adding wings to a tiger. No wonder they couldn't withstand that strike. This was not good. If it happened again, they believed that Lin Fei would definitely deal a heavy blow. At that time, they would definitely be injured, and they would lose all face. 7 days, then so be it.